Good morning. Good morning, people. How you doing? Oh gosh, what day is it? Wednesday? Oh gosh, it's Wednesday already. The week is flying by. Plans are being made. Plans are working out so far. We are headed to the mountains. Okay, guys, look, this is Atlanta Motor Speedway in Hampton, Georgia. I've been here 1996 twice, 1997 once, I believe. So, yeah. This is 1998, and Dad should be working with the feederwood cars soon at base. Pretty soon here in this season he goes to base. So, I'm going to start this video. As you know, I'm going to gather up my drink, get my morning meds, and I'll be back on screen right momentarily. Like old people do. Let's go race that, Lionel.
Very much, Chris. We welcome you to Hampton, Georgia, where it has already been quite a rainy weekend under threatening and overcast
I'm in the
skies
chat.
at Atlanta Motor Speedway. That is the scene of very, very wet 1.5 miles at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Not a single wheel has turned today. As we are anticipating NASCAR BUSCH Grand National Series action, it has been time to watch, wait, and possibly reflect on what could happen. For more, let's check in the BUSCH Series garage with Bill Weber.
Well, it has been a long morning here in the BUSCH Grand National Garage, but right now these cars are being pushed up to the grid, and caught me working my second job, trying to make 2 hits in one. But obviously these cars are being pushed to the garage, still covered though, because there's still some rain in the area, and we're hopeful that we'll have a race here this afternoon. But it has been a long weekend. This field in the BUSCH Series is lined up by points. And back here is Dale Earnhardt Jr., and he's in the 3 car, and he's going to start third. He's talking things over with Mark Green, and
Gosh, it looks like we have a rain delay.
Good finish last week, didn't you?
Yeah, well, we're real happy with HDLCO Monte Carlo from last weekend at Las Vegas, and things turned out real good. We just played it smart all day, and it kind of fell right in our hands there to have a shot at the win. And hopefully, if we get a chance to run today here at Atlanta, that'll be the case. We got a real good car, and I like this racetrack. I'm about wide open all the way around it, and that's my kind of place. So.
Yeah, you were fast here when you tested, but you found out you stopped here pretty fast too.
Yeah, that was when they were, Goodyear was testing a few different tires, and the stickers are a little hard to get used to. So it takes about 6 laps to work the tires in. So I'm sure you're going to see everybody taking it real easy early on in the race.
You learned something, didn't you?
Yeah, anytime you ain't learning something, something's wrong.
Okay, that's Dale Earnhardt Jr. He does start third. Those are the points that Steve Park earned in that car 1 year ago. Now, here's Ray Dunlap.
Well, you're right, Bill. It is points that determine the starting lineup, but it's 1997's points, and that means Randy LaJoie will be on the pole. Not really a pole, but it's a good starting position.
It's a great starting position. I mean, that's why we worked so hard last year to win the championship. This is the last race of this year that we're going to count last year's points. Thankfully, that because we're only in 5th this year. So, we got a pole shot. We worked hard last year to get it, and we're working hard this year to catch up to everybody that's been ahead of us. We'll take the pole shot, and maybe we can lead a couple laps here today.
Randy, no qualifying and very little practice. What did you learn out there when you did get a few laps?
Well, every lap we got faster. The guys that come down here and tested are quicker than us. The Cup guys that are quicker than us. Every lap I get on the racetrack, we get a little faster. So, obviously you can't beat time on the racetrack, and that's what we're up against right now. So we'll be okay. The more laps we get, the faster we're going to get, and we'll be okay as long as we get this thing in.
Well, good luck out there. Randy LaJoie will start up front, and now we're going to head up top.
Thank you very much, Ray. Along with Benny Parsons and Kyle Petty, I'm Jerry Punch. We welcome you to a rainy and crisp and cool Atlanta Motor Speedway. Guys, we heard Randy LaJoie just comment the concerns they have in the BUSCH Series garage. They had 45 minutes of practice. It is a very, very fast racetrack. Not only are they concerned, but the guys like you, Kyle, who are going to run tomorrow at this racetrack.
Yeah, really, the ARCA guys came in. They practiced on Wednesday. Not a lot went on Thursday. Friday, they had a little bit of practice. The Winston Cup guys got about 3 laps of practice. Then we qualified. The BUSCH guys got that one single practice session of about 45 minutes to an hour. They ran the ARCA race yesterday. All the rubber's been washed off again. Totally different racetrack. So, you know, we're very concerned. We want these guys to run the race today so the track's in good condition for us.
You're talking about you being concerned. Folks, these Busch drivers, 45 minutes practice on a racetrack that they have never raced on before. The Atlanta Motor Speedway's been here since 1960, but it was reconfigured last year to this present layout. But that was after the Busch race last spring. They haven't been here at these incredible speeds around 185 miles per hour.
Yeah, and I think we heard Randy LaJoie say it. Each lap he's on the racetrack.
This is Atlanta. It looks like they're doing a rain delay. The pavement looks wet AF. I think that's with Fedewa, and that's why I'm trying to get some of the gab. They gab more on a rain delay.
Busch guys who have never run here before, the longer they run, the more comfortable they get with the speed, the more comfortable they get with their cars, they're going to pick up the pace a little bit.
And throw it on a damp racetrack. Well, this could be very exciting. I guess these drivers are a little bit apprehensive to begin, wouldn't you think?
Got to be apprehensive. They've been sitting out here. They've been talking in trucks. They've been walking around. You know, they didn't think they were going to get any practice yesterday, and all of a sudden the skies opened up and the racing guide said, go practice for an hour. So that was it. So I think they're really apprehensive to be saying, okay, are we going to race? Are we not going to race? Their adrenaline's up, it's down. Their anticipation's up, it's down. Right now, they push the cars to pit road. They're just wanting to jump in a race car and go do something.
And on top of that, guys, yesterday they saw some pretty violent impacts in the ARCA race as well as in Winston Cup practice. When we come back, we'll recap what were some horrific incidents yesterday afternoon here at Atlanta during the ARCA event, and we'll update some of those drivers' conditions back at Atlanta Motor Speedway in just a moment. Just finally stopped rolling. NASCAR was there to cut Steve out of the car, and he was flown to Georgia Baptist Hospital by helicopter. And today, Bill Weber, you have an update.
Well, there was an update provided to us this afternoon by the people from Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, and here's what they said, Jerry. Steve Park underwent successful surgery Friday night to repair a broken right femur. Now, Park also suffered a broken right shoulder blade, a left collarbone, and broke 2 front teeth. Doctors reported no head or internal injuries. Doctors inserted a metal rod in Park's leg to speed the healing process. And I was told about an hour and a half ago that Steve has been moved from the intensive care unit to a private room at the Atlanta-based hospital. So his recovery is beginning today after that vicious wreck here yesterday afternoon.
Holy
smokes.
smokes.
Bill, despite the fact of the news, we're talking about the fractures and the surgery, that is very, very good news considering the violence of that impact we saw a moment ago.
Good morning, Jack. Good to see you.
90 miles an hour. Kyle Petty, you've had an accident like that where you broke a femur a few years ago, and then there's a long recovery period.
Yeah, it's a very long recovery period. And, you know, being a doctor, you understand it. The physical part will heal. It's the mental and emotional part that you have to stay up on. And, you know, Steve right now is laying in a hospital, and he's ready to fight to try to get back. But there's those peaks and valleys, and it's going to be a long road. I wrecked the 1st of May, set out until the September race at Darlington, South Carolina, almost 5 months. And it took that long to come back. So
yes, it is going. Everything got approved, and we are just coming up with the timeline now for who can tow this. And that's the next step. I figured I'd do a little race watching prior, and then hit it for the day. I'll watch this one Atlanta race probably today, and then I will get on all the plan making behind the scenes this morning.
Maybe if we're talking 4 or 5 months, the better part of it, maybe for him to go ahead and get completely well and look at maybe running for Rookie of the Year a year from now. Yeah, we were talking about before we went on the air today that, you know, he's only had 2 races so far this year. You can run 5, so he can get well. He can pick and choose his spots, run 3 races this fall, and in 1999 be ready for the Rookie of the Year battle, because right now, by missing the race in Las Vegas, he got behind.
Yes, for real. I might have to jump away from doing racing streams and doing a traveling stream. I won't be able to do it live because the coverage from here and up the coast is horrible, but I can video and upload as I go and make sure everything goes okay. Yeah, I'm excited. I'll be back in my old stomping grounds. I had lived in this same area for 27 years. It's a little town just north of the bigger cities. Well, they ain't even big cities, gosh. Little, I think that like Statesville is the closest city, and then North Wilkesboro is the other closest, and they're not really cities. kind of cool.
And Kyle Petty and Elliott and
North
Jeff, I
Wilkesboro,
think,
like
do
the
same
Speedway.
thing. And it takes better part
We'll
of
be
2
like
weeks
a
to
half hour away.
That's something that we're all going to talk about and decide. One thing I don't want to do, I want to, make sure Steve's situation's okay. I want to make sure how we want to progress with Steve. But the other thing is when we do make a decision to put a temporary or somebody in the car for the rest of the year or while Steve's hurt or whatever the situation is to do that and not have jumping around of drivers. You'll wear your team out, you'll wear them thin with change, and we need to get in a consistent mode and stay that way until we can get Steve back.
Well, indeed, a lot of support from Dale Earnhardt and Teresa and the entire team there. Word we're getting from the garage area is obviously they have a commitment to their sponsors, Pennzoil, and they will go. They had already planned to go to Darlington this week to test with Steve Park. I'm told they will take their Craftsman Truck Series driver, Ron Hornaday, to Darlington. They will test with him, and possibly Hornaday will drive that car at Darlington and at Bristol. And after that, Hornaday will have commitments which will conflict with Winston Cup because of the Truck Series. They will make a decision as to who will drive the car and what they will do in the next week or so.
I know it's really weird that this is a race where it's pouring down rain, but
and more information about some of the drivers who were injured yesterday in ARCA competition.
I'll hear about like who's working with who when it's a rain delay. Nowadays, TV time's too expensive to just do a rain delay. They'll usually do something else, but this is good, like for me to research who's with who when you hear the behind-the-scenes talk.
Of the 39th running of the Prime Star 500. Dale Earnhardt has one more than any other driver at Atlanta Motor Speedway. 8 times he will start 30th when we go to the green at 1 o'clock Eastern time on ABC Sports.
Yes, it's going to be a 700-mile trip or so, and normally that wouldn't be... Actually, I don't even think it's that far. I know it's like 8 hours, but it's going to be longer. We have to meet the tow crew up there.
We updated Steve Park, who was injured initially about 1 o'clock yesterday in Winston Cup practice. But during the ARCA event, there were a couple of incidents, starting with one on lap number 1.
That green car is Bob Kelly. Something happened going in the corner. He made contact and slammed head on in the wall. And Kyle, you can see some serious damage. Watch Mark Thompson, the black car. He gets the tip from the 17. I think Josh Ball is in the side of T-Bone and then into the outside wall with the left side. Listen to this, folks, from the car. You can see, Kyle, a tremendous impact there.
Well, a huge impact. Both those drivers were taken to hospitals to be checked out, and we have further results and updates on their conditions from Bill Weber.
And, Jerry, this information provided by the Atlanta Motor Speedway that Mark Thompson, who is a native of Atlanta, is in stable condition or is reported to be stable at Southern Regional Medical Center. He is alert and awake, although he still is a little bit confused, not quite sure where he's at. He's complaining of a headache and some neck pain. They are awaiting results of some tests they have performed at the Southern Regional Medical Center. For Bob Kelly, he's at Georgia Baptist Hospital. He has been upgraded to good condition. A CAT scan was negative. He had 2 surgical procedures performed. One to repair a collapsed and bruised left lung, and one to repair a fractured right leg and a broken heel. He spent the night in intensive care but was moved to a regular room today. That's the latest we have on Bob Kelly and Mark Thompson, the 2 ARCA drivers that were injured here in Atlanta yesterday.
Thank you very much, Bill. Of course, you look at those accidents, I mean, you literally draw up when you see those impacts. And we're talking about serious speed at this racetrack. The fastest racetrack that any of the NASCAR guys run on, and probably the ARCA guys as well, 180-some miles an hour, almost as quick as they're qualifying at Talladega. Kyle, when you see that impact, the in-car camera shot from Mark Thompson, I mean, literally, I mean, it looks like that impact is just split second. You have no chance to react to the car.
You have no chance. I think, going back to Steve Park's incident, the car takes off and goes up the racetrack. He hit twice over there, once on the front stretch and once on pit wall. I feel personally he was unconscious after the first hit. I think that's the good Lord's way of saying, I'm not going to put you through this. You don't have to remember it. Mark Thompson over there, the car hit so hard, so violently on the left side, it just jars you. But as you saw Mark Thompson drive, he's constantly turning that wheel. So the last time it hits the wall, he's turning, trying to get away from that accident, trying to steer to get to a position of safety. You can't always do that, but, you really don't have time to think about it and tense up. I get more intense watching these guys wreck than I do when I'm out there, you know, because you're trying to get away from it. But there's no way, nothing you can do, not anything in the world you can do to prepare for accidents like this. And, Tim Steele, he had in practice down here. He's still trying to get over some of the injuries that he sustained during that. It's just, we're very fortunate and very blessed to race for a sanctioning body like NASCAR and ARCA, who have the safety precautions that, yes, these guys are in a hospital today, but chances are they're going to recover.
And Benny, putting that in perspective, as Kyle says, we're talking about 190-mile-an-hour impacts, and these injuries may sound severe. We're talking about collapsed lungs and broken bones in the legs and broken ribs, but realistically, you know, I saw that at 45 miles an hour on the highway or 50 miles an hour on the interstate, much more severe injuries from those kind of impacts as opposed to 190 miles an hour. And those seat belts do make a difference.
They do make a difference. One thing the seat belts do, and if you are conscious through the crash, when you hit a wall at that speed, 140, 50 miles per hour, all the air leaves your body. When you go into the wall, the air leaves. So the next, 100 yards, all you're trying to do is breathe. You're not thinking about hitting the brakes. You're not thinking about steering the car. You're trying to get a breath because all the air has left your body. It's just gone someplace, out in the air somewhere. And you can't believe how hard these cars hit the wall. When we watched Steve Park go on the inside wall, and you talked about him being unconscious, I hope to God he was, because can you imagine with his right leg broken the way it was into that inside wall, how badly that would hurt if he'd been conscious?
Yeah. And by the way, they still really don't know what happened to the car. People are asking, why don't you tell us what happened to Steve Park? You talk to the crew, and they have no idea. They know that the right front shock is gone, and they still haven't found it. It may have come off, it may have sheared off, it may have broken, but they have no idea that something possibly broke on Steve Park's car. Well, we've got a lot of activity yet to come your way this afternoon. Later today, Big Ten semifinals. The Boilermakers are
It looks like this race is going to rain out, to be honest. So I am going to let it just run into the next race, which is
Eastern Time. Now we are going to stand by
Nashville.
Atlanta Motor Speedway. Hopefully the rains will stop. We'll get a chance possibly to get this race underway. But in the meantime, we're going to show you some racing from Atlanta. The rains have intensified, and with that, the Busch Grand National cars are being pushed back to their garage area, and Bill Weber, that is not a good sign.
It certainly isn't, Jerry. In fact, today it is the final sign. The Steel 300 will not be run today at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. It has been postponed
Changing
by
my title.
tentatively rescheduled.
Like I said, I've never watched these.
So the long, frustrating weekend for these Busch Series guys continues. They moved in here Thursday, didn't get any track time. Limited track time on Friday. Could not race on Saturday. They'll sit around on Sunday and hope to take the green here on Monday.
But we will go as scheduled tomorrow at Atlanta Motor Speedway with our speed roll coverage beginning at noon Eastern Time with RPM today.
So the Cup race ran, obviously, maybe.
And then our live flag-to-flag coverage of the 39th running of the Prime Star 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway, 1 o'clock Eastern on ABC Sports. And all Pontiac front row.
Surprised that we didn't find a taping, you know, with it being moved to Sunday. It was probably Sunday morning at 11.
Well, today a washout at Atlanta Motor Speedway. The Busch Grand National
What I
race
could
for
do,
running on Monday, but a full day of
see what the
activity
Busch
coming your way tomorrow
side of things
here
said.
at Atlanta Motor Speedway, the 39th running
The Cup
of the
side.
Prime Star 500. So long, everyone.
It would give the details on that. Let me pause that a second. And let's go to look at the quick review of the beginning of the Cup race, which would be Atlanta the very next day. Did I write? I wrote 97. What a ding dong. It's 98. 98. What a ding dong. Let's change that. Let's see. 1998 Busch Series. Let's 1998 Winston Cup Series. And then we'll look at Winston Cup Series. Let's see. Winston Cup, Atlanta. See, 98. We did Daytona, then Rockingham, then Vegas, Prime Star Practice. Is this Atlanta? Let's do this.
And this is NASCAR's fastest track. When they reconfigured it for the race last fall, Geoff Bodine set the qualifying track record at 197.478. It's going to be interesting to see how that, what we see here today and how that
Yeah, this is Atlanta. Okay, this will fill in the blanks. We might as well watch this instead of the Nashville Busch at this time. Let me change that title again to Nashville 1998.
Had to start the race from the rear of the field. Well, he's got the car right down there on the bottom.
Nashville 1998 Busch.
That's where you need it on this racetrack. He remembers that from the fall when so many of them were running right down there on the bottom.
Starting to pick up speed a little bit here. Michael's up to 29.99 to 184.825, and that's the fastest so far.
Last fall, if I'm not mistaken, Geoff Bodine ran almost 28 flat. So that's 2 seconds
Atlanta.
slower than Geoff Bodine ran. But again, I'm sure Michael Waltrip right now is certainly not going out and running as fast as he possibly can.
Yeah, Bodine's record is 28.074. So we finally have activity underway here at Atlanta after a morning.
That's what we'll do
rain,
instead.
But the track is dry and we're
So we get the drift. Because, like I said, I'm trying to catch up on the parts of racing. I wasn't involved in the sport as much and didn't watch as much. Now, it rained like heck the day before.
Winston Cup qualifying, that has been delayed because of rain here in the Atlanta area earlier today.
We tried to watch the Busch race, which would have been Saturday, but it was raining then,
what's
too.
going to happen. The NASCAR Winston Cup cars are going to practice until 1:15 Eastern Time, and then the Busch cars are going to practice from 1:15 to 2:15. Winston Cup qualifying scheduled to start at around 2:15. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to take it to the Big Ten basketball tournament at 1:30 this afternoon as scheduled. We will tape the Winston Cup qualifying session, and we'll have the airtime for you a little bit later this afternoon. And of course, the ARCA race has now been bumped ahead until 4:30 this afternoon, weather permitting. So that's what's going to happen. Basketball is next at 1:30, but we will tape the Winston Cup qualifying. Now, in terms of the Prime Star qualifying will be at 9 o'clock. There you go. 9 o'clock tonight, you will see the qualifying as we re-air it. And also at 1 a.m. Saturday and at 9:30 on Sunday morning. So 3 opportunities to catch the qualifying later this afternoon.
But meanwhile, we're not going any place. We're going to stay here until 1:30 and watch these cars practice and tell you who is the fastest car in practice so far, which right now I will tell you is John Andretti. I'll leak that in.
Thank you.
John Andretti in front row Joe. Nemechek will be second fastest so far as we see Earnhardt. He currently is in the 23rd spot. Let's see if he picks it up. Let's see if he picks it up this time. He goes by the start-finish line, and he picked it up to 17th. Yes, sir.
Here are the top 15, led, as you said, by John Andretti. Almost at 191 miles an hour. Steve Park was at the top of the list for a while there at 189 before being knocked off by John and Joe.
Martin just jumped up into second place. His last lap at over 190.6.
There's the John Andretti, the STP Pontiac, as he goes back to the garage area for Roger Lewis, the crew to work on the car. Jimmy Spencer, and looks like the Jeff Green automobile in front of him. Jerry Nadeau on the apron of the racetrack. I'm sorry, that was Morgan Shepherd in the white car in front of Jimmy Spencer.
And Spencer is just getting warmed up right now. There's Geoff Bodine in the 7 car, just went at 169.6, and
that's the car that ran 197 miles per hour here last.
Hope I have the titles correct.
And here are the point standings going into this race with Rusty Wallace once again at the top. Dale Earnhardt 56 behind, and Jeremy Mayfield. What a great early.
This is about a 45-minute
He's having
long
just 3 behind Earnhardt. Followed by Spencer
video.
Elliott, Jeff Gordon 6th, and Martin last week's winner at Las Vegas, Terry Labonte, Chad Little, and Bobby Hamilton. And Rusty Wallace.
Boy, we're going back
slowing
in
down.
time.
He's moved
There's
up to
names
9th
that,
fastest on
you
the
know,
chart.
since we took a little break from watching the Busch stuff and then going in order when Dad started 98 with Feedaway in the Busch car and the Kleenex car. We jumped ahead because I was asked, you know, like about what is the next gen and stuff. So we watched 2000, Daytona Speedways for like 3 years in a row, 98, 99, 2000. And that took us all of the last 2 weeks to watch all of that with a little bit in between, you know. So now I'm going back in time, back to 1998 Busch. But since Atlanta rained, I jumped to the Cup side because they're having these happy hour videos and such. They didn't actually broadcast the Atlanta race, it seems. For Busch, maybe they didn't run it. Quite possibly. Austin LaPlante's playlists are pretty accurate.
And here is Dale Jarrett. He was racing for a championship last time we were here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. He is off to
Austin
slow start
LaPlante,
this
that's
year
where I
with
get all
a
my
7th place finish at
database information because he has it outlined so well. And that's his name right there. I think you can see that.
Reason for the 40th place finish. And we see just a few laps. He's going to go in and...
So I use his playlist, and he gathers videos from a lot of other contributors to make a really good database for me to research.
Well, Bob, this is the first time
There's a lot of places that I can research. On my YouTube page at the bottom is a lot of my suggestions of who I like to research.
These guys are on a much softer Goodyear tire. That's why the speeds are so much quicker. But the concern on Wednesday in our Cup was that of the 7 or 8 guys who spun and
swallow
had
my
problems during
medicine.
practice and
I hate
qualifying,
medicine.
they all 7 had it in exactly the same spot, right off of turn 2. They were talking about that's where they put down a strip of sealer there in turn 2. So when you come off between turns 1 and 2 and make the car turn, the
If I'm
back end
quiet for a second, I'm gagging.
and at least 3 or 4 guys spun down the back. Just a couple of cars were pretty heavily damaged and had to go home, but they were all in exactly the same spot. Thus far, we've had no one at all here complain of any problems on the racetrack whatsoever.
Watching Kevin LePage with the First Union sponsorship that Jerry told you about a little bit earlier down the backstretch and into turn number 3. He's 28th on the speed chart. And there is Kyle Petty. A little bit of a different look on this car. Those numbers were red up until this weekend, and he's painted them white, making them much more visible to us.
You see that Kyle Petty is currently the 22nd fastest car. And you saw those cars sitting on pit road. It only took about 5 minutes to cycle all those cars through. And now there's no one waiting to go out on the racetrack. Most guys in the garage area working on the cars, making a few quick changes. There we see all the guys in the garage area working on the cars. Rusty talking to those guys. And he's telling the guys exactly what the car is trying to do. He'll start using his hands in a minute.
Jerry, meanwhile, is down there with Mark Martin.
Mark talking to Jimmy Finning, just having climbed out of the Valvoline Ford. Mark, are you still singing Viva Las Vegas after that great run last week?
Well, last week's over with, man. We got to try to do it again this week now, but that was a great win for us. It was a big deal, but try to do another big deal this week.
Same car you had in Las Vegas. You climbed out. You looked to be pretty pleased with a few minor changes.
Yeah, you know, the car's working good. It worked good last year here. Seems like the same setup's going to work pretty good this year.
How about the racetrack, Mark? It's dried off enough with the track conditions early on in this session?
Yeah, it's fine. Track's fine.
All right, we'll let Mark Martin go back and work with these guys. Interesting story. This race car was the one they were not going to bring here. It's the car that won was in Las Vegas, and their truck had trouble getting across the mountains to get home. It kept blowing tires. It did not arrive back at Roush's shop until Tuesday night. They had exactly 24 hours to get this car unloaded and reconfigured for Atlanta and loaded up on Thursday to head down here. So they are scrambling to get it fixed, and now they're going to work on the right front fender. Mark had complained he felt something rubbing in the right front, and indeed he did have a tire rub where they gently bumped the fender up on his Valvoline Ford.
Well, Larry McReynolds told me Monday night that he was planning on running the same car here in Atlanta that Dale Earnhardt used in Las Vegas. So they were waiting for the car to get back home so they could turn it around and bring it back to Atlanta. Bill Weber?
It's a left rear tire rub for Jeff Burton. That's a minor problem, though. This car is much better than what you had here in the fall, isn't it?
It sure is, and I took a lot of the blame in the fall just because I never felt comfortable, but I took my Mark Martin setup and threw under it, didn't ask any questions. I just said, what do you do? And he told me what to do, and that's what we did, and they drove really good right there. So it's twitchier than last year because I think this the low spoiler and the high air down. Not because of the quarter inch, just because it's an inch lower than it would have been last year anyway. But it's a little twitchier than last year, but at least I know where it's going.
Well, you got a Taurus, you got the 5 4 3/4 rule, so that's going to put a little bit more into your hands, isn't it?
Yeah, we've heard a lot about it this week, but you know what? We're at the racetrack now. It's all down just to racing again, and that's what we're coming here to do.
Okay, get back to work.
Thank you.
Here's a lap chart on Jeff Burton.
You see the first lap was 29.95 seconds. The second lap was 3/4 of a second faster than that. And then I would guess he was just getting up to speed on that first lap.
I would say that would be the case, not knowing exactly how the car would feel when he went into the turn. It felt pretty good, so he decided to open it up next lap.
4 drivers have exceeded 190 so far, led by John Andretti. When we come back to Atlanta Motor Speedway, we'll talk more about the manufacturers battle following last week's race at Las Vegas. Winston Cup practice continuing here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, qualifying later this afternoon because of rain. There is the Mobil 1 Ford and the logo. That is Jeremy Mayfield. They won the race last week in Las Vegas. However, Chevy continues to be on top of the standings. Pontiac is at the 3rd place in the standings. Chevrolet comes in with 24 points. Ford has 19 and Pontiac 14 in the race for the Manufacturers Championship, which has always been a really great battle. It was as evident as ever after last week's race at Las Vegas, but Jack Roush, well, really didn't want to talk about it.
Must we talk about this Chevrolet Ford thing? This is the first race that a Ford's won this year, and it was pretty dramatic, and we are happy with it, but I think we probably deserve to win with the Taurus. It's a pretty nice car. We all worked real hard.
It is an argument as old as the sand that NASCAR started racing on, a battle that has been fought by best friends. But nowhere is the battlefield more explosive than in the Winston Cup garage. Ford versus Chevrolet. My car is faster than yours. The roles have been reversed throughout the years. But so far in 1998, the cry is clear. My Ford is better than your Chevy. Personal opinion can be clouded by racing loyalty, but facts and fortunes are starting to paint the portrait of a well-conceived race car that has the speed of 700 horses and the strength of one stubborn bull. The Ford Taurus won its first race in NASCAR Winston Cup history on Sunday, finally living up to the racing reputation built up during its formative months.
Thunderbird, had really topped out. We'd lost any opportunity to do new things, and there's some new things we've been able to do with the Taurus because it was basically new real estate that was defined, and I hope to be able to be competitive with the GM cars throughout the year.
Even while it wasn't winning, the Taurus was the focus of attention, not just of Ford teams, but of every team. All the players knew what was in the deck, but when the Taurus showed its hand in Las Vegas, anticipation turned to anger.
Well, if you can't race the leaders, it ain't no fun. We run really good all day, and I just kept adjusting. We had to run the car to get through the corners. Dang loose getting in the corner, couldn't stand it. And just them guys, the other guys in them other kind of cars, them invented cars, can go in the corner a lot deeper with them.
It's going to be a long week this week. I know the Chevrolets were upset when they won. I can't imagine what it's going to be like when they lost. So it's going to be a long week, that's for sure.
In the never-ending search for truth, justice, and downforce, NASCAR must play the role of superhero, fighting off the critics and explaining the lopsided count and laps led and the top-heavy finishing order that showed 6 Fords in the top 7 last week and 13.
See, all this whining and crying got you that next-gen car. Think about that. We had it so good. Even if we had sometimes one season of domination or another season, it just means work harder. Stop whining, stop complaining, fix your cars, make them faster. fix your motors, make them faster. These are the engineers. These aren't the teams.
It's going to take some time to get
you
caught
know?
up for them.
I'm telling you, and everyone out there needs to understand, it's a people business. You've got to have the right people in your group, in your team, to make it all work. It doesn't matter what kind of car you're running. Good people can make any car run good.
All the
There you
magic
go.
in Vegas can't disguise the fact.
I don't often agree with him, but I do agree with that.
During the week, you might find the Ford Taurus taking the kids to baseball practice. But on Sundays, it's taking the competition to the cleaners.
I tell you what, I was running 4th, 5th, probably on average the first 100 laps. And the best Ford, and my car feeling good, the best Ford was getting on the throttle at least a car length and a half before I could in both corners. And I was like, that's got to be Arrow. He can't be that much better than me. That's an awesome race car. I hate to say anything, but man, they're killing us. And we want to have a good year, but I knew it was coming. You know, when you seen that car at Indianapolis last year, I knew we was in trouble. If they could run it, and you know, they got it by, and they're whooping our butt right now.
When it made a trumpeted return to racing, the Monte Carlo showed the results of planning, patience, timing, and testing. It was quick and quick to be criticized. It was a good idea. Now, it looks like Ford has a better idea, even if maybe it wasn't their own.
They took a Monte Carlo and massaged on it, and it ought to be an awesome race.
We knew that the 5-5 was coming when they started talking about building this car back in the mid part of last year. And when we worked on it with that in mind. So, you know, a lot of guys that had cars built, you know, they didn't make changes, and you have to make changes for the aero stuff.
Well, I think the cars were real good cars, no doubt about that. Ford finally won this week. It's been Chevy, and he finally got a win this week, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, here's how it went this week. The Ford guys lost a quarter-inch of spoiler, and that pleased absolutely nobody. The Chevrolet guys say it's not enough. The Ford guys say, why are you penalizing us? We have a good race car. That's their public stance. Privately, the Ford teams are willing to admit they have a very good race car. Now, I talked to NASCAR's Gary Nelson this morning. Of course, everybody knows NASCAR will take a Ford, a Chevy, and a Pontiac to the wind tunnel after this race. Gary says they've been criticized because they didn't take one before now, during the offseason. But Nelson pointed out they wanted to take a car that was raced, one fresh from the racetrack that a team hasn't touched, so they can get the true wind tunnel numbers as far as downforce and drag. Nelson did admit also that after Daytona and Rockingham, they were concerned, but after the Las Vegas race, they could no longer turn their heads. He admitted at this point, it looks like the Ford Taurus might have an aerodynamic advantage. That's what they hope to find out in the next few days. So after this race, we'll have more numbers, although NASCAR won't release all the figures, but we might get a better handle on the numbers as far as downforce is concerned for the Chevys, the Pontiacs, and the Ford. This week, they pretty much threw everybody a bone nobody really wants.
Don't you love controversy?
Yes, we do.
Well,
the
gosh
Ford
almighty.
Taurus is at the top of the chart with Mark
Fast
Martin, and
forward,
another
you're
Ford
getting a
driven by
next-gen
Jimmy
car
Spencer,
because
second
of
quick
this
right now. The
whining.
Ford drivers have exceeded
How did that work?
191
Now
miles
y'all
an
the
hour,
same.
including a Pontiac
Isn't that
and a
great?
Chevy. Let's go
You've
back
got
down to
an
Jerry Pops now.
IROC race
Jeremy
as our
Mayfield
top
currently third
series.
overall in the Winston
So that's
Cup
what
points.
you
And
get.
Jeremy, from what I understand, from what I've just overheard
Careful
you guys
what you
talking
wish
about,
for.
that quarter of an inch hasn't hurt you that much. You're still pretty comfortable with the car.
Well, you know, we're comfortable, but we don't know how much it's hurt us, you know, as far as speed goes, because we really didn't test here. But my car's driving pretty good, Rusty's driving pretty good, and a little off on speed right now, but I think we'll gain it back shortly.
You guys, the team situation with Kranifus and Penske Kranifus has worked out very, very well. Rusty got a moment ago to this car. He's as close as he's ever had it on the first section here at Atlanta, and likewise, you're very, very close.
That's the same way I am, and both cars are driving really good, and he's comfortable, I'm comfortable, and you know, we feel like we got a few more things to try to gain speed out of them. I think we do that, both of us be in good shape.
Do you concentrate on qualifying, or are you working primarily with comfort and race day setup?
No, we're working pretty much on qualifying. You know, that's the first race we gotta run here, and we're trying to get all we can get out of 1 hour here. We don't have a lot of practice time, and just trying to get our qualifying set up right now.
We know it's hectic. We'll let you go. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jeremy Mayfield, the same car. He finished 14th with at Rockingham, but that's deceptive because he ran in the top 3 or 4 all day into a late race.
I was glad I got to meet him. I'll never forget he was generous enough to let me fly on the King Air. He had an open seat, and his manager was our next-door neighbor, and we were offered a seat for me because I was scoring for Lake. probably was on the second Talladega race in '96 that I flew on Jeremy's plane. It was a King Air. It went out of Statesville Airport in North Carolina and landed in Talladega. I liked meeting his wife, Kim. It was his first wife, and she was really, really nice and said, watch this landing. This pilot, last time we landed, slung the plane, and we blew out all the windows on the flight tower or something, all the glass windows of this area. So anyway, I got to fly in a 7-seater King Air, which was cool, wicked cool. This small, like I had done a lot of puddle jumpers and stuff, prop planes, 30-something passenger, but a 7-passenger King Air. It was nice, actually. It was really nice and not scary, and I was appreciative of the lift to Atlanta, and then I rode home from Atlanta in the Spam transporter because my husband drove it at that time.
With a speed in excess of 191 miles an hour, and now 7 drivers have gone above the 191 mark.
Here comes Terry Labonte. Let's see if he can pick it up on this lap. No, he didn't do that.
188.8 was that last lap. Boy, the Roush cars, weren't they impressive last week? Mark Martin won. Johnny Benson also had a great finish. He was 4th when the checkered flag dropped. Bill Weber?
And no respect for Johnny Benson. Had that great run at Las Vegas. Had a good run at Rockingham before they had an exhaust valve problem to put him out of the race. So he's led both races, the one at Rockingham and the one in Vegas. Of course, he didn't make Daytona, but he comes here to Atlanta, and because he's so far down, they're still based on last year's points, he has a 10. No garage stall, just a 10. He's out here in the elements. His team working underneath. They actually borrowed 110 from Dave Marcus's team, and have to keep in mind that if qualifying is rained out and this field is lined up by points, well, Johnny Benson does not have points with this team from last year. So they'd be hoping to get in on that formula, which includes
kind of a sharp-looking car
entry blanks. So
for
Johnny
the paint,
Benson off to a strong
you know, the
start
lines
this year
and
after
all. I
missing
like,
Daytona, the great run
like
last
that
Las Vegas,
line.
but now they've got
Could
their
do a lot with
fingers crossed
that.
Qualifying does get in, so he can hopefully assure himself in the starting field here on Sunday. Just something else these new teams have to worry about for the first 4 races. And Todd Bodine is in a very similar situation. He's out on the racetrack. He has yet
on
to make a race
the Scene Vault on YouTube, they have some whole episode about the Tabasco fiasco with Todd Bodine. I'd like to review it because I don't remember the details, but I remember the name.
And you really got to feel sorry for these guys, because it's not because they haven't worked hard and tried to get this car in the race. It just hasn't gone right for Todd Bodine.
And look, so far, 48 fastest, the best he can muster. 30.1. He needs to get down to 29 seconds. And you see how the car's not sitting on that white line? We talked about it a moment ago. I think it was Michael Walker standing right on that white line. And here he comes. Here he comes off the corner, and let's see what he did that lap. He did pick it up a little bit, but he's still 40th fastest, 29, 628, 187.120. And he will only start 36 cars by way of speed. 36 cars.
How do you account for something like this, Benny? Or do you know Todd Bodine is a good driver? They've got Tabasco sponsorship, a lot of money there with the team. What causes somebody to have a problem like this at the beginning of the year?
I think it's brand new team blues. I think that once they work through this, and wow, look at that. Something back in the corner. I think once they work through this, then he'll be okay. I think the team will be okay if they can work through this. If they go another couple of races, then something's going to have to change.
Yep.
I mean, the crew chief's going to have to go, the driver's going to have to go. They got to make some kind of change. I'm not saying that they're going to do that, but you know, obviously after 4 or 5 races, some changes will have to be made.
Moved up another spot. He's now 39th at 29.53, a 187.7 mile an hour lap for Todd Bodine in the Tabasco Pontiac. When we return, we'll have more practice here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Stay with us. Greg Sachs on Atlanta Motor Speedway for some practice here before qualifying. The schedule has been changed dramatically because of rain that we had here in the Atlanta area earlier today. This Winston Cup practice session is scheduled to last about another 13 minutes until 1:15 Eastern Time, and then the Busch Series will go out. Geoff Gordon is
I think
on
the
racetrack
Busch
again.
Series
He
did
has,
get a practice, but I
now
don't
have
think
the-
it's on film. I wish it
191.3
was. All they had for Busch in the Busch video base there that I use of Austin LaPlante. That is
953 miles per hour for Robert Presser, the quickest
because
time
probably
so
they
far.
didn't have
How
TV
about
coverage
that?
for a Busch
Look at the rest
practice,
of
number
the,
one.
top 15 and how they shake out. Martin is second. There you
And
see
they
Gordon
probably
down
didn't
to fifth
have
position. And we have two Fords and a Chevy.
a Busch
and a Ford
race
and a
that was
Chevy and a
off
Chevy and a
TV
Pontiac,
schedule.
And so it looks like they're pretty evenly divided there.
Yeah, the mix is pretty good as far as name brands are concerned.
There you see some of the spotters up on the trucks, directing their driver.
Okay, there's the Feedawa car. Do I see my dad
In the
there?
NASCAR Winston Cup event that was held at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the inaugural race.
Because that's the car he's supposed to be working with this season. And a lot of times you don't start out at Daytona. You usually start a few weeks in because everybody starts out at Daytona with a new team. They've worked all winter and then they get to the track and everything falls apart. And people start musical chairs like a few weeks into the season to regroup, to put them on a good solid footing for being able to, like, regroup and still be able to win the championship or something. And usually that's people with titles like crew chief, driver, etc. You'll see all the music, the little April, May musical chairs, or March even. It's usually, yeah, probably by the end of March they start swapping for the rest of the season. A lot of these people you see in the pit area on the Scene Vault channel on YouTube does a lot of interviews with crew members too. It's really cool. And Stapleton 42.
Lost an awful lot of track position. That hurt her chances to win.
Geoff, we're talking. Buddy just talked to you. Too fast down pit road. All right, what, I gotta go to tail end? No, we're arguing about it, Geoff. Just hang on. There ain't no way you could have sped going out one set of blocks here.
Okay, they're saying from a big margin that you got speed on pit road. I don't believe it. That's the way it goes.
That's how you have to look at it with NASCAR, is that's the way it goes, because they do make calls that it's their sandbox, and until there's another sandbox, that's what they deal with.
And then we had a little bit of
There's all kinds of shenanigans, I'm telling you, man. The tire shenanigans.
A little bit of track position that we lost hurt us. I don't know if we're
just a lot I've seen or heard, like,
got close enough, but it doesn't matter. I'm very proud.
Go around the garage, the rumors, like real time, like, oh, we found a piece of lead behind the driver's seat and it wasn't there when we went to bed last night. Come in 7 a.m. There's a piece of lead laying there in the car. Now that I witnessed, so. You know, just weird crap people try to pull.
Atlanta Motor Speedway at the moment because Steve Park,
and you don't know if it's coming from NASCAR, or you don't know if it's coming from another team or disgruntled track worker. You just don't know. But for Lake to get a pole, and then we come in and there's a piece of lead in his car, it's like, okay, this isn't. This is weird.
Right, he went through the NASCAR W, and just to the left of that sits Jimmy Spencer's car. So that's how close.
Like sitting loose on the floorboard.
It's a scary situation. I don't know whether Steve is out of the car yet or not. I don't think he is.
No, I don't think so either.
He apparently had hit the turn 4 wall pretty hard, Bob, and as you said, he wasn't able to steer it and perhaps had no brakes. Okay, well, take a look here.
Oh, there it is. Top of your screen, there it is.
He did hit that wall hard, then again. And then he comes down off the track, and
He probably going to hit it again. He's going to hit it again. He has no brake.
Wow.
Ow.
There's 3 times, and he hasn't hit the inside wall yet.
And look at all the debris that's flying off. And from another camera, there's another blow. And now he's going to go.
I never
across
actually
the
got to
grass.
see this wreck. It was pretty violent. Jeez,
And
oh
we'll see
man.
Jimmy Spencer's car sitting there.
He's absolutely unconscious right now because
Just in front of Spencer's car.
you don't
and
see
in
the
inside
rear
wall.
tires locking up at all.
And when I said these people scattered, and I
And
don't
his
believe there was any
injury list
to
from
those
that wreck
people,
was
that does not mean that
incredible.
perhaps Steve Park has not suffered some kind of an injury.
And this
because
is where you gotta be
he is
heads up
still
to
in the
pit
car.
guys.
Here's
See,
the
they already
contact with the
moving.
wall. He hit that for a ton too.
Sure did. He had 4 hard licks.
Wow.
Because shit'll fly off and hit you.
Our concern at the moment is the condition of Steve Park, and it looks like
Practice might be over.
yeah, they're gonna send these cars back behind the wall. It looks like
Hear
while
the
they work on Steve Park. They may
hear
have
how
to
the
do something
voice
to the
changed in the
car.
And
reporters?
that's exactly why NASCAR went to the 5-and-5 route for a couple of reasons. Number one, to make the cars
And Benny,
more
being
drivable. But number two,
seasoned in this,
cars would not
took
hit
it
those
over.
walls with such a tremendous force.
But you
They
could hear the
slowed
frog
cars
in the
down to
throat,
5
and
miles per hour.
that's your sign because they're hearing things that we're not knowing in their earphone from NASCAR. And
So we will come back here in just a few moments and keep abreast of this situation involving Steve Park, who has crashed in the late moments of the NASCAR Winston Cup practice session here at Atlanta.
yeah, they're just a vibe when you
Welcome back to
know.
Atlanta Motor Speedway, where a crash involving Steve Park has halted the
But
practice session.
you
They're
heard
taking
the
some
frog in the
precautionary
throat
measures here. I
right
think they're
when
gonna
they
cut
heard.
the top of the car off and
But
make sure
I never
that they
saw that
lift
wreck.
Steve
It was
Park out of
wicked, the poor
car,
thing.
with the neck brace and the backboard.
He was
Jerry,
one of
you're
our
much more
modified
equipped to talk about
fam.
this situation than
I watched
am.
his father Bob Park
Well,
race.
Bob, unfortunately, the situations that you don't like to have
In the
happen
New
in
England
motorsports,
modified
I'm
open
here as a
shows and
sportscaster.
such.
I came down here because the guys at Atlanta South are great people. They do a wonderful job and are very, very talented when it comes to emergency medicine. Unfortunately, I've been involved with these guys before in a few incidents at this racetrack. As you said, Steve Park did hit very, very violently and very hard. The good news is that he is awake in the race car. And as you said, this is purely precaution. Obviously, with that kind of impact, that kind of hit, they cut the roof of the car off. They put a backboard in behind him to be able to support his back and his neck to lift him directly out of the race car to get him in for further evaluation and x-rays. The good thing about what happens in situations like this now with NASCAR is that there is a trauma physician, there are paramedics, there are EMTs, everyone, a complete team responds to an incident like this on the racetrack, as opposed to, say, 10 years ago when it wasn't quite that way. And so they have a physician on the scene there. NASCAR officials are there. Paramedics are in the car working with Steve. And we are told that he is awake and knows that they asked him where he was, says, I'm in Atlanta. And that certainly is the good news. Now, while they work on him, the team has to go to get the backup car out. The backup car has already been rolled to the gas pumps, the Pennzoil Chevrolet, owned by Dale Earnhardt, to get that car out.
This
and get
is
it
the
ready to
wreck he
possibly
broke
get
his
someone in the car
femur
to get some
in.
laps on
So
the
he's
racetrack.
probably like
Meanwhile,
hard
down
to
here
get out of the
toward
car
turn
just for
one,
the
at
simple
turn
fact
one
that
end of
he
pit
broke
road,
his femur.
What is left of the
He can't
Pennzoil
really
Chevrolet
help.
has been cut apart.
There was a
removed some
whole
sheet metal
list
from
of
the front.
broken
They have now
bones that he
removed,
had
the
from
roof
this
and
wreck.
peeled it back,
So
and they
he
have
was
placed
probably
a
not
cervical
able to
collar
physically help
on his
them
neck,
get him out.
and a backboard. He was running awfully well. According to our clocks down here, he was 14th quickest in this practice session. And once again, this impact involving rookie Steve Park, who last year came from the BUSCH Series and was running awfully well in the top 15. A couple of impacts coming across into the inside pit wall. The car coming to rest on pit road. As we take a look in just a moment again at what happened, but they are working with him, and the news we have thus far is he is awake and has responded to the physicians on the scene, and that is wonderful news.
Yes, it is. Well, here is the crash again in replay, and the car just shot right up the racetrack. Look at it.
It's like something happened to the right front.
Yeah, either a tire blew or something happened to the chassis. Here it comes, hits the second time, and then a third time.
Then across the grass.
I think he even broke his front teeth on this wreck. There was a list
That water probably
that they
slowed him
just
down,
played.
Bob and Benny, as he came across there, which took a little bit of that speed away.
Yes, it did. Anytime I ever got in that mud, Ned, it felt like it was going faster when he got that. It might have slowed down, but that mud just seems like it picks up 50 miles per hour when you get into it.
Extrication procedures continue on Steve Park as he is awake and alert and hopefully not seriously injured. We'll
Also
right
on
back
the
with
injury
more
list,
from
they
Atlanta.
said that he didn't have any head or neck injuries. They had,
back at Atlanta Motor Speedway,
on the
where
part
Steve
we
Park
watched
has
earlier,
crashed and
where we
halted
watched the rained-out
Winston Cup
bush
practice
race.
session. As you can see, he is out of the car on the stretcher. He is conscious, and they are going to load him into the ambulance. Jerry, do you have any further update?
Well, that's the good news with regard to Steve Park, and that's our primary concern right now. Of course, him being loaded in the ambulance and able to actually communicate with the paramedics and physicians standing by. And if you see that kind of impact, you now realize why NASCAR is so strict when it comes to safety regulations for the front of the cars. Now, I did talk to Felipe Lopez a moment ago, who is the crew chief of this Pennzoil car, and I also spoke with Don Hawk, who is the president of Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, who was over at the window actually able to speak to the driver a moment ago. And Felipe said that they thought something may have broken in the right front of the car as well. As the car came through the area of the double dog leg, the car suddenly sheared to the right and went up and had an impact. The shock absorber in the right front is missing. That may have been sheared away, or that may have been possibly the offending part. The wheel is intact. Initially, you look at the wheel, see maybe the wheel center may have broken out. That was not a problem. The wheel is intact. It has not broken and is bent from the impact, but has not broken or come apart. But they are thinking down here possibly something in the chassis suspension in the right front may have broken on the car to let it veer that abruptly and immediately across the racetrack to produce this kind of incident.
It was a hard hit that Steve took 3 or 4 times as he initially hit in turn 3 and continued all the way around the corner and into the tri-oval area here with the car ending
It's
up
hard to
on
really tell if
pit
the
road.
shock mount
Right
is
in the
still
middle,
there
3
or
and
not.
4 is where the car just
took off,
just goes up, and there we see it going directly into the wall.
Looked like they had the brakes locked on sliding wheels, or we wouldn't have seen those marks maybe.
I think they got the wrong view on the camera.
Comes off the wall and then comes down, and
he goes up and hits it again.
There we see another place where he made contact on the wall. That might, I don't know if that's the first point of impact or not.
There's another one.
There's a double dog leg that Jerry was talking about. I guess that's the 3rd time that he hit. And this time is when the car veered and go. Okay, there, I guess just before Atlanta is where he first made contact with the wall. And then there isn't black marks going to that impact, that point of impact. So it's like he didn't use the brakes. It's like there was no brakes on. And there we see him. Just before Atlanta, he hits, he comes off, he goes back in the wall. Now he's going to come across this first dog leg and almost directly into the wall again. But I know I know that he doesn't have any brakes now, but there's no skid marks to that first impact, like he was not on the brakes.
I saw the shock on the 3rd one. Did you see it?
Situation. Yes, it certainly was.
The shock was in the midair, so it
and give you information as
might have broke just from the impact, so that was probably not the culprit.
Awake and alert, however. We'll be right back.
Just probably got banged off with 3 hammer hits.
What's left of the car that Steve Park crashed in just a few minutes ago here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and the car is a total waste.
Boy, is it ever.
The track officials got him out of the car quickly with a neck collar and a back brace.
And you see where they peel the roof back of the car, so they're able to bring him straight out and not have to drag him through the window, that very small opening in the window.
He is at the infield care center being evaluated as to what they might do. We do not know, but if we get information, we will certainly pass it along. We, of course, will be back here at 4:30 with the Arcabondo Marhide race, and we will give you any information in that we receive. Meanwhile, Bill Weber is standing by with Todd Bodine, a driver that we talked about earlier.
Well, if hard work equaled wins, you guys would have about 3 of them by now, but the struggle continues here again, Todd.
Yeah, I tell you, it's if it isn't one thing, it's another. Car's handling great. We've only had like 3 laps on the track or 4 laps. The car's really going through the corners good. Same setup we had last fall, same car we had last fall, and we run good last fall. But if it isn't one thing, it's another, and right now we got a fuel problem. Something, we think it's a fuel pump, we're not sure. We're going to change it for qualifying. Hopefully there's not a, it could be a pinhole in a line or a crack in the fitting. They're going to do their best to check it all out, but the thing's sputtering a little bit getting off the corners, and we know that means straightaway speed, so that means we know we go a lot slower, so we got to get it fixed. But it's been a tough start to the season, but these guys haven't given up at all. This is a great bunch of guys. They're hard workers, they're dedicated to Tabasco, and we're not giving up. We got a smile on our face, we're going to keep digging.
You do continue to smile.
Yeah, I don't know why. Just happy to be here.
All right, well, good luck. We'll be watching.
Thanks.
Okay, that's Todd Bodine, and I want to tell you something about Todd and his crew chief, Pat Trice, and they've been extremely open during this entire 4-race stretch to start the season. They haven't hid anything. They've told us all about their problems and told us how they're trying to correct them.
Pat's house.
They have not hidden anything. Very open. Let us very close with their cameras. They continue to work hard here at Atlanta, hoping finally they can get the reward
being
of all the
in
work
his
they've put
living
in.
room, I think.
They put out a news release, the Tabasco people did this week, saying how pleased they were with their involvement in NASCAR Winston Cup racing.
Mainly because, like, I was riding along with my husband at the time, who was probably riding along with someone from the team
that they can get something from it, even though the car
going to see him for something, part, A lot of times we run parts
about 8
around
minutes from
and
now
stuff.
at 1:30 Eastern Time. It's number 18 Michigan against Iowa in the Big Ten Tournament quarterfinal. That's at 1:30 Eastern Time here on the Deuce. Because of weather delays, NASCAR Winston Cup qualifying, of course, was not held at this time. We will tape it, however.
I know,
and you can see it either at 9 o'clock tonight.
This might be odd not to remember, but for some reason it just popped in my head. We might have gone out on his
Wrap
boat.
things up here at Atlanta Motor Speedway as we get set for Sunday's Prime Star by
On Lake Norman, everybody lived on Lake Norman that were in crew chief level. My dad and mom had a home there at one time
live at Atlanta
too.
Motor Speedway this weekend. Coming up later this afternoon at 4:30, it's the ARCA Bondo Marhide Easy Care 300-kilometer race. You will be able to see Winston Cup qualifying at 9:30 tonight, 1 a.m. Saturday morning, and 9:30 Sunday morning on the Deuce. Now, as far as tomorrow is concerned, it's the Steel 300 race for the NASCAR Busch Series Grand National Division at 2 Eastern. Happy hour is at 9 o'clock. Sunday at 12:30, NASCAR today. And then at 1 o'clock Eastern Time, live flag-to-flag coverage on ABC of the Prime Star 500, the 4th race of the year. And it's the first race of the year for the 1998 International Race of Champions Series. That will be at 5 o'clock Eastern Time on Sunday afternoon after the Winston Cup race. The Busch cars are coming out, but let's take a look right now at the speeds from the Winston Cup practice period, and Robert Presley led them.
I tell you what, 192 miles per hour. That is pretty doggone fast for the new rules, I believe, Ned.
It really is fast, and you know, they'll do a few things when they start qualifying, so they could be up 193, 194 when they start qualifying. See a good mix of Fords, Chevrolets, some Pontiacs up there in the top 10, so that's good.
Here's 16 through 30, and remember now, when we go qualifying, it'll be the top 25, and if this were qualifying, Rusty Wallace, points leader, would just miss, but we'll, of course, have the report later on how qualifying goes. Dale Jarrett down in 30th position. Let's take a look now at 31 through 45.
And only 36 cars will qualify for the race, the 36 fastest cars, so 37th on back. Those guys got to find some speed from someplace.
43 will, of course, start the race on Sunday. Jerry Punch is with Felipe Lopez.
Felipe is a team manager for the Pennzoil Chevrolet. Felipe, first of all, while there, we have no further word yet on the condition of your driver, but the car behind you, I understand you're backed out and ready to go. Any idea as to what may have happened out there with Steve?
Right now, we haven't been able to talk to Steve, but we think something happened with the right front. We're not sure what, but we've also heard there might have been some oil down in the corner. So we're going to have to wait till we talk to Steve to find out exactly what happened.
Do you have someone lined up to get some laps in this car to possibly help you out?
They're talking to a few Busch drivers right now, but to tell you the truth, I don't know who they're talking to. We're just trying to get the backup car ready to get out there for qualifying.
All right, we'll let Felipe Lopez go. He's the team manager for the Penske Chevrolet. A lot of concern up here in their pits. They're trying to get this backup car heated up and ready to go. The next time it goes on the racetrack will be Winston Cup Bud Pole qualifying. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Well, here are the Winston Cup Garage. They are scrambling around the car of Bobby Labonte. He won this race last November. Of course, that was defending the victory he had here 1 year ago. They're going to make a gear change on the Interstate Batteries Pontiac. Bobby 16th after this abbreviated practice session. You know they're disappointed with that. He runs extremely well at this track, as evidenced by his 2 wins here. So Labonte at the front of the car talking it over with his crew. The crew working beneath the car, making a gear change. And Bobby Labonte 16th. In practice, he'll hope to pick that up in qualifying. Back to Dr. Punch.
And we're really not sure exactly what the rule change is going to do for the Ford Taurus yet. Yes, we've seen practice, we've seen a lot of cars on the racetrack, but until there's one car on the racetrack completely trimmed out to qualify, we may not know. Rick Mast, Ford, sits behind me, the car that sat on the pole at Rockingham, North Carolina. They're hoping that the car will have a minimal effect. They've tried to compensate to get some more downforce on the cars. But can they run 197 miles an hour in qualifying trim? I certainly doubt it, and they do as well. But the concern is, will the car be as good? Will it be as balanced in the corners in qualifying? They're going to have to wait and see. But so far, they're pretty pleased with what they've seen in this abbreviated practice session. Back to Bill Weber.
When we went to Daytona, one of the teams that said they really didn't have enough time to get 2 Tauruses ready was the 77 bunch, the Jasper team of Robert Presley. So they went with 1 T-Bird and 1 Taurus. They said, give us time, and we'll be there. We'll be ready to race. They've raced well. Today, they're the fastest in practice so far. Can Robert make that stand up in qualifying? We'll have to wait and see. Qualifying this season has been full of surprises. Remember the Labontes at Daytona. Then, as Jerry pointed out, Rick Mast at Rockingham. And last week, Dale Jarrett came out of nowhere to win the pole. Right now, the fastest guy, Robert Presley in a Ford Taurus. Quarter-inch or no quarter-inch, he's the guy to beat. Will anybody beat him? Will he make it stand up? We'll see, weather permitting, later this afternoon.
Coming up next here on ESPN2, the Big Ten is having a basketball tournament, and you will see another game in that tournament at 1:30 Eastern
This playlist from Austin's YouTube is on autoplay, so it'll jump to the next Daytona thing, whatever it might be. Now, so far we've seen practice almost raining out, but they were able to get each
has the pole position for tomorrow's Busch Grand National race. It's number 18 Michigan against Iowa. That's
each of the I was listening to what they were saying. Randy LaJoie had the pole for the Busch race, but the Busch race rained out, and we haven't seen like the replay of it. And now they're playing the Cup race. They might, I don't know, might have some of the Busch results if they ran. But I've yet to know if they ran it all. Ooh. God, it still looks wet.
South of Atlanta, Georgia, for Bud Pole qualifying prior
Mountains
to Sunday's running of the
that
NASCAR
way.
Winston Cup Prime Star 500. It's been a day of bad weather, at least a morning of bad weather that's kind of affected our schedule. We get more on that from Bill Weber.
Well, these cars are lined up right now in the Winston Cup garage area, ready for qualifying. As Bob pointed out, it has been a rain-soaked morning. Rain is in the immediate forecast for this afternoon. It is also in the forecast here for tomorrow. There may only be one round of qualifying, so the pressure that's already there on Fridays basically is double. These Winston Cup cars had only about 45 minutes of practice on this new configuration that they've only raced
for the
on
Atlanta
once before.
race.
It is a very tension-packed garage
It's been a
area
soggy
here in Atlanta
weekend.
this afternoon. Now, in practice this morning, Robert Presley was the fastest. We've seen some big surprises in qualifying through the first 3 races this season.
Starting to come alive in real life human land.
Now, with more news out of
I'll come on
developing stories,
camera
let's go to Dr.
now.
Jerry Punch.
See what I
Bill,
can
back
do.
here in the Pennzoil Chevrolet garage, they have undergone a gamut of emotions over the past 90 minutes. Why?
Takes
Well,
me a
take
minute
look.
to not
Earlier
be
today, in
like
Winston Cup practice,
a
their
zombie
rookie
when I
driver,
wake up.
Steve Park, 30
I
years
usually
of
wake
age,
up at 4 a.m., but I woke up up at 6 because I haven't really slept well for the last few days getting everything organized. And now that I got all the financials settled, that now I can move the RV.
Double impact, the double dog leg for the Pennzoil Chevrolet Monte Carlo of Steve Park. The car obviously having something break, possibly on the right front. Comes across the grass. They
Move
cut
the
the roof of
RV
the car off to extricate Steve Park and put him in a helicopter and taking him to Georgia Baptist Hospital. Now here's the update on Steve Park. We are told that he has fractured his right femur. That is a large weight-bearing bone in the upper part of the right leg. Very similar, I'm told, to what Bill Elliott did at Talladega a couple years ago when his car got airborne and came down on the edge of the seat and broke that femur. Now, from the physicians I've talked to locally here that were in the care center, they tell me that probably, and normally it will need surgery, probably a plate and screws to repair that femur on Steve Park's right leg. He has a small laceration involving his lip area, probably from where the microphone hit him on one of those impacts you saw a moment ago. He is on his way to Georgia Baptist Hospital where he'll have further x-rays, and we'll hopefully be able to update what his situation is a little later on. Meanwhile, the backup Pennzoil Chevrolet just being fired up, and they have contracted with Phil Parsons to qualify the car here today.
Wow.
They initially were talking to a couple of the drivers, but NASCAR wanted a driver who had been on this racetrack either in BUSCH or ARCA, so they decided to have Phil Parsons come over, who normally drives the Duralube machine. He will climb in the car and qualify, hopefully at the very end of qualifying today. So a lot of things happening here in the Winston Cup Garage.
Well, it sure is too bad to hear that Steve Park has that broken bone in his leg.
So
but
after
we will
I
return and qualify these cars
finish
for
the
Prime Star
stream,
500 in a moment.
I will be making a list on my whiteboard of things that we need to do
that he qualified while we were away. His speed was 187.342. Bobby Labonte continues to be
have the
pole
RV
sitter
ready
at the
to
moment.
tow, to have the van ready to roll, to have
Here is Kevin LePage in number
items
91
given
with First Union sponsorship on that car.
either to Goodwill or thrown out, or family has lent us like a lot of the outdoor furniture that's been in the family many years. That's why it's chippy and old. I love it like that, because it is so vintage. And I'm bringing that back to my sisters. And I have plants. I have a pink grapefruit tree that's doing really well, and I have my mom's 2 tangerine trees. So they wouldn't survive in North Carolina, so I got to bring them both to my mom's house so they can continue to thrive.
Week at Las Vegas, so the crew had to do a lot of work in 2 days to get the car ready to come.
I have some cool plants that I'll probably give my neighbor.
Faster than that in practice, but limited amount of time on a racetrack just really hurts you.
But I made the yard so beautiful. I mean, when we moved in, it was pretty barren, but I just like gardening, and I just made it look really tropical back there. Got banana trees and all these huge elephant ears. They're blooming right now, by the way. They're gorgeous. I'm going to do a video. That's what I'll do. Might go live a little bit later, maybe, and walk around the yard. Because all the flowers are blooming. I mean, it looks so gorgeous out here. And the days, the breeze is cool off the ocean. So I am going to, we talked about it, after we get settled up in North Carolina, I'm going to fly back.
And on the track next
for a
will
few
be the
weeks.
97 car of
And that way I have a way up and back, and it'll be maybe I wanted to rent a car, which I still might do that only. I don't know. It'll depend. It's timing, because
and the 36 of Ernie Irvin, who lost an
I
engine.
still,
All those cars were excused.
I still want
qualifying position. They will go
to be what do they call it?
Yes, he is. He's got a couple of top 10s already.
When you're
the top 10 in the point standings.
dual statehood. So I'm a citizen of both states.
Buying his team and giving him the opportunity that he has now.
To be honest, they would like actually mail me my ballot from Florida up to North Carolina for local elections in my county I live.
347 seconds, 188.912 miles
It's
an hour.
Florida's different. This
So we have
snowbird
had so
thing.
far 7 qualifiers out of 50 that will try to get into Sunday's Prime Star 500 NASCAR Winston Cup
Everything
race.
changes.
Jerry Weber and Jerry Punch back at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Ward Burton
But
on the
dual
racetrack,
statehood's
lottery
good.
out there in 1 and 2.
Yeah, we saw that in Chad Little on his run. They go
All
into
my
that
vehicles
turn,
are in
and,
Florida. All my
Mason
license,
comes in pretty
everything.
quickly there, Benny, off
That's
of a
good.
relatively flat straightaway.
Whoa.
Crashes over the corner. Goes down, catches the apron with the left front tire, and then it was a handful. Sorry to disturb you like that.
No problem. It was a handful, but he still turns a great time, second fastest.
Wow.
So looking forward to it.
Ward Burton. And he got the 28.990, 191.238. Then watch this over turn 3. I think we have some replay as Ward goes down in the corner.
Yeah, I want to see this again. I wasn't looking at the monitor. I was talking. I can't look and talk at the same time.
Watch that left front goes down the flat part of the racetrack.
Wow, he did have his hands full.
Well, he lost 0.2 of a second there. Think what he would have done if he'd have put a good lap
Back is so
together.
sore this week.
191.238
I haven't gotten good
seconds.
sleep until yesterday. I slept
Ward
almost
Burton. And more on Robert Presley, the fastest of the morning practice from the dock.
Bob, this race car has been quickly
almost
becoming
after I
favorite
got home
machine in
from
the Jasper stable. It's the one he ran at Las Vegas. He came from
all
the back
the
of the pack twice at Las
banking and
Vegas
stuff.
to register a 23rd place finish. The car did not get very
I hate
I
math.
asked Michael McSwain, alias Fatback, the crew chief, what all you did. He said, we stopped, we just waxed
I could finally know that everything is happening relatively smoothly. So usually I've found in my long old life, when things go relatively smoothly, it's you're probably doing the right thing. You know, it's well thought out, talked to a lot of people, got a lot of opinions, and the bottom line is this is the best thing to do for the main reason. RV lot prices in Florida doubled over the last 4 years I've been here, and now they've outpriced me. So I always keep saying I wish I could be in both places at once, and this will allow that finally. Because I can be up there.
Maybe a little better than that, but as long as we get in the show, man, that's all I care about.
And then
Okay, that's Rick Mast, and Rusty Wallace has pulled off the track.
Wow. How about this?
be able to come back down and be with my parents and family on a more regular basis. Because believe it or not, we live like 20 miles apart, but we don't see each other that much because of travel time and being busy, and we're all trying to get to the next step, whatever that may be. And I've only learned now that, like, I just try to do the next right thing. And I will be up near, this is the one most exciting part, I will be up near all these, like Hickory and all those North Carolina local tracks within like less than an hour from North Wilkesboro. And it's realistic when I live up there and the cost of living being much lower, I will actually be able to afford to go to these places. Like I live near New Smyrna and stuff, but when everything goes to paying for your homestead, that's it. You know. So I'm looking forward to that kind of freedom, of getting back in line with how I like to balance, budget my life. And right now I've been way out of budget. But I love it here, that's the hard part. I love it here. I love taking Stelly to the beach. But I had to remember, I love taking Stelly to the mill too. We swam in the river all the time. It was not the beach, but it was a waterfall, and
Man, you see how fancy
just
garage we got? That's pretty cool. I was talking about that
really,
earlier.
really,
No respect.
like,
Oh, yeah,
that's
we are.
less
We're getting
than
a
2
little bit of that.
miles
Steve and the
away.
guys does a tremendous job
the
on these
mill.
materials for us. And
Go down the dirt road. Go to the mill. Stelly loves the mill.
That's good. Didn't lift. Just left down the floor. So
It's an actual functioning mill that grinds cornmeal, and people go there to buy the cornmeal and different things. It's a real, like, neat
I'd rather see the front rather than
location.
start way back, so,
It has, like, a
hopefully
website.
we'll see where that ends up. Pretty excited.
You can
Okay,
look
he's
at
near the
it.
front right now. We will see where it ends up. Right now, he's got a teammate.
And their camp lots are full 24/7, like long waiting lists. But they also are very, very, very flood prone once every 100 years. And it did come through. 4 years ago, a flood come through there and took out a lot of the campers that were there for years.
How about that?
Second fastest, 191,
It's
754,
crazy.
289,
Even
12 seconds. Good
Rainy
lap.
Springs next year.
Jeff Burton, second quick right now to Robert Presley.
When you see the flame in the exhaust pipe, that means they've turned the engine off, and there's raw fuel running down through the intake, through the cylinder,
Where
into
we
the
are-
exhaust, and it's catching on fire in the exhaust. And that's the fire.
I guess that's called the foothills, but it's not really the foothills. But it's the base of Fox Mountain.
Benny, we've heard them talk about running flat out around
But
here.
it's
now, last
like
year,
Fox
last
Mountain.
November, they did run
And then there's like a
all the way around this
plateau,
track, at least in
and that's like a
qualifying.
foot of
Now, a
it,
lot of people
and
thought
we're
when they came
kind of
back
more
here with
like
the new
that
rules
area.
about so-called 5 and 5 rules that they might have to back off a little bit.
I had a garden there before.
Still aren't.
I built my little cabin there before Stelly and I lived in.
Up the hill to keep the car on the bottom of the racetrack.
Someday I'll go into all that story of how I ended up building a cabin. With my bare hands, I used a theory that I came up with for building based on timber peg. Based on that theory. And I made a Zen garden at another house in northern Iredale. And it had a little tea house in the middle. And it was a very simple little 8x8. Well, actually 7.5 by 7.5 or 8x8 footprint. Where I did the posts and the concrete, but I put, like sonopipe almost like where you're above the ground. You don't have any dirt touching the pole. I made this thing. So I took that same routine. That thing survived a tornado. All that got ripped off was a little piece of tin on the cupola. I watched it like in front of my eyes. And trees down everywhere, but my little design worked and it lasted. And using that theory, I made my cabin that Stelly and I lived in, and I made it incredibly more strong and made it 2-story. So Stelly and I lived in the loft, and my beautiful dog could climb ladders there. Talk about being a cool dog. She's a little too chubby. Oh wow, Kenny Irwin got the pole at so far. So I'm looking forward to being up there where I can grow food. Oh God, the land is so rich. Anybody can grow food there. I had the coolest pumpkin patch.
Well, the crowd is up and cheering for their hometown favorite
at one of the
from
cabins.
Dawsonville, Georgia. This is Bill Elliott.
So like I said, I've been in that area for 27 years, so everything's familiar. The faces, everywhere you go. In that northern Iredale, southern Wilkes County area. Alexander County too. Like the whole area. Like I knew very well. Oh, Yadkin County. For the beekeeping, and my church was in Yadkin County. My beekeepers, peoples were all in Yadkin County.
Well, 5 Roush cars in the top 10 last week, and right now 2 in the top 5, and you're third. Good luck.
Forsyth County was where I did all the beekeeping teachings with our bee club. And that was in the Winston-Salem area. So see, this is like really, really like home. I did a lot of things there. But anyway, let's watch this Bud Pope qualify. I yacked enough about that.
going to work. I mean, everybody's
Fast
pretty
forward
skeptical
through
about
it if
but we're
it
pretty
was
excited
boring.
about it.
Okay, he's excited about his qualifying lap here at
I
Atlanta.
hope.
As well he
On the
should be.
VOD.
John Andretti in the Pontiac is on the racetrack.
I think North Carolina helped me be my best self,
The
too.
only session they had, he was 9th quick at 190.
Though I had a lot of outside,
John Andretti becomes our 24th
people around me with a lot of problems. Put it that
Got a new
way.
pole sitter, I believe.
Once
yeah. Stayed right there at the top. Wow.
Got a
How
way
about
to
that?
clearly think I can see where there was so many pros.
192.956. So far, we got a bunch of
And all the
Fords and a bunch
static
of
is
Pontiacs
gone.
up front, man. Yeah.
About
Bill is with the guy who until just moments ago was on the
I
pole.
think
but
we
no longer.
can bring a
I really tried to
positive.
get here while you were still on the pole, but you had a great lap after a rough couple of days.
Yeah, and you know, we just wanted to be solid, and hopefully that's what we did today. You know, if we can start in the top 10, that'd be a lot better than where we've been starting the last few weeks. This 28 car Haviland Ford, I mean, it's going to be up front. It's going to take us a little while.
Where did that lap come from?
We just, you know, last fall when we were down here, we run good, and you know, we come back to that setup here today, and you know, it showed that we had a good setup then, and we got a good setup now.
Okay, so that experience at each of these tracks is going to help you the next time.
Yeah, I mean, when we go back for the second time, hopefully these guys are going to have a little more to worry about.
All right, that's Kenny Irwin, another rookie on the track, Jerry Nadeau. Let's get his time.
Becomes a 25th qualifier, and Jerry Nadeau, as we see the mark go down to 19th fastest at 189.390 at 29.273. Nadeau and Irwin are among the rookies for 1998 in NASCAR Winston Cup competition. Irwin is, of course, the points leader. Steve Park there in third position, in case you haven't heard, was injured. He broke a bone in his leg earlier today in a savage crash here on the Tri-Oval. And we remember when Bill Elliott broke the same bone, he missed several races, and we think that Steve Park might also. So it certainly is a setback to his hopes of winning Rookie of the Year. Jerry Punch.
3 of those 4 listed will have either fatal or career-ending injuries in the cars. I don't know what happened between like 96 and 97. They seemed so safe. But 98, I don't know what they did that changed. Was it increased speed? Was it something technical? Was it a rule change that made these injuries be so violent? This particular segment from like 98 to 2001. The cars all of a sudden seemed to be having more violent wrecks.
91.900 miles an hour.
26 cars have qualified.
They may have done studies already about that I'm not aware of.
Back with more from Atlanta in a moment. Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway, where Bud Pole qualifying continues. Here's a team that has struggled greatly during 1998. They have not made a single race.
No, this is the one that had the fuel pickup problem. They changed out the fuel pump before qualifying.
Haven't put the combination together yet.
Failed to qualify for the first 3 races this year. And in practice this morning, it wasn't very good.
No, it wasn't very good. He was about 40th fastest. Here he comes to the corner. And don't you know, everybody on this, Pat Trice and Todd Bodine, everybody on this team right now is praying. Whoa. Praying for a lap. Look at that. Oh, look at that. He is
Holy
in.
crap, I
Way
guess
to
that
go,
was a
Todd.
great call on the fuel pump.
749, a 192.841. Where in the world did that speed come from?
Wow. Did he pick up or what?
What, about a second? He picked up more than a second.
Down to Jerry. What does Pat think about this, Doc?
Pat, how about that lap? Incredible lap for you guys. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's great. As all the driver, we had a little problem with a fuel pickup problem this morning. We fixed it right before qualifying, and he didn't get a lot of practice, but he cut a heck of a lap, and we're just real happy to be in him, hopefully, here when it's all over with.
It may not be the pole, but go up and give your driver a hug and celebrate. Congratulations.
Thanks, Jerry.
Pat Trice and the Tabasco Pontiac is in the field. They're going to go up and celebrate. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
With John Andretti, good lap, but you say
He
it's
was
not
the
good
crew
enough to hang
chief,
on to
the
that pole.
first port of,
but it's a real good starting spot.
well,
for the
actually
SC
most
Pontiac.
of 97 with Geoff Bodine of the QVC team. That's the team my husband at the time worked for. So
I can't complain. Okay, well, if he can't complain and he's smiling, who's going to beat you?
I remember he quit night race Bristol, and I scored the car from then on. I think Darlington was the next race I went to.
You like to beat everybody when they're up there. Okay, you done now? I'm done. Okay, back to the booth.
Mike Skinner's ninth fastest, 28.987, a 191.258. Wow. So we have the following cars bumped out of the lineup. Let's see.
Jeff Green, Bobby Hamilton, Andy Hillenberg, and right now Ted Musgrave is on the bubble in 25th spot.
And we'll back down to Bill Weber.
Congratulations. What does that mean to you?
I guess that's how you end the drought.
In impressive fashion, Todd.
Well, you know, like I told you earlier, we had a carburation problem in practice. We knew the car was handling good, and just a matter of getting it fixed so we could run down the straightaways, and Mark and the boys found it. And sure enough, here we are. We had a good car here last year. It's the same car, same setup. You know, we had 4 laps of practice.
So it was carburation. They changed the fuel pump.
What this team's all about, what they're built of, what they're made of. They're good people that work hard, and this is just what we can do when we get the opportunity. I mean, you know, it's been a tough start of the year, but
I have a puppy at my feet, and she needs to go potty, so I'm going to go off of the camera for a little bit, but thank you for being here. This has got a little bit more poor qualifying, but Stella says that she needs me to bring her outside. So let me jump off camera here a minute. I'll take my phone outside so I can be in the chat.
Musgrave has been bumped. Morgan Shepherd is now on the bubble.
What do I got to do?
Jerry's
Be right
has an
back.
update on the Mark Martin situation.
Well, the oil
But I
reservoir
am still
was
in the
overfull,
chat.
and you see there, that's the oil that just drained out of the front of the engine. It took a couple of lines loose and pumped some oil out so that it wouldn't be leaking out of the side of the car. That was the only problem. But however, if you'd gone to qualify and had oil beneath that left rear tire, it could have gotten much more serious in a hurry. Fortunately, they found the problem on pit road as the oil was leaking from beneath the car. They'll reattach the oil lines, and I would imagine they will push him down in line to qualify very quickly. But right now, the guy on the racetrack is the defending series champion, Jeff Gordon.
Just taken the green flag, and Jeff Gordon is off and running. He started 4th at Rockingham and 5th last weekend at Las Vegas. Practice today.
Pretty good. He was 5th fastest at 191.370 miles an hour.
He has never won a pole here in Atlanta. His best start has been a 2nd. There you see the top 20 drivers so far. As John Andretti still hangs on to the pole, did Jeff Gordon knock him off?
No.
He's 6th. Gordon back in 6th spot at 28.903, 191.814. That will bump Morgan Shepherd out of the top 25. And who's that? Chad Little now on the bubble then?
Yes, it is. Chad ran almost 189 miles an hour.
There's Mark Martin looking on the work that's being done to his car. There's NASCAR's Gary Nelson overseeing what they're doing to that car. Looks like they've got the problem corrected and the hood goes down. So Mark Martin will be out to qualify before too long. That the guy there with his back to you is Jack Roush.
The guy with always a hat on.
Yep. On the racetrack is Kyle Petty. A little bit different look to this car this week.
White letters, white numbers on it by the 44. This is red previously this year, but it's white, and it, I'll have to say, shows up a lot. The Hot Wheels Pontiac.
Kyle is 20th in practice at 189.441.
He's able to keep that Pontiac right down on the bottom line. That should provide a good speed for him. No, it didn't.
No.
Something didn't.
He goes crashing off the board back to 28th spot at 29.576, 187.449.
Now, he had practiced at 29.265, so he lost about a quarter of a second.
So at the moment, Chad Little hangs on to the 25th starting position. Still a lot more cars to qualify. Let's review what we've accomplished. John Andretti on the pole with a 192.9, and Todd Bodine alongside in the outside of the front row.
Kenny Irwin, Robert Presley, Terry Labonte, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton, Lake Speed, Bobby just the top 10.
And now 16 through 30. 16th position right now is Kenny Wallace. Bill Elliott back in 20th spot. And the 25th, Chad Little on the bubble. And the one that you did not see was Jeff Green, who had the problem during qualifying and is 31st quick at 163.107. And here is Jimmy Spencer, who was among the fastest in the practice at 191.642. He ran at 28.929. Let's see what he does here when the chips are down.
Got him a good lap, but not good enough for the pole, Bob. Look at there, he goes down to 8th place. Not bad, 191.715 miles an hour, 28.918 seconds.
So that does bump Chad Little, and on the bubble now is Jerry Nadeau at 189.3. We'll be right back. We're back at Atlanta, where Dick Trickle is qualifying for Sunday's Fine Star 500 live on ABC at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Trickle was 15th fastest in the practice at 190.091.
Nascar bottoming out in turns 1 and 2. Down in the corner, right on there where we saw a little bit of a bottoming out in corner 3. To beat 192.956 is the speed of the pole winner in this stall. Good lap for Trickle.
192.728 miles an hour, 28.766 seconds.
He is third fastest so far, so it's still Andretti and Todd Bodine on the front row. However, Michael Waltrip has been bumped, and now going to the bubble is Bill Elliott.
Fans in attendance didn't want to hear that, Bob. That's for sure. Not listening to us, thank goodness.
But Jeremy Mayfield's fans can bump his way into the top 25.
Well, he's having a great year so far.
He sure is. Started 5th at Rockingham. That's his best start of the year. But as far as finishes are concerned, he has a 3rd, a 14th, and a 5th. And all that has made him the 3rd event of the year.
Looks like a very good corner down in 1 and 2. Oh, he backed off. Sounds like he backed off the gas over there. Ooh, what? Oh, man, did you shoot smoke out of the back of that car?
Sure did.
He really bottomed out, didn't he?
Kind of a decent lap, I believe. Whoops. Run right on off the board.
I thought it would have stopped there for a minute and it went to 21st.
Yeah, it wanted to, but it had to run off there one time. 190.215, 29.146.
Bill Elliott has been bumped, and now on the bubble, 25th fastest is Dale Earnhardt at 189.584. Let's take a look at that again over there in the corner.
See him go through the corner, and all of a sudden there's going to be a... Yep. Look at all the smoke out of the back of the car. The left rear tire's rubbing the fender, what it is, man.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Wally Dallenbach takes the green flag and begins his run. You see Earnhardt is the 25th fastest right now. John Andretti on the pole.
As you can see, there's about 1/2 second between the fastest qualifier, John Andretti, and the 25th qualifier, Dale Earnhardt.
Wally has only been in one race this year, started 25th and finished 38th at Las Vegas last Sunday. Our 40th qualifier has completed the run, and how did he do?
Good lap, it looks like. 11th fastest for Wally. 191.642 miles an hour. He's in the 28-second bracket at 28.929 seconds.
Dale Earnhardt's been bumped, and now the 98 car, Greg Sachs, is on the 25th qualifier.
Boy, there's going to be some awfully good cars and drivers starting far back in the field.
Again, Bill Weber told us there were going to be surprises in this one, just like there has been in qualifying for the previous 3 races. And he was right about that. Here's the next qualifier. It is Geoff Bodine. We talked to him just a few minutes ago, and he started 2nd last weekend at Las Vegas.
Everybody thought when he ran his lap at Las Vegas that he would be the man on the pole because he ran so much faster than anybody else had run. He set sat there for a long, long time until Dale Jarrett came along late in the qualifying session and pulled off what you might say a miracle lap. Geoff is a very good qualifier.
Looks like a good qualifying run. The car doesn't bobble, stays close to that white line on the bottom of the track, and we'll know in just a second. Did he find that same magic?
No, I don't think so, Ben. He's good, but not that good. 17.
We'll see 29.010, 191.100 for Bodine. So now the 98 car has been bumped, and is that Hut Strickland on the bubble in 25th spot?
Hut Strickland, 189.694. Bill Weber is with Mark Martin.
One guy that left Vegas a big winner, but that's old news. Tell me about your qualifying lap here, Mark.
Well, it was a real good lap. You know, it's not a pole, but it's a good lap. We were good in practice. Got us a good lap. Qualifying's going to get us a good starting spot, pit stall, and all that stuff. And, you know, when we just couldn't run fast enough to sit on the pole, even though it felt perfect.
Now, take us behind the scenes. You and Half a Roush Racing were here talking about that lap after you got back. Can you take us inside there and tell us what you were telling them?
Well, you know, I was talking to Frankie. Frankie, Jeff Burton's crew chief, we're working real close together this weekend as we were last weekend, because it's sort of my strong suit kind of racetrack is like Atlanta and Vegas. And Jeff didn't run that well here last fall, so we're trying to help them along as they did us at Rockingham. And when we get to Darlington, they'll be helping us along as well, because that's their strong suit. So we're talking about that, and then my crew and I were just talking about the qualifying lap, what we would have done if we'd have had more time, which we didn't have. We only got out twice before qualifying, got 4 laps total. And, you know, what we wanted to do for race setup, and the changes we want to make, and the things we would like to try for race setup.
Okay, a little behind-the-scenes conversation with Mark Martin there. He's currently 5th. Sterling Marlin, 35th. Here's Gary Punch.
And how about Dick Trickle, 3rd overall in qualifying the Heilig Myers Ford? Dick, where'd that lap come from?
Well, we only got 2 laps up to speed in the short practice we had, because we had a carburetor that wouldn't run. And, you know, it says a lot for the Judy Dunleavy Heilig Myers team. You know, the guys are working well with me. We're communicating. There's a little bit of chemistry going on here. And it just says a lot for our team. I think we're a team on the road. We're a young team. But I want to get back to Judy Dunleavy. He's back at home in Richmond. He's checking himself in the hospital next week for, you know, he's feeling quite ill. And, you know, and he's not at the racetrack. He's the biggest race fan and best owner around. So I want to say hi to Judy.
We echo those sentiments of Judy Dunleavy. Judy's got to be smiling right now with this car currently sitting 3rd overall in qualifying.
Dave Marcus has just taken.
It's been 3 months and 19 days since the 97 NASCAR season's finale at Atlanta Motor Speedway. The off-season was filled with wholesale change. The landmark 98 campaign got off to a heartwarming start, but last year's title contenders have had ups and more than their share of downs. The rules inspired by this racetrack speed have produced some great competition. Now we're back in Atlanta. Welcome to NASCAR Today. This time of year in this part of the country, the weather can be pretty unpredictable. We're live at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Let me tell you that the weather has improved dramatically from horrendous to merely threatening. Hello, everyone. I'm Dave Despain. Big rainstorm blew through here this morning. Racetrack people and television people were having to make a lot of strategic decisions, prepare a lot of scenarios about what might happen today. At some point in that process, somebody said, let's don't take any chances. Let's put Despain in the booth. And for the record, it was at that moment that the weather began to improve. I'm taking all the credit. 2 things will happen today. We'll race on ABC today, or we'll race tomorrow on ESPN. Either way, Benny Parsons is going to be helping us to cover the action. Once the spotlight shifts from weather to racing, what's the story?
Well, I think the first thing that the story is spoilers, because the Chevrolets and Pontiacs have never raced here with a 5-inch rear spoiler or a 5-inch front air dam. And the Ford Taurus has even less spoiler than they had last week at Las Vegas, down to 4 3/4. And the rain this weekend, not a lot of practice to find out exactly what those cars were going to do.
We haven't really gotten a sense of that rule change, have we?
No, we really haven't, because they only practiced for about 45 minutes. And, you know, it takes the drivers 2 or 3 days to get the adrenaline flow to the point just before they drop the green flag on a race. And this weekend, they really haven't had a chance to do that. And I always felt like I really need to be pumped when the race started rather than down.
Well, I'm pumped. I'm ready. Bring them on. And the Pontiac guys are pretty excited, too, because after the rule change, they came here having struggled through 98 and swept the front row. Let's go to Bill Weber with the pole sitter.
Well, it was overcast here on Friday, but the sun was shining on John Andretti. A pole-winning performance, but that's old news. What's going to happen in this race?
I hope it's a race today. I mean, I think that we're going to get out there. We don't have made our car real adjustable for the race, and taking our best guess at it, just like we did in qualifying. It worked out in qualifying. We'll see if it works out on today.
Are you excited by the fact that the Pontiacs ran well here when we ran on this new configuration in November?
Well, I mean, you know, you're always hoping that you get a little bit of advantage, and you know, they're a little bit less spoiler than we had now. But last time, I mean, they took about 1 1/8 inches off instead of 1 inch, and I mean, who knows what it's going to mean. But I've got a really strong race car in the STB Pontiac, and got a great motor, and got my sunglasses on in anticipation of the sun.
Yeah, and almost a Richard Petty type sunglass look for you there, John.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the little STP thing and the hat, but I can't afford the hat yet. I got to get a couple more poles.
Okay, or a win. How about that?
A win will get a hat.
Okay, that's John Andretti. Starts number 1, hoping to finish number 1.
The last time Shades there was on the pole was Talladega last spring. You remember what happened? It rained out. He said, man, I hope that doesn't happen this weekend. Everybody will blame me. Outside pole, Todd Bodine hadn't made a race this year. Let's go to Ray Dunlap.
Well, Dave, when some folks do well, they say they're tickled pink, but this weekend Todd Bodine is tickled green, Tabasco green, that is.
Yeah, we're got a promotion this week to launch off the new pepper sauce. It's green, a little different formula, a little different flavor. We're just happy to be here. You know, we've had to go home the last 3 weeks, and hadn't been real pleasant. So to get in the show was one thing, to be outside poles another. We're tickled to death, and hopefully we can just get this race in and run the whole race.
You ripped off a great qualifying lap. Can you race that way?
I think so. You know, we came here last year and tested before the race last year, and we ran some long runs on a race setup, and we're really good. So, you know, we're pretty optimistic that we can stay at the front and be around at the end of the race. The car was good testing. We haven't got any practice since we've been here. You know, we've had, I believe, 6 laps on the track, and that was for qualifying. So we'll have to see. You know, it's kind of the people who take the best gamble and the best guess of what they had last year, and everything will work out.
Well, Dave, Atlanta has always been a Pontiac track, and he's driving a Pontiac.
And behind the Pontiacs, the next 5 are Fords, Trickle, Irwin, and Presley, all smiling. The best of the Chevys would be Labonte and Gordon, 8th and 9th. And, of course, Dallenbach and Speed pretty pleased. Johnny Benson rounding out that top 15. Let's get more on the rule change as we open this week's edition.
So does this ever go green? Let me see.
We just put an engine in that we thought was a little stronger, and it turned out to be a little stronger. So it was a good call, and it worked out good. But the weird thing, we want to qualify here on Friday, pulled out of pit road, come down the back straightaway, and the bottom bolt that holds the shock absorber on actually fell out. So we don't know if it was not tightened from the shop or what the deal was, because the shock was still, it was never taken off at the racetrack. But I can promise you one thing, nothing will ever come off that car again. Robin really got on those guys, and it's prepared good right now.
My point is, Rusty, that all the bad luck you had last year seems to be good luck for you this year.
It seems that way. I think it's preparation. I think it's communication, organization. Our organization is so much better this year. I can come to the races smiling instead of going, oh, man, I don't like what this guy's doing, like what this guy's doing, or upset about this. Everything seems to be flowing right now. We're doing the best things for the team. If we got an engine that's strong, we put it in. If it's not strong, we take it out. We're doing right calls instead of addressing different issues. And everything's really good this year.
Only guy with 3 top 5s in the first 3 races. Dave?
All right, Rusty and the rest of us hoping we get the race in tonight so that Reese Davis has something to talk about, because the bikes at Daytona and all the rest are threatened by rain, too. We'll be right back. NASCAR Today live from Atlanta Motor Speedway. The rest of the starting lineup: Gary Bradbury, 20th, makes his first race of the year. The point leader Wallace, 22nd, with his brother behind him and his teammate behind him. There's a 3-car freight train waiting to happen. Earnhardt is 30th. Bill Elliott heads the next part of the list at 31st starting spot. Real story, the provisionals. You could line those guys up and make a heck of a trophy dash. How about the names back there? And who went home? Big story right there. First of all, you got Chad Little 9th in points, but how about Sterling Marlin? 332 straight races dating back to the first race of '87. 7th longest streak among active drivers. He has not missed a race since he began his career as a full-time Winston Cup driver. That is the legacy of Robbie Gordon, ladies and gentlemen. His provisionals are based on Robbie's last year's points. Let's hear next from the Ford driver of the 99 car as we get closer to starting time.
Well, Dave, Jeff Burton here off the great finish in Las Vegas last week, but we're not talking about that anymore. Limited practice time here for the Taurus with the shorter spoiler.
Well, I think it's limited for everybody. You know, everybody that ran here last year, really their notes aren't good anymore because everybody has had spoiler taken away. Even the guys that came here and tested have had spoiler taken away from when they came here and tested. So this is a crapshoot today. It could be anybody's game.
I can't talk to your teammate Chad Little, but on his behalf, I know you're all disappointed he's not here today.
Well, we really are. You know, this is a tough sport. Sent Chad home, sent Sterling Marlin home. A lot of good race teams went home. The one car, Steve's laid up in the hospital, broke up, and I really feel worse for him than anybody else. And not only did they not make the race, he's broke up pretty bad. So this sport can be an awful lot of fun when things are going well, but it can be terrible when it's not going well. And that's just what it's all about, I guess. It builds tough character, I guarantee you that.
It certainly does. And this guy missed this race a couple years ago, but came back to have a strong finish in the points. We'll see how Chad does and how Jeff does here today.
All right, thanks, guys. In this tough sport, Dick Trickle has been making his living for what, about 35 years. He's won 1,000 short track races. And for the Prime Star 500, he's going to line up third. Way to go, Trickle. Let's hear from him. He's with Ray Dunlap.
Well, Dave, Dick Trickle had a great qualifying effort. Starts the Heilig-Myers Ford on the 3rd position today. Kind of hard to believe it, but I think we're actually going to get to race.
Well, NASCAR is going to get that window they need. They always seem to. And it says a lot for the Heilig-Myers, Junior Dunleavy team. They just brought me a great car. We got minimal practice. Turn her down in the corner, stood on the gas, and come up with a good time.
Junie's not feeling very well right now, Dick, and can you give us an update on his condition?
Well, he's somewhat ill. I just talked to him the other evening, and they got him physically ready for this. He's checking the hospital this coming Monday here, and it's good timing. Doctors are awful optimistic because he's got a real early start on it, but they're going to go in there and do a little work on the valve in his heart and clean up some veins and stuff, but they're very positive. And speaking with Junior, he's ready for it. I mean, nobody's looking forward to it naturally, but I think it's going to be a positive situation for him. He'll be feeling good the next few years. Because, see, he's won one Winston Cup race, and he needs to be around for the next ones coming up because we're going to win a few, and, for Junior. And he's really just somewhat ill. I think he's going to come out great.
Well, hopefully that'll be today. And, Junie, if you're watching, everybody here at the track hopes you get better and get back real soon.
Next week, we're off. Following week, Darlington. Pre-race show, 12:30 Eastern on ESPN.
Remember, they carry an awful lot of speed into the corners here, and the right side tires have shown some wear, so that'll give the teams a chance to check it out.
Race weekend's been plagued by rain,
last week somebody
but
accused that team
I
of
get most of
laying down
my
Las Vegas
research
to try to
information
affect
from
the
these
rules. Boy,
pit
that got Evernham's
interviews.
attention. He's still talking about it.
Well, Dave, I went looking for $1 billion, and it took a long time to find it because I didn't have Benny's room number. But Ray Evernham, some guys have made an accusation off the record that maybe you guys laid down at Las Vegas, and you said you wouldn't do that for $1 billion, and I, for one, believe you.
Well, thanks, Bill. Yeah, and I addressed that right away when I got here with those guys, and just pretty much notified them, thanked them for the motivation. I took that as an insult to our team. We work hard. We had an off day. We don't need anybody rubbing it in our faces. So, we got the motivation, and I can guarantee all the Chevy fans that I'll be a thorn in those people's side for a long time.
Your thoughts on the rule change to the Ford?
Well, I promised myself I wasn't going to get into the politics of all the rule changes. I think it's pretty obvious they need to do something, and I think everybody knows the quarter-inch wasn't enough, but, I'm going to try and stay out of what they need to do. We'll have some black and white answers when they come back from the wind tunnel. The only reason I even jumped and threw my hat in the political ring was because of that comment. And, like I said, if what they really want to do is race on an equal basis, I mean, heck, let's cut the bodies off and we'll run. you know, maybe we can run one of those Saturday night specials where it's a big bet and nobody knows about it.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
I assure you they will not take the bodies
If
off.
that's
They
not
love
a
having Ford,
foretelling
Chevy,
of
and
the
Pontiac
future,
involved in
eh?
this form of racing. Let's get
And
down
then
to Ray Dunlap
ironically,
for a
he
quick
is
final
restoring
thought
all
here.
the old IROC cars, which are cool. Because that's what it was meant to be, was a series to show just driver.
We'll find out when the green flag falls.
Driver
All
ability.
the talk about rules and all
That's
the
what
talk
next
about,
gen is now.
who's got what spoiler. Well, it's an important issue, but remember the bottom line. They're going to race 500 miles, and then they're going to take one of each brand to the wind tunnel. Look for this rule-changing story to be a continuing story in 1998. Prime Star 500, we hope it's going to happen next on ABC. Be sure and get over there. I'm Dave Despain. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Good old days of VCR. Looks like truck drive. Jesus. Oh God, that's good for a copyright.
Mark Martin did just that, flashing to the finish at Las Vegas, leading 5 Roush cars in the top 10. The message, these bases will win races. 1 team, 5 drivers, 5 top 10 finishes. Roush Racing beat the odds in Vegas, but not here in Atlanta. Chad Little, 10th last week, 9th
they
in
actually
points,
racing?
qualified
Oh
for
my
this race.
God.
But the other 4 Roush Fords are in this field. And here's Mark Martin, number 6 in your program, number 6
I'll be
on
back
the
on
grid.
the screen in
part
just
of an
a second.
all-star
I was
lineup
just
that
eating a
knows winning
snack,
races is one thing, winning
refilled my
championships is
tea.
another.
Last
I'm
November
watching
here in
though.
Atlanta, the
I'm
champagne was
listening.
bubbling hot. Jeff
And
Gordon's
I'm in
second
the chat.
title. That's the reason why. But now the party's over, and there's worry in these eyes. Is it rules, bad luck, or Taurus that has shaken up these guys? Disappointed in Daytona, this gallant team wouldn't stop. They knew a guy named Evernham would lead them to the top. But Vegas would be vicious, a 17th place that day. He did not lead a single lap. When will this go away? We've seen a true reversal for one of Ford's favorite sons. Gone is misfortune. Rusty's steely stare is done. It started in Daytona with that shootout that he snared, which left old Rusty smiling from way up in the air. He raced the rock in Vegas with that perfect Penske grace. 3 top 5s to his credit. Now he's the one they chase. What a stark contrast between 2 drivers whose seasons have gone in opposite directions. You know, despite the win at Rockingham, the frustrations and pressures are beginning to mount from within for this talented Jeff Gordon team. And to make matters worse, they must try to turn their year around today at a race and a track where they suffered their worst finish a year ago, 42nd. For Rusty Wallace, it has been a dream year to date. If this were a Disney movie, it would be called Wallace in Wonderland. Everything that could go well has. But if either of these is to win today, to be the one that will prevail, they'll have to beat a Bobby and maybe a guy named Dale.
Bobby Labonte, Atlanta's Mr. November. A 96 win celebrated Brother Terry's championship and was bookended by last year's repeat win for his car owner Joe Gibbs. His Pontiac is yet to deliver in 98. Maybe Atlanta's the charm. Dale Jarrett. An Atlanta win would soothe the pain of Daytona's pit road and last week's Las Vegas motor explosion. A chance to match last year's Prime Star win and turn his season around. Bobby Labonte could only muster 14th spot with his Pontiac, but he's excited about an all-Pontiac front row. For Dale Jarrett, despite only having 4 laps of practice, he managed to put his car on the outside of row number 2. For Dale Jarrett, he'd like to be like Bobby Labonte is and be called Mr. March.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins along with Benny Parsons. And, man, there is great optimism here, Benny. We're going to get this thing in. But, you know, rain at a racetrack is bad anytime. It was especially bad here at Atlanta this weekend.
The timing was just so bad for the rain because these cars, as you said, this is one of the fastest tracks that NASCAR races on, and these cars have never raced under the present rules with the spoilers they have on the cars. The Chevrolets and the Pontiacs about 1 inch less in the rear and the front than they had last November. The Fords, the Ford Taurus, they have a 1/4 inch less than they had last week, even in Las Vegas. 4 3/4 on the rear, 5 inches on the front. They needed practice. They were not able to get any, and anticipation, trying to build the adrenaline to the guys. It takes about 3 days to get ready to go. they had about 2 hours.
Well, the track is drying quickly. It's going to be a few more minutes before we actually get to the start of this race. And so, again, we remain very optimistic that it will come very soon. Let's go now to our Wide World of Sports studio in New York and your host, John Saunders.
Can we move that monitor? Has it been moved back? We rode.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
That he's going to be right back as good a shape as ever been. But, you know, we're a team on the roll, and I really believe that we're in line to win a race. Heilig Myers has given us moral and financial support like you can't believe. I just think it's good communication, and we're looking forward to the year 2000, and I think we're going to give some people a good ride.
Now, you've won as it begins to really trickle down here in the rain. You've won over 1,000 short track races all over the Midwest. What would a Winston Cup victory mean to Dick Trickle? You got your Busch Grand National victory last year.
Well, that would just put a cap on my career, but, you know, it wouldn't stop there, because I think you're hungry for the second one. But you got to win one to know you've got the ingredients, the right team, the right owner, the right personnel, the right chassis, engines, whatever. And we've got all that. And we've got PowerTech builds our motors, and they do a super job. You know, we run on multiple chassis, you know, trying to work that out. I mean, we've got the personnel. We've got some good players, some old players, some new players. And I'm just a young team with a young team coming up.
You know, maybe we could call this segment the short track segment, Jerry. You've got Mr. Excitement with you from New England.
Gentlemen, Jimmy Spencer, Mr. Excitement. They called him after all those wild short track years up in the modified ranks. And Jimmy, talking about the Cinderella season for Rusty Wallace, you guys have had a great beginning in 1998. 2 top 10 finishes. You're currently 4th in the points.
Well, thanks, Jerry. I tell you, Team Winston's been working really hard. Donnie Winger, the crew chief, and all the guys back in the shop built a lot of race cars. Peter Gow, Pro Motors, and his whole staff's done a great job. And I can't say enough about being together for so long. We've been together for 3 years now, and that's got a lot to do with it, Jerry. You know, you understand one another. You know what one another likes. They know what I like in a race car. And they was on a pretty stringent program this winter, working out. Our pit stops have just been phenomenal. And hopefully we can keep this up.
Jimmy, with just a handful of laps, so most of the guys have had in practice this week, you're talking about this race today being a roll of the dice, somewhat of a gamble. It's going to take courage and reckless abandon to be able to win it. That describes Jimmy Spencer to me.
I used to play golf that way, Jerry. And I learned not to be so reckless with that golf ball, and you score a lot lower score. So I think that today is going to be very critical because it's an important race with the new provisionals coming on next week at Darlington, 2 weeks at Darlington. I think you need to get a good finish if we do get this race in. Reckless abandonment, I don't think that's the way to go. I think you need to use your head. There's no question. We have a good race car. We have a good setup for here. We feel like we can come out here with a top 10, and who knows what will happen when you get down to the last 50 miles of this race.
Hey, with the wind picking up, you better hold on to that umbrella. You may end up being a Mary Poppins. Good luck to you today, Jimmy.
Thanks, Jerry, and hopefully we get this thing in. The good Lord, he works in mysterious ways. If he decides we're going to race, we'll race. If he doesn't, we don't.
I totally agree. Gentlemen, Jimmy Spencer will roll off 11th today inside of row 6. Let's check in with Bill.
5 Pontiacs inside the top 19. Derek Cope starts 19th after a great run here last November. You were one of the guys fired up about coming here.
Definitely. We were really strong last year, and feel like that we got the same thing here in this Pontiac here. You know, we got a lot of folks watching us, you know, Gum Out and Degree and Suave and Jimmy Dean, Brian Food, so we really make a good effort here. You know, we've had a little bit of bad luck, but if we could shake them here, we'd have a good start.
You were in a different Pontiac last year. You drive for Chuck Ryder and Bahari this year in this Gum Out ride. Does any of last year transfer to this car for you?
I think a bit does. Yeah, obviously we're in the Pontiac, so I think we can correlate some things from last year. But obviously with the new rules that have been implemented with the Air Dam 5 and 5, you know, cars got a little bit of a different feel. So, you know, we made a few adjustments for that with no practice. So, again, it's a guess, so we'll see what happens.
If we get started, do you have to get to the front in the hurry because of the weather?
I don't think so. I think that we can just you know, plug along. I think the car is really fairly quick. It felt really stable. So if we can stay on the bottom and move up and wait and see what happens, there's going to be a 25-lap, you know, pit stop early. So we'll get a good feel for what's happening there, and then we'll have to see what happens with the weather.
I talked to Derek on Thursday. He couldn't wait for the green flag to fall here. He rolls off 19.
Derek, of course, drives a Pontiac, and before Rockingham, 2
I
races
also
ago,
like looking
Pontiac
through
had
these
recorded 9 straight top 3
pit
finishes.
shots to see if
However,
Dad's
in the
still
last 2
helping Kenny
races, the
Wallace, because he
Pontiac
was
has
helping
not
them
been
on their
in
Cup
the top
team
10. There's the
in
Interstate Batteries Pontiac that will be driven by
97.
Bobby
This is
Labonte.
now
We'll be right back after these
1998.
messages and a word from our ABC
The first
station.
Atlanta race, which is usually cold, could snow. It's always been kind of a weather event back then. But I can see if I happen to catch Dad walking around, a car or something.
You coming back to the booth?
Be shaky. Yeah, pan out. That's better. Oops,
Then I will
Square
need my
D
coat.
Pit was
Nope.
there just for a split second.
Sorry.
He would
Wasn't
sometimes
sure.
go and
I
help
wanted
with
to,
Newt.
I don't have a button. I pulled it off and I was putting this on.
Good, Bob.
Yes. Okay, good.
Well,
shucks, huh?
Pit wall. You can see the damage to both sides of that car. And Steve Park was taken out of that car and taken to the hospital. And Jerry Punch will update us with his injury. Jerry?
Well, Benny, of course, Steve Park, we mentioned he had a broken right femur. That's a large bone in the upper part of the right leg, the thigh bone, basically, and that has been operated on at Georgia Baptist Hospital. They put a plate and screws in to fix that. He should be able to heal within 2 to 3 months. He also broke his right shoulder blade and his left clavicle or collarbone. Now, Tommy Baldwin Jr. is one of Steve Park's best friends in racing. In fact, you were Steve's crew chief up in the modified ranks when he won 7 races and sat on the pole 10 times. You saw Steve yesterday in the hospital and visited for a while last night. What did he tell you?
Well, he didn't really say much. He's in a lot of pain right now, Jerry, and he's pretty broken up. I think his heart's just as much as broken right now as his bones are. He's a pretty strong cat. I think he'll be back probably about 4 or 5 months. I just hope everybody that's with him is not going to rush him and let him go 100% when he's ready, and he'll be all right. I want to let everybody know back home that he is hurt, but he'll be fine.
I know his mom and dad, Bob and Dottie Park, are with him there at his bedside. And the good news with him, he was moved out of intensive care today to a regular room so he possibly could watch our telecast on ABC. Now, did he tell you specifically what he thought might have happened to the car entering turn 3?
Well, he said something definitely broke in the right front and, right front area, the suspension or something. And, he felt the car drop a little bit. And after he hit the wall the first time, I think he got blacked out right then. He's got a bunch of good guys working in that car. I don't know what broke, but hope everything's going to be right with them.
All right. Well, Steve Park watching in the hospital. Keep your spirits high. The bones will heal, and he will definitely be back on a good note. Now, even a better note, let's check in with a story that some guys are pretty happy about what's happened for them today. Let's check in with the Todd Bodine team.
Well, Jerry, when Todd Bodine and his Tabasco team came to Daytona, they went with high hopes and aspirations. They didn't qualify. They went to Rockingham, same problem. To Las Vegas, they rolled the dice and they crapped out. But you came here and you showed people, Todd, that this team is for real. You got the car in the hot zone outside of the front row. How'd you do it?
Well, I tell you, Jackie, we came down here last fall. We tested twice here, and we came down for the race, and we were one of the fastest cars in practice. And unfortunately, when we went out to qualify, we ran through some water that the car before me had left down, and the car slipped up, and we didn't make the race. But we had a good car. We knew coming back here we had the same race car. We're going to put the same setup in it. If everything went right, we'd be fast again, and sure enough, we were fast. In practice, we had a problem with the fuel pump. The car wouldn't run down the straightaways, but our corner speeds were fast. So we knew we had a good car if we could get that fixed, and Mark and the boys fixed it, and here we are outside front row. It's pretty amazing to know that you went home from the first 3 races and to come back to sit outside front row, and it just shows you what the team's made of, what these guys are all about. They never gave up. Our sponsor, Tabasco, they've been behind us, supporting us the whole time, and don't worry about it. We know you guys are good. We'll get this together, and we got a lot of little problems that we got to fix, but it's nothing that's major. It's basically just because it's a new team, and with new teams and new franchises, you're going to have problems, and we got to learn those problems and fix them as we go.
We talked to Bob Cuneo, who's come on board from the bobsled fame, from Geoff Bodine's fame, engineers, kind of works on things behind the scenes, and he brought up a point, chemistry. How important is it for a brand new team?
Well, it's everything. It's everything for any team. You look at the best teams in this garage area, and they have the best chemistry. You know, Jeff Gordon, Ray Abraham, Rusty Wallace, and Robert Pemberton. These people, they live, breathe, and sleep all this stuff together, and they understand each other's thoughts. And, you know, that was one thing with Pat and myself. We knew we'd have a little learning process with each other, but we were friends for a long time, and we knew each other. We knew each other's habits and the way we thought, and we thought that was going to help us.
Something up with the tape, eh? Ooh.
Is there a comparison when you could go cold and you can't hit the rim with a brick?
Cleared up.
What you went through, 3 races in a row, failing to qualify, does it play tricks on your mind?
It can if you let it. The whole key is to not let it. You know, this is a tough business. Every week somebody's got to go home. We all do our best. We come here, work hard, and sometimes you do go cold. You just hit the backboard and never goes in the rim. And that's kind of what happened to us. You know, at Daytona we had a good car and we got crashed out of the 125s. We had a good car at Rockingham second round. It just didn't go fast enough. And Las Vegas, we just messed up. So we came back here with high hopes and knew we had a good car, and we're going to put Tabasco at the front of the pack where they belong.
Bobby's on the front row, and before I throw it back, I got to tell you the story. He was the only driver that wasn't out on pit road getting ready to get in the cars. He said, I know it's going to rain, and I'll tell you what, I always knew he was the smartest of the 3 Bodine brothers.
He mentioned Kuhn. That refers to Bob Cuneo, who's the engineer on his team. He's with the team for the first time this year because he's been over at the Winter Olympics. He was also the engineer on the U.S. bobsled team. Well, Dale Jarrett won this race a year ago, and the last driver to win back-to-back Atlanta Spring races was Cale Yarborough in 68 and 69. Bill?
Oh, he's going to be thrilled to hear that. The last guy to win this race back-to-back was Cale, and we were both kids back then.
Yeah, I drove for Cale, so I don't know if that's any help, but I do remember. Yeah, I know last year that the Tar Heels won the ACC championship, and I won this race on the same day, so I was kind of hoping we'd get to run because they're getting ready to beat Duke again.
Well, this looks like a Duke blue to me, DJ.
No, you're wrong. It's just, I have to wear this for our sponsor, Ford Quality Care and Ford Credit. I have the light blue stuff up there.
Okay, obviously you want to get to victory lane here, at least get a top 5, get some points, climb up that ladder.
Yeah, we've got to get some points, that's for sure. Rough start, and we're doing what we can. We've had a good race car for 3 races, and that's the encouraging thing. And I know that I'm going to have a good one here. Although I'm like everybody else, I don't really know that for sure. We don't know what anybody's got, but it should be an interesting race whenever we run.
Is there an advantage to starting up front when you really don't know what you've got?
Yeah, I think that it is, because that gives me the opportunity to kind of get down in, get going, and kind of run the race that I want to run. If the car's not exactly right, I can back off a little bit and be okay. I'm not in the middle of, 15 cars and everybody going around me. So hopefully, we can get close and I'll be all right up front. But we all want to wish Steve Park the best. We know that he's watching. Steve, hate that it happened, man. These things happen. You'll come back from it and win a lot of races very soon. And just want you to know our prayers are with you.
Okay, good luck when we get this thing started.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Hang in there, Steve. Back up top.
Well, quite honest about the weather, it's raining very hard at this time. It's very windy, and we've also seen some thunder and lightning in the area. So right now, our optimism has been dampened somewhat. However, we will come back with more from Atlanta Motor Speedway as we await, hopefully sometime
during
later this
these
afternoon,
rain delays is where I can do most of my research, because just in the chit chat I find out a lot of information of who went to work for whom, and there I didn't know Tommy Baldwin Jr., who was his crew chief in the modifieds, because they raced modifieds after we left New England and came down for this stuff.
Racetrack we showed you about 15 minutes ago.
But yeah, that was interesting to know. Tommy Baldwin Jr. is one of the good guys in motorsports. I watched his father, Tiger Tom, drive, and now he's got, Luke and Jack driving, which to me that's the epitome of what the modified family is and was all about. There's so many like third generation drivers. I mean, I'm myself so proud of my son being Fats Caruso's grandnephew.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. So
You
stay
know,
by. Rookie to win a pole in the last 4 Prime Star 500.
Fats' son David drove and sadly lost his life to a health condition with his heart at a young age, and he was an uprising star and had inherited Fats' style, and it's kind of neat. Like, I married one of Fats' nephews, and my son has Fats' driving style as well. Like, my son did more like drag racing in real life, but on the sim and stuff, I watch him how he does the things. It's pretty funny, you know, because he's just always had those skills, but
back in row 8.
He's drove Enduros when he was like in high school.
On the outside. In row 9,
stuff like that. But he's got, you know, some people got that talent, some don't.
And Bobby Hamilton, the King's car on the outside. David Green will start inside row 10, and Sterling Marlin on the outside.
In the 11th row, Morgan Shepherd, 3 of his 4 career wins have been here, and defending series champ Terry Labonte. Jeff Gordon has his lowest start since April of '94, and Mike Skinner alongside in the 12th row. 13th row, Ricky Rudd and Dale Earnhardt. Row number 14, Jeff Burton and Greg Sachs, and in the 15th row, Bobby Labonte and Kyle Petty.
16th row, Michael Waltrip driving with Wood Brothers, won 12 times here. Chad Little on the outside.
My dad may or may not still be helping Newt Moore on the 81. My dad was mainly, at this time, probably working with Tim Fedewa and Busch, so it's hard for me to exactly know.
Steve Grissom, Johnny Benson, and Brett Bodine, Joe Nemechek, the last row.
Wait a minute, this is 9.
Drivers took provisional starts.
Are they replaying 98? I mean 97?
Did not make the field. Number 7,
Did I miss
Robert
that?
Wesley, Derek Cope, Bobby Hillen, Wally Dallenbach, Ed Barrier, Dave Mark. Come back with more from Atlanta Motor Speedway as we await, hopefully sometime later this afternoon, the Prime Star 500.
So they're playing the replay because when they said all that, I remember that race.
Here in the last 15 or 20 minutes, even some fog, heavy rain now moving in. And we had almost gotten the track dry and ready to go, and Ricky Rudd and the other drivers were in or almost in their cars set to go, and then the rain moved in once again.
Yeah, very sad. You can see the
We can watch 97 Atlanta again.
Well, that light
I think
part
it's
is going
the
away
early
now.
Atlanta.
Once again, the trucks continue to go around the racetrack, trying not to lose the track completely.
So, yeah, it is because Mike Wallace is still in the 91. My dad started out 97. They're going to play the 97. I don't mind.
Get it back to you, and if you need us, you let us know. But right now, I think the best thing to do is just to send it back to you at our wide
Because I was actually there
in New York
in 97.
for alternate programming.
Just for
John?
fun. With the QVZ
All right,
team.
guys, thanks a lot. So stay by the rookie to win a pole in the last 4 Prime Star 500s. Robbie Gordon on the outside of the front row, Mark Martin. Row number 2 in his 50th Atlanta start is Darrell Waltrip and Dick Trickle, who has some of his best finishes at this track. Hut Strickland has his best Atlanta start, and Lake Speed has his best start since the 1996 Brickyard 400 at Indianapolis. Ted Musgrave is looking for his first top 10 of 97, and Jeff Bodine is looking for his 3rd straight top 10. Row number 5, Dale Jarrett. He has led the most laps in the last 2 races, and on the outside of row 5 is Kenny Wallace.
Inside row 6, Billy Standridge, his best career start, and Jimmy Spencer on the outside.
I do believe my dad was working with the 43 Lance and Busch at this race. I don't think he had yet started helping on the 81 because Gil Martin was still the crew chief, and Newt Moore was the one that took over mid-season, and my dad was helping Newt Moore occasionally at certain races that Newt didn't have notes for or whatever he called that in. My dad worked kind of like a consultant most of his racing career. He's had the title crew chief 4 years there at Nemco with Joe Nemechek in Busch and Cup. He built his first Cup car. It's actually in my banner. It's the one next to the photo of me where it says welcome, I'm in the chat. Well, to the left is the white 87. That was Joe's first Cup car. from Nemco, and my dad built that. I actually scored the first race at New Hampshire that he did while they entertained the Bud people. That's the reason I know, is because it says Bud on the hood.
Number 7, Robert Presley, Derek Cope, Bobby Hillen, Wally Dallenbach, Ed Barrier, Dave Marcus, and Mike Miller. Dale Earnhardt.
That would be New Hampshire in '93, I think, the end of the year.
Here at Atlanta several times. He started 31st in March of 1980, but look, he won the race. In March of 91, he started 21st and finished 3rd. In November of 94, he was 30th, so it really doesn't make any difference where Dale Earnhardt starts on this track. He usually is very competitive. We're just about set for the green flag and 328 laps of competition in the Prime Star 500. The green flag is out.
Okay, I had March 9th, 1997. That was a very good guess for me to know.
Gordon has never led a competitive NASCAR Winston Cup lap. He brings his car off corner number 4, and he will make that right now. He leads the first lap.
And Huck Trickle leads red number 8 car on the inside of Darrell Waltrip, and there goes a pass for the lead. Mark Martin, the battling fourth, blows by Gordon to take over the number 1 spot.
Gordon got a good jump at the start of the race and led lap number 1, but now Mark Martin takes command as the field begins to sort out behind. The 16 car of Ted Musgrave is on the move. He's worked up to 6th position. This is the Prime Star onboard camera. We're looking ahead to Darrell Waltrip, who has dropped back a position.
Tim Musgrave, we hear the accelerator back off as he goes in the corner. Cannot run these cars wide open around the Atlanta Motor Speedway. And we see Kenny Wallace, the square D car on the inside of Bodine.
There is Lake Speed, Jimmy Spencer, Dale Jarrett also in this group of cars. Geoff Bodine and Kenny Wallace race side by side now. Bodine pulls ahead briefly, but Kenny Wallace fights back on the inside.
That's Ernie Irvin in the 28 car in front of the 37 of Jeremy Mayfield, and Irvin going to the outside of Spencer.
That red number 9 car there, driven by Lake Speed, had an incident in the pit area before happy hour yesterday with Billy Standridge and damaged the car a little bit. Not enough to go to a backup car. So Lake Speed had it as an original starting position.
And see Dale Jarrett going into the 6th spot.
Meanwhile, it looks like that Mark Martin has pulled several car lengths ahead. The battle is for 3rd position. That's Hut Strickland, the Circuit City car, number 8, to the inside of Dick Trickle, and takes over 3rd spot.
Ernie Irvin still trying to make his way to the front, gets by Spencer. Now tries to get on the inside of Lake Speed. Can't do it.
Tries it once again, and he'll be more successful this time coming off the 2nd corner. Got a good run there. Very long corners here at Atlanta. The straightaways total a half a mile, whereas the long sweeping 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th corners total a mile. So you're mostly in a corner here. Napa Field summary will show you where everyone is running at the moment, and the numbers in parentheses indicate where they started. Dale Jarrett is on the move. He moves into 4th position, putting Dick Trickle back to 5th. But there's quite a bit of racetrack between Dale Jarrett and the next place car of Hut Strickland, running in 3rd position.
Right now, folks, the man on the move is stay on Earnhardt. There we saw the 37 just a moment ago. Jeremy Mayfield, Earnhardt already by him. Earnhardt in 14th spot to go into 13th as he gets by Jimmy Spencer.
He started in 26th position. Now, you heard documented he had the 43rd fastest speed during first round of qualifying, but he came back yesterday to set the fastest second round qualifying mark and started 26th. But he has already found 13 positions since the drop of the green flag. There's the defending NASCAR Winston Cup champion in the number 5 car, Terry Labonte, and here is Ernie Irvan making a move. And there is Earnhardt back in 13th position. As Earnhardt continues his march to the front here, he gets to the inside of Lake Speed.
Boy, Earnhardt's car is looking so good. Comes off the corner. Seems like he's able to take the car to the bottom of the racetrack with ease.
There's the interval from that car back to the leader. Robbie Gordon is staying right with the leader of the race, Mark Martin. Just a couple of car lengths separate the first two. 9 laps out of 328 completed here at Atlanta.
Coverage of last year's Prime Star 500. Apparently still problems with the rain there in Atlanta. Let's join Bob Jenkins to bring us up to date.
John, it has officially been postponed. We almost had the racetrack dry, then came the shower, which turned into more like a thunderstorm and has really wet the track beyond the point that they could get it dry in time to run an entire 500-mile race. So we're going to do it tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, and you can see live coverage of it over on ESPN. The Prime Star 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway tomorrow at 11 o'clock. So let's send it back to John Saunders now in our Wide World of Sports studio in New York.
All right, Bob, thanks a lot. So the race is done for today, but we are not. We still have the International Race of Champions coming away at 5 o'clock.
Okay, what they're saying, indeed, what he's talking about, there are marbles, what they call marbles, little chunks of rubber up high on the racetrack. And so later on,
I'm seeing if they did get the 1998 in.
Flags, if there are some, would bring the blower out and actually blow the racetrack off.
Let's see what they say.
On ESPN for our live coverage of the Prime Star 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race, which was postponed by rain today. Back to you, John, in our Wide World of Sports studio in New York City.
Thanks a lot, guys. And we will have racing the International Race of Champions. But right now, back to the 97 Prime Star 500.
Okay, that's still 97.
The top 10 at the moment. Mess because he's
still 97. Still 97. I covered this like early. Oh God, that's an awful sound.
Join them now as they go to restart.
Okay. What's next on this channel? What is the next race? Oh, okay, there we go.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp.
Sorry
Here's
about
how I keep
that.
track of all my tasks.
Ads everywhere. All right, what is this?
After 2 days of steady rain, things are looking much better weather-wise here
Finally!
today.
2.5 hours in the
National
stream.
Association for Stock Car Auto Racing as it celebrates its 50th anniversary. Well, the rain is over. In fact, there is occasional sunshine peeking through here today. The crowd's somewhat small. The problem now is cold weather and windy weather. But nevertheless, we're set for 325 laps of NASCAR Winston Cup racing on this Monday morning from Atlanta Motor Speedway. The cars are still covered, but before long, they'll be racing. ESPN Speed World welcomes you live to Atlanta Motor Speedway, located near Hampton, Georgia, for the NASCAR Winston Cup Prime Star 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race. Well, it rained this morning about 9:30, and we thought, here we go again. But things have dried off quickly. The track is within racing condition. In about 15 minutes, we're set to go. And really, the stories are about the same today as they were yesterday, just a day later.
Rain. That really is the story, because these cars practiced on Friday morning for about 1 hour. But that practice was for qualifying, not for racing. And, Ned, they really needed some time on the racetrack, especially this weekend.
Benny, I don't think I've ever seen a race that we've gone into that has so many unknowns. Now, they've only run one race on this racetrack since it was reconfigured. That was last fall. Well, they didn't get a very thick notebook from that, and that book is no good now, because with the new rules changes, the so-called 5-and-5 rule that they have now, and the quarter of an inch that was taken away from the Ford spoilers this week, I mean, they don't know what kind of a setup they need under these cars to race for 500 miles. So, Bob, it's going to be interesting.
And we'll go further into detail concerning those rules a little bit later. Well, another thing that is unchanged, the point standings, and so, of course, are the stories down on pit road. Rusty Wallace leads the point standings right now over Dale Earnhardt, who is 56 behind Jeremy Mayfield, a close third. Down in 7th position, there you find the name of Mark Martin, who is less than 100 points behind the leader, Rusty Wallace. Mark Martin was the winner last weekend at Las Vegas, and look at how well the 5-car Roush team performed at Las Vegas last weekend. All 5 cars in the top 10. They're off to a great start.
Car owner Jack Roush is redefining teamwork. He has bonded his youth with intensity and sprinkled his crews with experience. His drivers share his vision, but are his 5 teams and their untested tourists ready for a grueling prime-time schedule? The man and his men are waiting, but the early races left them struggling and steaming, waiting for someone to point the way. Mark Martin did just that, flashing to the finish at Las Vegas, leading 5 Roush cars in the top 10. The message? These spaces will win races. Mark Martin didn't volunteer to lead the
Hello,
Roush
guys.
gang. That
Good
just
morning.
comes
Good
with
morning.
success and
I need to get
experience.
centered.
He hopes to
There
lead
we
by
are.
example, and that's exactly
We're
what Mark
centered.
did at Las Vegas. Again today, he will lead the Roush Brigade to the green flag. The 6th car starts 6th on the starting grid, but only 3 of his teammates are here. Chad Little, 10th last week and 9th in points, failed to make this race. That brought out the critics. The Roush Brigade is
Happy
out to prove they are
Wednesday.
wrong.
Last November here in Atlanta, the champagne was bubbling high. Jeff Gordon's second title. That's the reason why.
27th.
But now the party's over, and there's worry in these eyes. Is it rules, bad luck, or Taurus that has shaken up these guys? Disappointed in Daytona, this gallant team wouldn't stop. They knew a guy named Evernham would lead them to the top. But Vegas would be vicious. A 17th place that day. He did not lead a
Third is
single lap.
Monday.
When will this go away? We've seen a true reversal for one of Ford's favorite sons. Gone is misfortune. Rusty's steely stare is done. It started in Daytona with that shootout that he snared, which left old Rusty smiling from way up in the air. He raced the rock in Vegas with that perfect Penske race. 3 top 5s to his credit. Now he's the one they chase. What a stark contrast between 2 teams whose seasons have gone in opposite directions. You know, despite the win in Rockingham, the frustrations and pressures are beginning to mount from within for this talented Jeff Gordon team. And to make matters worse, they must try to turn their season around today at a race and a track where they suffered their worst finish a year ago here in Atlanta, 42nd. For Rusty Wallace, it has been a dream season to date. If this were a Disney movie, you might call it Wallace in Wonderland. Everything that could go well has. But if either is to win today, to be the one that will prevail, they'll have to beat a Bobby and maybe a guy named Dale.
Bobby Labonte's 1996 Atlanta victory helped celebrate Brother Terry's 2nd championship. The win was bookended by last year's repeat performance for his car owner, Joe Gibbs. His Pontiac has yet to deliver in 1998. Maybe Atlanta is the charm. For Dale Jarrett, an Atlanta victory would soothe the pain of Daytona's pit road fiasco and last week's Las Vegas motor explosion. A win in the Prime Star 500 could turn his season around. Dale Jarrett has only had 4 laps of practice on this Atlanta Motor Speedway this weekend, but I'm sure that he can vividly remember his domination of this race 1 year ago. Today, he'll have to keep his eyes on his rearview mirror, though, because I expect for him to see this guy, Bobby Labonte in the Interstate Batteries Pontiac, making a charge to the front. To find out more on what we might expect for today's race, let's go up top to Bob Jenkins, Ned Jarrett, and Benny Parsons.
Well, we don't know what we're going to expect, and that's what's so interesting about this race.
Right. They talked about Dale Jarrett. having 4 laps of practice. And Ed, he has to be concerned about, is the car ready to run 500 miles?
And most of them had just 4 to 6 laps of practice, and they're all very concerned about what it's going to take to make that car go around this racetrack and be comfortable for 500 miles. Not wear the tires out too much, not slip too much in the corner, not push too much. They don't really know what is going to happen. They had to guess at the setups that they'll use here today.
And the setups we're talking about, you say, well, the cars are aerodynamic. Sure, they're aerodynamic, but you have to have a mechanical setup, and you try to get that thing as perfect as you can, trying to get the proper springs, shocks, sway bars, all that other stuff, and it takes a lot of time to do that. That's why they practice so many miles during the weekends, and this weekend, about 10 miles is all they've had.
Well, they don't run restrictor plates at this track, and so it is the fastest track that NASCAR
while it was on
Winston
break,
Cup
I
cars
thought I
compete
had it
on.
taken
Top
care of,
speed
and then it
over
started
192
acting
for an
up
average.
again. Maybe that was
Back
just
with more in a moment. ESPN Speed World coverage of the Prime Star 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway, being brought to you by Quaker State Motor Oil. For what you drive and the way you drive it, the choice is clear. By Everstart Batteries and Walmart, it all starts here. By Briggs & Stratton, put more power in your lineup. Make sure all of your outdoor power equipment has a powerful, dependable Briggs & Stratton engine. Moments away from the command to start engines, here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
The good news for Wally Dallenbach, his best qualifying run of 1998. The 34-year-old driver will start the First Union Chevrolet in 12th spot. The bad news, Wally, is you are under the weather with the flu.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty rotten right now. I'm going to try to start the race and see how I feel. If things are looking pretty bad, I'm not going to put myself at risk or the rest of the guys, so we got Sterling standing by.
All right, we'll let you finish getting buckled up. We'll walk over here and talk to your teammate, Sterling Marlin. And Sterling, that's a good thing about having teammates. Unfortunately, you didn't make the show for the first time in a long, long time, but you may get some laps on the racetrack.
Well, you know, once Wally gets the steering wheel where he wants it, I can't get in it because I'm a little fatter than Wally is, and I can't fit in the car. So he thinks he feels better. He can go all the way. And I was home eating breakfast, got to eating breakfast, and the team called and said, come down. Wally was sick. So flew down, and it's going to help him out if we can, but hopefully he can make it.
I saw him trying to fit you in the car. It is a tight fit in the seat in there, but the steering wheel distance, that's critical.
Yeah, that's the most critical part, getting the steering wheel where you wanted. It was Wally. He's got it way back and down, and we had to move it a whole lot for me. And if we do have to stop, we'll lose 3 or 4 laps trying to move the steering wheel. So he'll have to ride it out.
All right, that's what they're doing right now inside the car here. They are adjusting the steering column for Wally Dallenbach. They have 2 members of the Sabco team. See him lowering the steering column to try to get it adjusted for Wally Dallenbach. There was a question as to whether he would even be well enough to start the race. And as you heard, he is going to try to start it and stay in the car. Let's go to Bill Weber.
John Andretti gets a good luck kiss from his wife. He sits there on the pole. A year ago, you got your first win driving for Cale Yarborough. Now your goal is to take the King back to victory lane. Will that happen today?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm just glad we're getting to get the race today. So I hope everything goes well for us. We're just going to have to wait and see. Everybody's guessing at it. And Robbie Loomis isn't. I think he's a good guesser, but he's a great crew chief, so I think we'll be in great shape.
That's John Andretti. He sits on the pole. It's an all Pontiac front row. The first time we've seen that since June of 1991. Outside the front row is Todd Bodine. If Andretti's a big story, Todd's certainly a hot one. He missed the first 3 races. Today he starts outside the front row. He told us on Saturday he thinks he can win here.
Well, Bill, Steve Park had a nasty crash here on Friday, which narrows up the rookie battle. Jerry Nadeau about to fire the engine. You've had a couple days to sit around and think about it. Are you ready to go racing?
I'm just excited to be here. Right now, we're trying to get this thing started. It's pretty cold out here. We're just looking for a good day.
Have fun out there.
Jerry Nadeau, one of the rookies in contention for Rookie of the Year honors in NASCAR Winston Cup competition. Right now, those rookie points led by Kenny Irwin, with Nadeau second and Kevin LePage third. You see the injured to the right of Steve Park's name. That's because of an incident that occurred here on Friday.
Hockey in practice, about 15 minutes to go. Coming off turn 4 at the very top of your screen. Steve Park, something happened to the right front, in the wall hard twice, and then he comes across, hits the wall once again. He will go across the infield grass And folks, this happened about a half mile ago, 3/4 mile ago. Look at the impact with the inside retaining wall. He was taken to the hospital, broken femur, other bones. Jerry Punch, what's the latest?
Pit crew members, no joke, right?
Of course, he broke his femur with a large bone in the right leg. That's
Always
the thigh
gotta be
bone.
heads
He also
up.
broke his shoulder blade and his left collarbone, the clavicle. Now, he had his femur operated on the next morning, or that evening, actually, at Georgia Baptist Hospital. He is now out of intensive care in a regular room.
I think
But
it's
am
great
told
when
the
people
who
get
have
to
been
be
there and
guests
talked
in
to
the
him,
pits
and
and
some of the
stuff. They
family
get
at
to
Dale
see
Earnhardt,
how
that he is very,
much
very
the
uncomfortable.
intensity
Bill
is
Elliott
and how
told
much
me
goes
that of
into
all the
it
injuries he's
and
ever had in motorsports,
how much it's
his
like
broken
all
femur 2
work.
years ago
No
was by far the most
conversation.
painful thing
Like,
he has ever experienced. And you add to
it's
that a
different.
broken shoulder
You
blade
see how
and a broken
serious the
collarbone,
teams
and
take
you
it. It's
understand
pretty cool.
what 30-year-old Steve Park is
It
going
was
through.
cool to be a part of
lot
it there
pain,
in
a lot
96
of
and
rehab,
97.
probably 3, 4, maybe
I
5
got out
months.
of it
But the
before
good
this
news is
year.
he should
I went to a
totally
couple
heal
more
and be
races
back
like
by
Nazareth in
late
98 because my dad was with
And
Fedewa,
from all of us at ESPN,
which is
the
what I'm
best
working
in
to
recovery
in like
for
kind of in
Steve
a
Park. When we come back to
order
Atlanta
of
Motor Speedway, we'll
the
talk about
time
the
it
43
actually
cars and
happened.
drivers
I'm
that will
trying
make
to
up this
follow
field in the Prime Star 500.
in order to get like the big picture of what I hadn't seen since 97. I'm trying to watch it kind of chronologically and go race by race like Busch and Cup and Busch and Cup. Because that way I can learn how technically the cars progressed as well. And the rule changes because there's a big gap between these cars and the next gen of today. And I'm not real knowledgeable on that because I was out in real life doing other things. There's life other than NASCAR. But, you know, it's always in your blood. You never get away.
And the only rolling they did then was rolling out of the garage on the pit road and pushing them back into the garage.
Let's take a look at the EverStart Walmart starting lineup for today's race after we tell you there are 14 Chevys, 22 Fords, and 7 Pontiacs in the field. Chevy right now leading the point standings over Ford. All right, now here's the EverStart Walmart grid. John Andretti will celebrate his 35th birthday on Thursday, has the pole, and Todd Bodine has his first race start of 98. Second row, Dick Trickle, his best start since Dover in 96, and last year's winner, Dale Jarrett. In the third row, Kenny Irwin starting in the top 10 in his second straight Atlanta race, and the Las Vegas winner, Mark Martin. Row number 4, Robert Presley, his best start in this car, and Terry Labonte in his 40th Atlanta race. Jeff Gordon starts in 9th position. His worst finish of 97 was in this race, 42nd last year. Jeff Burton alongside was 5th in last year's race. Jimmy Spencer and Wally Dallenbach in the 6th row, with Spencer off to his best start of his career.
Then we find Lake Speed in row 7, and Bobby Labonte, the winner last fall, on the outside of row 7. Johnny Benson, the pole winner here in 1986, on the inside, and Mike Skinner, his 50th NASCAR Winston Cup start. In row 9, Ward Burton, his last top 5 was here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway, and Jeff Bodine, the pole sitter last fall, at over 197 miles per hour. Jerry Cope on the inside of row 10. Garrett Bradbury, his first start in 1998, he's on the outside of row 10. In row 11, Joe Nemechek and Rusty Wallace. What a great start Rusty Wallace is off to in 1998, the points leader back in row 11. In row 12, Ricky Rudd and Kenny Wallace. In row 13, Rick Mass, the pole winner at Rockingham 2 races ago, and Jeremy Mayfield, teammate to Rusty Wallace, a terrific start for he as well in 1998. In row 14, Brett Bodine is here, minus his brother-in-law crew chief has been with him for 2 or 3 years. He will make the decisions today. And on the outside of row 14, Hutch Strickland.
And in row 15, we have Greg Sachs in the Cale Yarborough Motorsports Thornapple Valley Ford, and Dale Earnhardt. Big winner here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Row 16, we have Bill Elliott, who also is a big winner here in Atlanta, and Michael Walter trying to win his first ever NASCAR Winston Cup points race. And in row 17, we have David Green and Kevin LePage. Kevin LePage, one of the rookie contenders this year. And in row 18, we have Jerry Nadeau, another of the rookie contenders, along with Ricky Craven. Row 19, we have Ken Schrader is in on a provisional, and Ted Musgrave, who also had to take a provisional, and so did Kyle Petty in row 20, and Steve Grissom. Bobby Hamilton and Ernie Irvin make up row 21, all of those on provisionals, and Darrell Waltrip, taking a champion's provisional, will start 43rd.
And here's a look at the drivers who failed to qualify for this event. Bill Parsons subbed for Steve Park after the crash. Jeff Green, Sterling Marlin ends a streak of 332 consecutive races. Dave Marcus, Andy Hillenberg, Chad Little, 9th in the point standings, unable to make the race, and Morgan Shepherd. And the reason these guys had trouble getting in the field is because, of course, they still use the 97 points at this point of the season. Here's a report from Bill Weber.
The familiar petty blue wheels that will go on John Andretti's Pontiac today. We told you what we don't know. Here's something nobody knows about tire wear. Nobody really got a chance to make a long run. NASCAR is expected to throw a mandatory caution about lap 25. Teams can come in and change their tires, but you don't have to. It's a mandatory caution, not a mandatory stop. You can come in and change 2, come in and change 4, or you can stay out on the track. Robbie Loomis, the crew chief for John Andretti, told me he will probably come in and take 4. He's concerned about lap 325, not lap 25.
A lot of those guys in the back will be coming in and changing 2 tires, and some of them may not even stop at all trying to get this track position we talked so much about in NASCAR Winston Cup racing. The competition is so tight. Fields are so tight, passing is very difficult.
We updated you on the condition of Steve Park. There were a couple of ARCA drivers injured in their race. Doc has the update.
Bob, 53-year-old Bob Kelly injured in lap 1 of that 300-kilometer ARCA race on Friday. He was the most seriously injured of the 2 drivers, suffering a fracture, a compound fracture of his lower leg, fracture of the right heel, broken ribs, a collapsed left lung. Airlifted to Georgia Baptist Hospital, underwent surgery. We are told his condition continues to improve, and he is stable at this point. Now, ARCA veteran Mark Thompson suffered a period of unconsciousness due to the impact in turn 2. He was taken to Southern Regional Medical Center, underwent a CAT scan. The CAT scan of his head was negative. He was kept in the hospital for observation. I'm told they are to repeat the CAT scan, and they don't.
I was speaking to my son. I'm apologizing. I know I was muted on purpose. I'm getting ready to go green finally. How long has this weekend been? This stream's been 2 hours and 44 minutes long, and we haven't even had the green flag yet. Oh my God, I'm so going to use my ears and my sounds because I'm like finally awake. Woohoo! I know all that rain delay stuff is so boring, but you know, it totally helps me like put the pieces together like in history in my mind, and it reminds me like it'll trigger a memory from another event related. Which, yeah, that stuff. And I also have a contact that I could find out anything about these races because my ex-husband still communicates about the racing stuff and all that because he was there and I wasn't. Like where, who went where and when.
Did a Rusty Wallace of Miller Lite Ford has an onboard camera.
For example, I knew the story that
and this is Derek Cope's gum out car carrying a
he was with, I think, Bodine, and they were going to race Las Vegas, and Mike Stefanik was going to be the driver, and Mike Stefanik got hurt in a race somewhere, and I believe he must have been financing that. So they just turned around and went home, and I think that was one of the last Bodine races, from what I heard. But I don't know if it's Barry Bodine or Geoff Bodine's team. It's all like stuff I'd have to research. It was just part of the story that to do with Mike Stefanik getting hurt in a modified or in another vehicle or another race. I just assume modified, you know, because of the time frame. My back's giving me a little bit of trouble. As you can see, I keep shifting my position because we've just really like put in so much time and mental mind gymnastics to bring this all together, this move for bringing the RV up more. to my original lot where my puppy can be without a leash. And we're up in the mountains. There's so many positives. Got creeks everywhere. It's just nice. Kind of sheltered, pretty good from weather. The weather blows like from the front of the house to the back all the time. So none of the trees go that way.
You know, it's pretty impressive that Andretti and Bodine was out for that first full lap. And now we'll see some others trying that high grade.
Riding along with Mark Martin in 6th position. That's rookie Kenny Irwin right up ahead.
Well, we understand that Todd Bodine did not touch the wall when he and Andretti touched over there, so.
And Kenny Irwin goes by Dale Jarrett on the front stretch, takes a spot away. Good qualifying lap for Kenny Irwin this weekend. And a good run so far, already in 4th spot.
Look at Trickle where he's running, and who was talking with they were interviewing him about Steve Park, and I noticed that Tommy Baldwin Jr. had an MBNA shirt on, so that's a real good clue to why that car is running up front. With Junie being sick and all.
One of the provisionals already on the back bumper of Rusty Wallace. Rusty showing him 32nd position the last time by. After starting in 22nd, so Rusty's lost 10 spots. You see Steve Grissom coming up on the inside of Schrader.
Grissom crashed hard in this race last year, causing nearly an hour delay. And Schrader running wheel to wheel.
Probably gonna have to go off camera, guys, and stretch, because I'm starting to cramp up on my legs. It's awful getting old, guys. Just keep on trucking. I'm too dumb to slow down. They'll have to put new Heim joints in my knees and ball joints in my hips.
Todd Bodine is in 2nd spot. We see Johnny Benson. Benson is up in 13th spot, starting 15th.
I'm glad you like races and everything too. So we'll be in the chat, but we're gonna get up and stretch and walk. So I'll cut off the camera for a minute. Like,
here's to have the flu. Benson tries to get a run on Lake speed, sticks a nose on the inside, then the outside. Looks like Lake is going where he is.
Lake in 12th, Johnny in 13th, and Dolan back in 14th position.
I think I'm ready to go.
Johnny Benson has a run down the backstretch, but I still don't think he's going to be able to get around Lake speed.
Here's where he needs to get the run, off the corner. This is where you pass in NASCAR West Cup racing. From there.
There you go, buddy. The only place he's beating you is a little bit off the corner. Just hang with it. You're doing real good. 29.80.
This is the Lake speed spotter. Telling Lake speed he's doing good. He ran 29.80. He qualified around 28 seconds flat.
Dig
9.
Nice, be nice and smooth. Keep digging, dig hard.
Back up front, it's still John Andretti.
99% sure that it would still be Scott as the spotter. Scott was really good with him. So I would guess he would stay with the same. I know he said on interviews that he's ended up staying with his same team for a long time. But, you know, his same guys have been with him. Like, it was a recent interview within the last year or so that he was saying that the same guys are still in his shop with him when they were redoing the new car or rebuilding the old car, reviving whatever. It's all on Stapleton 42. They restored it. That's what they did.
Out on that white line. Running to the left.
4 Fords there running together. Dick Trickle, Irwin, Jarrett, Mark Martin, 2 Pontiacs. challenge for the lead. Challenge for the lead here, Todd Bodine.
Takes it from John Andretti, entering turn number 3 at the end of the backstretch.
Don't you know that he and his crew, the sponsor, all these folks are just delighted with the appearance that they're having here in the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Todd has been upbeat about his situation the whole time. He said, we've got a good team. Oh, you've got a good team.
There's a car smoking here on the front straightaway, car number 78. There's Bradbury, who made his first race of the year, but looked like it's going to be a short day for him.
He has the car well down to the inside of the track, and the caution is out.
Felt like it broke a rod.
And there's the word. So the caution comes out for the first time on lap number 13.
The rod he was talking about was a connecting rod, the rod that connects the piston to the crankshaft.
So it's Todd Bodine, John Andretti, Dick Trickle, Kenny Irwin, and Dale Jarrett, the top 5, as the caution flies here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, interrupting the speed of the Prime Star 500. We'll be right back.
Somebody just blew up. Who was that?
Each race will look back on the past 50 years as NASCAR observes its golden anniversary. The NASCAR 50th anniversary is brought to you by Coca-Cola Classic. Always the real thing, always Coca-Cola. Roger Penske and Rusty Wallace have combined to become one of the most powerful forces in NASCAR Winston Cup racing today. Since the formation of Penske South in '91, the team has claimed 29 victories. But most fans may not know that Penske and Wallace combined several years ago. In 1980, a 24-year-old Wallace was making his mark in ASA racing in the Midwest. His talents caught the attention of Penske, and it earned Rusty a ride in the Winston Cup Series. He made his Winston Cup debut in the spring race here at Atlanta that year, finishing second. In the modern era, no other driver before or since has done that well in his first Winston Cup race. Also of note that day, the race winner was none other than Dale Earnhardt, his first on a super speedway, one of 5 that led him to the championship that season. Rusty Wallace is in his 430th race here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. He has 18 poles, 47 wins, and 143 top fives, 429 starts. We're still under caution. There were some cars that made pit stops, but there still will be a caution at lap 25. Bill Weber?
And Bob, we get the 1 to go signal, and Todd Bodine will lead the field back to the green flag after 3 races of pure disgust. Todd right now is thrilled with his race car.
If you've watched before, you know I like to Reader's Digest condense these races.
This year, fast car, great qualifying lap. Todd Bodine is leading.
A car in the wall in turn 3, hard into the wall.
I'll always like kind of jump ahead through the jibber jabber. If it's just, you know.
The car just took off right to the outside wall and hit it hard.
He did hit it. Oh, gosh, he hit it hard.
Mike Skinner, right?
Oh, yeah. Skinner, boy, is that good news?
Because I think I saw a race.
Moving around in there.
I'm trying to get the
We were watching 07, and I think Burton.
It's the sign to the safety workers that
Geoff
he
Burton,
is okay.
Not too sure.
Wow, taking off the clubs. Well, it's good to see that because I saw that thing go up into the wall and hit, and it was hard.
Man, really good news to see him moving around. As he's moving around, he's not just, he's trying to take his helmet off. He's trying to get out of that car. He's probably mad at somebody why he wants to get out so bad.
Benny mentioned during our driver and starting lineup intros that this was his 50th NASCAR Winston Cup race, and it has not been a good one for Mike Skinner, but he's okay.
See how far that windshield, and Mike sits down beside the car, but the windshield had been knocked over to the left side. Bill Weber?
Well, early speculation is that Mike Skinner may have had a tire going down and just talked to the crew. That's what he radioed back to them, that it felt to him like he might have blown a tire, and that's what put
looks
him in
like
the wall.
another
And
leg
what you
injury.
guys said.
It certainly sounds like it could be a possibility, perhaps running over a piece of debris, but that's the preliminary report on Mike Skinner.
And as you can see, he has dropped to the ground and obviously is shaken up or has some kind of an injury. Here's from Rusty Wallace's on board. Look way ahead. There it is.
He just came off the bottom groove, as you said, Bob, just shot straight up to the wall, and the leaders are in the pits.
Indeed they are. Todd Bodine is in, so is Kenny Irvin. Let's go down to Bill Weber.
Well, all these guys were waiting for the mandatory caution. Now they're going to go to work now. Right side of Todd Bodine's Tabasco Pontiac. Swing around to the left side. 4-tire stop. Pulling the lefts off. And it'll be a 4-tire stop for Todd Bodine. Waiting on the tires. Let's go to... Waiting for the jack to drop. Now Todd's away. Jarrett's away. Mark Martin away. Traffic exiting pit road.
Dick Trickle's going to win the battle off pit road. Kenny Irwin might have come out in second spot. And there's a tire right in the middle of pit road.
Yes, indeed. Now somebody goes out to retrieve it. And here's Rusty Wallace finally going out, and he did not have a good pit stop.
Aaron made some major adjustments on that car because we had talked about that he was going backwards instead of forwards in the lineup out there.
So a crash has brought out our second caution flag of the afternoon. This one involving Mike Skinner, who has been loaded into the ambulance. A little bit shaken up. He'll be taken to the local infield care center and checked over further for more possible injuries. Back with more of the Prime Star 500 in a moment. Here's the overhead shot of beautiful Atlanta Motor Speedway, about 30 miles south of downtown Atlanta. And the overhead shots today are going to be courtesy of the Pennzoil Copter Can, which now has some much better skies to fly in. Under caution because of an accident involving Mike Skinner up in turn number 3.
Okay, up in this area right there is Mike Skinner. Now we're looking out Rusty Wallace, his windshield, and you'll see the car just all of a sudden just veer to the right and head straight into the wall.
Which is indicative of a right front tire going flat. That's 50% of the time it's a right front tire going flat. There are other things can happen. Something can break on the right front, but obviously something happened to the right front.
Mike kept it up against the wall, however, and no other car was involved.
No, Mike didn't keep it up against the wall. It stayed up there. There you go. Never see Skinner get out of the car, and he just hurt him too bad to stand there. He said, man, I just want to lay down. And you know he probably broke some ribs in that deal.
He's in the infield care center being checked over. Now, we had some pit stops during this caution period, of course. However, there was a lot of track positions changed, Jerry.
Well, indeed, Bob, and let me update you on the tire situation. We told you earlier that Goodyear had requested from NASCAR a mandatory pit stop at lap 25 to check the tires, because Goodyear's #1 priority is safety. Their primary concern was the right rear tire. This is the right rear tire off the 88 car of Dale Jarrett. And what they were concerned about was this, the outside shoulder, this inner 2 inches or outer 2 inches of the tire. They were concerned about this new tire they developed maybe having some slight tears that would be grip related, not blistering, but grip. So much good grip that it would tear along the outside shoulder. After 20 laps, we checked among the leaders, and we have not seen any tearing whatsoever on the right rear. The wear has been very, very good. In fact, we may see another caution flag around lap 50 to let them run 30 laps under green flag to check the tires once again. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
These are the tires off Todd Bodine's Tabasco Pontiac. This is the right front, and the team is concerned about some wear on the inner portion of the right front tire. This one actually is not too bad, so they will check it again in a little while. Now, leading this race right now is John Andretti because he didn't pit. Crew Chief Robbie Loomis thought the mandatory caution would still come at lap 25. When it was changed
the
to
tire
21,
concern maybe because of the extreme temperature change? Like after that rain went through, it got super cold.
Under the mandatory caution.
Even though they never really got on the track except for during the muggy rain part, but they may not have planned for a tire for that colder surface.
Fuel in the car, 4 tires, and 2 rounds on the track bar to loosen the car up, and Dick Trickle should now be able to make a move from 14th starting spot on the restart.
Oh yeah, Tony Baldwin's on it
The
right
first
there.
3 have not pitted at all. 4 through
They said
12
Junie
pitted during the
Dunleavy
first
was
caution, and everybody else there back of that pitted on
having
this
some
most recent caution.
hospital work on his heart. at that
And
time.
so John Andretti will lead them off the corner onto the tri-oval and a resumption of this race.
All 41 cars are on the lead lap.
Jeremy Mayfield wants to lead. He wants to get 5 bonus points, but he couldn't get it coming off turn 2. He thought he had a run on him, but he couldn't quite make it.
That's another thing for young people in the sport. You're traveling all the time. You're eating out all the time. And if you don't watch what you eat, like heart problems start developing on a lot of these older team members and drivers. Not so much because they're in training, but the team members as well. Because, I mean, you're on the road half of your life, you know.
Running back in 5th position, and Schrader just ahead. Here's some positions being changed as Johnny Benson and Todd Bodine both go below Dick Trickle. This action in the middle of the field, Dale Jarrett and Mark Martin are right there also.
That is positions for 13th, 14th, 15th.
Trickle's car seemed to push up a little bit in the turn there a moment ago that allowed Benson to go by. And once he got up in that second groove, they covered that inside groove and made it tough for him to get back down, but now he has.
Once again, on the roof of Mark Martin's car. Trickle just can't keep that car on the bottom of the racetrack, can he, Ned?
No, he can't. It's pushed up again coming off of turn 4. Jarrett gets on the inside of him. Dick drives her deep on down in the turns, even though he's on the outside.
Mark Martin now comes up to see if he can dispose of. And Jerry has more.
Just talked to Tommy Baldwin, Dick Trickle's crew chief. They thought they had made adjustments to loosen the car up, but Dick says the car is still very, very tight. Just as you guys are describing, the car goes all the way up across the racetrack. He takes his right hand and pulls the steering wheel all the way over to get the car to turn. And even then, it barely will make the turn, so they're going to have to make some more adjustments on the next pit stop.
And that's a situation that you don't want when you've got a possible tire situation. You don't want that car pushing too much because that right front is one that you want to save.
It's like the 75 car Rick Mast is losing positions, and so is Bobby Hamilton, who's up in the outside lane with traffic going by.
If you look like he's really struggling. Ever see Hamilton? On the 18th car, Bobby Hamilton had to take a provisional in the Kodak Film Chevrolet. Now running in 6th spot.
He was up in about 18th last lap, lost that many.
If history repeats itself, if he'll keep up with that 18th car, he'll be in pretty good shape before the day is over.
Here we have the Wallace brothers. Rusty looking back on brother Kenny.
It's 27th and 28th. Obviously, Rusty made some drastic changes to his car on that first pit stop because he stayed in the pit for a long, long time.
He's way back in the field. Here's Bodine and Derek Cope as they battle for 3rd position.
Ted Musgrave is back in the 5th spot. There we see Musgrave.
Cope had a notion to the inside off corner 4, drop behind Geoff Bodine.
That's Musgrave. They're trying to get around the 4th place car
And Dale Earnhardt's caught on the outside and cars going by.
Yep, he sure is.
He's lost several positions in the last few laps.
There goes Robert Presley.
Remember, Earnhardt was one of those who pitted on that first caution.
And one of the guys down reported his car was pushing and made some changes. Obviously, we'll have to make some more to get his car on the very bottom of the racetrack. And here comes Bobby Labonte.
Joe Nemechek.
I told you that John Andretti, Jeremy Mayfield, Geoff Bodine have not pitted. Really true with the laps that they've been able to run on the caution flag, they should be okay. They only have to run about 40 laps of green flag racing.
Benson continues to march through the field. He's running alongside Jeff Gordon.
He's trying to pass on the outside here. Ernie Irvin gets Jack Gordon, and now moves up on the outside of Ernie Irvin, and Todd Bodine right up in front of him is also moving towards the front. Todd came out in about 20th position. He now has moved all the way up to 9th position.
Martin looks back at this race off turn 4. By the start-finish line, there you saw it, and there you see the battle we're talking about. There's David Green, the Caterpillar car, inside of Jeff Gordon. Ernie Irvin in the Skettles car losing positions.
Up on the high side. Johnny Benson did not participate in the Daytona 500. He was 40th in points after Rockingham and moved up 10 positions to 30th after Las Vegas as we came here to Atlanta.
Bobby Hamilton a moment ago, and the corner down there, they're saying he's tight. Isn't that what they said, Ned?
Yeah, said it was extremely tight. That means that it was not free going into the turns or coming off in particular.
So John Andretti has lengthened his lead to over a second over Jeremy Mayfield as the 50 car of Ricky Craven now begins to lose positions. There's Jimmy Spencer passing by. So Ricky Craven falls back to the 17th position. They're in the top 5 after 37 laps. Back at Atlanta Motor Speedway for the Prime Star 500, where Jeremy Mayfield has taken the lead from John Andretti. Andretti had a full second lead, and all of a sudden it disappeared, and then he's second.
I'm guessing someone from Andretti's pit, like Robbie Loomis, someone said, John, you're setting too fast a pace. Slow down, and let's just ride there until that pit stop at lap 50, change the tires, and then see how hard it is.
Remember, he hasn't made a pit stop. These guys have made a pit stop, led by Todd Bodine, and Bodine is doing a great job coming up through the field again. He's up to 5th already.
And remember, he came out of the pits about 20th, Todd Bodine. He is really on the move.
The 26 car also coming forward. Now the 7 car of Jeff Bodine also has not made a pit stop, and he, as you can see, is losing spots.
That's correct.
And he's not fighting those cars. He's giving them plenty of room for race. And here's Andretti going for the lead again.
Wow. On lap 45, John Andretti has it again.
And then if they told him to slow down, he couldn't stand it.
Exactly. He called and said, Robbie, look, that's just too slow. I'm going to go faster. And we're only speculating that's what happened.
He's a racer. He likes to run out front if that car will do it. And he apparently feels comfortable out there.
We talked to Jeremy Mayfield yesterday during the rain, and he said his setup and Rusty's was exactly the same thing. And today he's been able to run up front, and Rusty has struggled trying to keep his Miller Lite Ford going.
Well, we had a report that earlier when we talked about Rusty going backward, that he just got up in the high lane and didn't get back down. Was why he was losing so many positions there early.
On board with Mark Martin, who currently runs in 8th position. Let's jump into the Tabasco hot zone and check out the telemetry here, BP.
Going down the backstretch, 180, 2, 3, 4, 184 miles per hour. We'll see a little more speed on the front stretch. I guess we won't need it because the wind is blowing down the back.
Jeff Gordon and Jeff Bodine are side by side as Gordon takes that position, moves into 11th. Here comes Jimmy Spencer to 12th, and Terry Labonte also will pass Jeff Bodine. And look at this, Mayfield wants it back. Meanwhile, Derek Cope has come along to join the fray.
Yeah, remember we saw him back about 5th or 6th there not too long ago, battling with Ted Musgrave and a couple of them, and here he is up there now, ready for the lead. Bill Weber.
And as he roars by John Andretti and sets out after Jeremy Mayfield, Derek Cope is making an early race gamble pay off. Remember, they were one of those cars that stopped early when we thought we'd have that mandatory caution on lap 25. Derek finished 5th here on this configuration last fall, qualified 19th, and he's been running this race in his head ever since. He's very confident of his Pontiac and his crew, and he likes this fast configuration. We'll see how it pays off. Still almost 300 laps to go.
Now he begins to really pull away from the rest of the field.
And Kenny Irwin on the inside of John Andretti trying to take over that 3rd spot.
Boy, there was almost most trouble. Dick Crickle and 43 car were about to get together. Todd Bodine right in there as they went by John Andretti.
Really off the pace.
Well, he got up there in that high lane. He couldn't do much about it, Bob. He just had to stay up there until he could get back down. And the caution is coming out right now for the tire deal. It's 49. This will be the 50th lap.
Yep, 50 laps are completed, and the caution comes out once again.
Watch as they go down in the corner. The 35 goes down, hits the apron, gets the car loose, has to go up the hill to save it, and moved up right in the side of the 43 car. When the left front goes down and touches that apron and you lose that banking, it really upsets the car. Hope it didn't knock the toe in out, the toe in, toe out on the 43 car, because it looked like he hit the left front tire.
Well, Bodine and Andretti had a brush in the very early opening laps of this race, and they come together once again as we are under caution number 3, lap 51.
I doubt very seriously that any of the cars will stay out.
No, I expect even those that stopped on the last caution, I expect they'll come in too. They've run about, what, 30 laps since then?
Now, during the last caution, we did have Wally Dallenbach come in as a tire went down on that car just after the green went out, and he has lost 2 laps. But other than that, and the cars that are out of the race, Skinner and Bradbury, everybody's on the lead lap. Here's Jerry.
First pit stop of the day for our leader, Jeremy Mayfield, who has not pitted as of yet, at 45 miles an hour. 12:30 and 28, 3 wide. We're going to stack these pit stops, triple split pits. Mayfield's Mobil 1 Ford. The first one to come in, they were debating putting a half a round of bite in the car, and they indeed will. They'll put a handle in the left rear. They're trying to get it in. Right side tires are already going on. Likewise, we're checking the top 9 pit with Bill Weber.
Right side's already on, going around to the left. Wedge, 1.5 rounds out. 30's out. Here's Jerry.
Derek Cope already down pit road. Here goes the 12 car trying to lead the 88, and he will get in front of Dale Jarrett. After a 4-tire change, they scramble back toward turn 1.
Wow, there's a lot of traffic coming out in there. Whoa. It looked like Martin and Spencer may have touched.
Rusty almost got inside of Kenny as he drove off pit road.
Wow, the 30 car took 2 tires and has come out near the front of the field.
Ricky Rudd has some kind of problem. They're working under the right front of his car. They'll probably put in the rubber in, taking the rubber out, something, trying to change the suspension on his Tide ride.
Well, they better hurry. The pace car is coming off of turn 4, so he doesn't want to go a lap down.
Here comes the pace car as Dallenbach, you see the only car not on the lead lap, comes in, and Rudd gets out just ahead of the pace car, so he stays on the lead lap. So it's going to be Derek Cope at the front of the field and Todd Bodine second when we resume competition in the Prime Star 500 in just a moment. Stay with us. We'll be going back to green here in just a moment at Atlanta Motor Speedway. During that pit action, I thought I saw Mark Martin and Jimmy Spencer come together as they were trying to get out of the pits, and I think that we'll see it here in the replay.
See, Spencer's out in the mud. And
yeah, look. Sure do. From the in-car camera.
Sounded like there was some contact.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get back on the racetrack. Mark pulled up beside Spencer and looks over and says, hey.
I'm sorry about that. Didn't know you were out there. If you read sign language, well, then you know what he said.
Okay, let's check the pit stop summary. Jeremy Mayfield was the leader when the pits began. He's now 4th. Derek Cope has moved from 2nd to 1st. Irwin 3rd to 2nd. Todd Bodine 4th to 3rd. And Trickle lost 7 positions in those pit stops. Down to Jerry Punch.
We told you the Gumot Pontiac driver, Derek Cope, only made a 2-tire change. He'd actually pitted the very first time on lap 12 and put on all 4 tires. And these are the right side tires that came off that Pontiac. Take a look at the right rear tire. On the inside shoulder, this line right here, that is that grip-related separation or tearing we're talking about. All the way along the inside shoulder, about 2 inches from the edge on the right rear of the 30 car. A lot of teams are looking at this and are a little bit concerned.
Green flag comes out, back to racing. Derek Cope is leading his first NASCAR Winston Cup race of 1998, and Wally Dallenbach in the 46 cars trying to get his lap back. Looks like he may do it.
Yeah, he does move out in front, and that costs Derek the lead. Kenny Irwin takes a look, and here comes Todd Bodine.
Whoa, look at him.
And it's Todd Bodine in front.
Oh, man. Like he was shot out of a cannon,
I'm telling you. That's about the way that Tabasco Pontiac has been running here at this race, like he's shot out of a cannon.
Wow.
What a terrific run. Todd Bodine is getting off the corners. So Wally Dallenbach's chance to get a lap back against Todd Bodine looks like it's going to be short-lived.
That's Kenny Irwin, the rookie, and the Haviland Ford coming up quickly and closing in on Bodine as he wonders what to do with Dallenbach.
And it looks like those 2 tires for Derek Cope is not working. You see other cars coming by as Jeremy Mayfield went by. He closed the gap on Dale Jarrett before they got into the turn. I'm not sure that 2-tire change is the tip.
Bill Weber has more on Kenny Irwin as Dallenbach goes a lap down.
And a great run for Kenny as he moves to the inside of the racetrack and continues his venture around the Atlanta Motor Speedway. He's made 2 stops, both at a little over 18 seconds. And Irwin chasing. The one thing Robert Yates, who is acting crew chief, has told his driver since that last stop, it looks like we're going to start going a little longer on our tires. So take care of them. He was loose early in his last run, but the car came to him. No adjustments, 4 tires and fuel for Kenny Irwin on his last stop.
Jeff Gordon moved up to the 7th spot.
Johnny Benson back in 8th position.
And Derek Cope's car just coming off the turns won't stay down there. Dale Jarrett got around him, and now Terry Labonte trying as we see other racing back in the field.
Now they got together exiting the pits, and now they run together on the racetrack. We're talking about Mark Martin, with whom you ride right now, and the driver that he had an exchange with on pit road, Jimmy Spencer.
And Martin goes by Jimmy Spencer.
And Spencer dives to the bottom of the racetrack to get back to the bottom.
Boy, they cover that real estate in a hurry, don't they? Once if somebody gets on the inside of them, they get back down there as quickly as they possibly can.
More Tabasco hot zone telemetry. Mark Martin up to about 213 miles an hour.
That's not right.
No.
Got something wrong there someplace.
Yeah. There's a very stiff wind blowing down the backstretch, but he's not getting that much.
No, it's not that stiff. He'd never make that 3rd corner if he did.
Spencer's struggling right now.
Yep.
So Mark Martin go by. Well, he's not too far ahead of him. There's a lap or so ago. Kenny Schrader in the Skoll car is in front of Mark Martin. He struggled this weekend trying to get up to speed. And Spencer not able to keep that car on the bottom of the racetrack. See it go up the hill?
Yep.
Just drives under. So does Jeff Burton. Looked like Spencer's car was loose. It looked like he was chasing the back end of the car up the hill.
Yeah, it looked more that way than a push.
That's Ted Musgrave in the 16 car now right
Up front, Terry Labonte has gotten around Derek Cope in his position.
There's our leaders. There's Todd Bodine. Kenny Irwin.
Let's go to Ray Dunlap, who has an update on the condition of Mike Skinner, who crashed early in this race.
Richard, we saw Mike took an awful hard hit out there. Can you tell us how he's doing? Yeah, I went over and talked to him, and he's alert and awake. He's complaining with his neck and his shoulder, and they're going to take him to Georgia Baptist, and from there they're going to do more X-rays. His feet are bruised up. His bruised up's pretty good, but he's okay. Looks like Dale has some sort of a handling problem out there. What's the diagnosis on the 3 car? Well, it's getting better right now. He's been real loose getting in, and they made some adjustments, and he's starting to come back a little now. Hey, good luck. Good thing is Mike Skinner is going to be okay.
Well, that's good news. I was really concerned. The guy hit that hard to the right side that you might break a rib or two, and he didn't hear anything about that, which is really good news.
Here are the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars. Jerry Mayfield, Dale Jarrett, Terry Labonte. You see the leaders out there pulled away a little bit. Todd Bodine and Kenny Irwin.
They have about a 1.1 second interval there between themselves and the 3rd place car of Jeremy Mayfield. So Todd Bodine leads. He has led 17 of the 64 laps that we have completed. Kenny Irwin running in 2nd spot, then Mayfield, Jarrett, and Terry Labonte. Back with more live coverage of the Prime Star 500. Todd Bodine continues to set the pace in the Prime Star 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway with Kenny Irwin right there on his rear spoiler. Back in 3rd spot, Dale Jarrett, Terry Labonte 4th, Derek Cope 5th, and the guy that has lost some spots in the last couple of laps, Jeremy Mayfield, has dropped back to 8th. Jerry Punch has more.
We told you on Jeremy Mayfield's pit stop they were going to put about a half a round to a round of bite in the car because the car was loose. And they did add that, but the car did not improve that much, particularly with Dale Jarrett and a few of the cars that were right behind him. The car was getting looser and looser, so he let those guys go by to try to get the car tightened up, and apparently it helped momentarily, but he's still in pretty significant traffic.
Up front, meanwhile, look at Dale Jarrett closing in, and Terry Labonte is also closing in pretty well, but the guy that has really come on in the last few laps is Dale Jarrett, as Johnny Benson and Jeff Gordon run for a while wheel to wheel, and now Benson takes away that position.
It will be for 6th spot. We talked about just a moment ago, Dale Jarrett, and he clearly is the fastest car on the track right now. And we see our AutoZone on-track interval. Jarrett running 29.8, 29.9, 30.30, and 3 laps at 30 seconds flat. And meanwhile, you see Todd Bodine has gone over to 30.1. And Dale Jarrett close to 1.6 seconds behind to 0.9, which is only 0.3 of a second. But hollering distance now. He's right there with them.
And they're in traffic. They've caught up to Darrell Waltrip and Jerry Nadeau. Waltrip is running in the 40th position.
This is Jerry Nadeau looking back out of his rear bumper to Todd Bodine. Here he comes off the corner and comes on the outside and just drives right by.
Kenny Irwin comes along, and Dale Jarrett heads for the high side and also will put Jerry Nadeau a lap down in 39th position. There they go from Jerry's perspective.
Here they come, and there they went. There they are. Jerry Nadeau's car goes uphill, goes to the corner, and up the hill he goes as Terry Labonte goes by.
And so does Johnny Benson. So how's John Andretti doing, who led so many of these first early laps? Well, he's back in the 30th position. Bill Weber?
Well, we talked about when they stopped, they were going to make a wedge adjustment to go round and a half out, but Andretti's car is now very, very loose. So after a great start, John Andretti slipping backwards in the field, fighting a loose handling condition.
John Andretti has led 33 laps of this race on 3 different occasions. Todd Bodine is catching up to that figure as Bodine is leading his 30th lap of the event.
And Dale Jarrett is close up on his teammate right on the back bumper. And we see Mark Martin going by Jeremy Mayfield as Jeremy continues to struggle. He's gone back to 9th spot now.
And Mark Martin is coming towards the front. He came out of the pits in about 12th place, I believe, but now he's up to 8th.
That last lap by Johnny Benson was the fastest car of the cars in the top 6.
But Jarrett continues to be one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, Jerry.
Just spoke with Todd Parrott a moment ago on that last pit stop, Bob, when they made an adjustment on the 88 car. They basically changed the track bar, took some bite out to free the car up, and that has significantly improved Dale Jarrett's car. Now, so the car is much, much better. And obviously, that's proving out with the lap time.
Indeed it is, and more from Bill Weber.
Well, one thing we haven't pointed out today that we have discussed over the weekend is that Mark Reno is no longer the crew chief on the 28 car for driver Kenny Irwin. It's Robert Yates and Raymond Fox calling the shots along pit road. What they want Kenny to do is follow Dale Jarrett. They want him to follow Jarrett and learn where he's running. And the most concern right now is about the 28 car tires. If Irwin follows Jarrett, he can learn his groove and also learn how DJ protects his tires.
Fastest lap that lap was Terry Labonte.
Terry Labonte and the Yates cars, and there we go. Kenny Irwin goes for the lead, and he has it coming off the corner.
And he led the strike, so he gets those 5 bonus points.
That will be the first lap that Kenny Irwin has led in 1998.
And it was one thing to move over and let your teammate go by when you're in second, but it's going to be a little tougher when you're at first.
Yeah, you might have second thoughts on that. Of course, I'm sure that they wanted him to get up there and lead a lap and get those 5 bonus points. Helps out in his rookie standings and all of that as Darrell Waltrip comes into the pits. And so does Hud Strickland.
And Jeff Gordon has a problem and heads down pit road.
This would be an unscheduled pit stop.
He was running in 11th position, but now relinquishes that to come in for the stop. Ray Dunlap.
Well, Jeff Gordon's 24 car is on pit road. They're going to the right side, guys. They're going to put tires on there. It looks like this will be a 4-tire change, but very costly under green. They will go to the left side now. 4 tires on this stop. Could be trouble, but other cars are getting ready to come down pit road.
And the 24 car's been clocked for entering pit road too fast. NASCAR official standing in front of him, giving the penalty. That's why he's not moving.
Oh, man, that's going to be a tough situation there for him as the leaders are in heavy traffic. They'd lapped the car of Ricky Craven. Now they get back out on the inside, and Terry Labonte and Johnny Benson are catching up to the leaders now.
And Jeff Gordon is going to go 2 laps down as here come the leaders as Jeff just comes out of the pits. And Jimmy Spencer is off the banking heading for pit road.
David Green is going out of the pits now. Rick Mast is in the pits. I said unscheduled pit stops. Well, it's certainly earlier than they wanted to come in, but maybe the tire situation dictated.
They've been about 30-some laps since the green flag waved. Ray Dunlap.
Well, Jimmy Spencer's No Bull Taurus is in, but it looks like trouble as the hood is going to go up on the 23 car. The crew didn't even bring tires across the wall, and folks, that's always a bad sign. Jerry Punch.
Unscheduled pit stop a moment ago for Joe Nemechek, and let me show you what drivers and crew chiefs did not want to see. This is the inside shoulder of the right rear tire, and folks, that right there, that is the cord showing. So the grip is so good at this racetrack, it is literally ripping the rubber apart. There were a half a dozen crew chiefs here who came down and looked at this tire and went back and are now telling their drivers, if you feel anything, come on the pit road. Let's not chance it. Come in, we'll change them, and then we'll let you know whether it was a good or a bad call.
Wow, that is something that will be of concern to all of us here as the laps tick away in this event. Well, Kenny Irwin continues to lead. He comes up to try to lap the 42 car of Joe Nemechek and put him 2 laps down. Joe is already 1 lap down in 34th spot. Kenny Irwin has finished 19th, 26th, and 36th in the first 3 races of the year, and Johnny Benson has moved himself up to 4th.
And Terry Labonte moved up to 3rd. Both of them went around Todd Bodine. The other cars make pit stops. Wally Dallenbach is one of those, and Robert Presley.
So rookie Kenny Irwin from Indianapolis, Indiana, has the lead of the Prime Star 500. We are 86 laps into this 325-lap event. We have a new leader at Atlanta Motor Speedway as Dale Jarrett has passed his teammate and now is in the lead. He becomes our 6th different leader of the afternoon. We have had 9 lead changes. Car.
We'll see if Phillips put in something in the right rear. See the adjustment.
Skipped a little ahead to green flag pit stops.
And don't was going to have another lead change, but not this time. The leaders have slowed down quite a bit from what they were running. They were running over 185. They're down now to under 182 as Winston gets his service and goes back out.
Down to Jerry Clutch.
Expecting our leader, Dale Jarrett, to pit this time. With the tire wear we showed you from Joe Nemechek's car, Robert Preston and others, Todd Parrott said we cannot afford to go more than 50 laps. We pitted on lap 51, so 50 laps later we're at lap 101, and both of Yates' cars come down pit road at 45 miles an hour. A lot of concern. Todd Parrott said we had to stay out 50 laps, and indeed they have. First, the quality care. Ford Credit Machine comes to a halt. His teammate, the Texaco car, goes farther down turn one. That's the Kenny Irwin car. Right side tires going on. Now left side going on. Slugger landing, the left front, the jack, the car off the jack. Dale Jarrett's car falls off the jack. They did not have the tires on the left side. They re-jack it up. Cost them valuable time. Go down to Bill Weber.
Very smooth stop for Irwin. He's a little tight. They're going to loosen him up just a little bit with air pressure. He's already back out on the track. We've Jarrett out of pit road.
As you saw, Kenny Irwin's pit stall is the very first one down toward turn number 1.
That's the one they always have. Dick Trickle's in. Jerry Clutch is there.
Still battling a very, very tight race car. Dick Trickle said we have got to do something. They decided to make a major air pressure adjustment for this time. One can of fuel in. They dropped the first can of fuel coming back across. They had more gas down and away.
Go, go, watch your speed. Watch your speed. Watch it now.
And remember, NASCAR told the drivers 45 miles an hour, and they will absolutely penalize you. As last week's winner from Las Vegas comes in exactly the same car he drove to victory lane. They will make a chassis adjustment on the right rear of the Valvoline Ford of Mark Martin. A lot of guys saying they are loose in and tight off here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Left side tires going on. The green wheels are from Chad Little's machine. As they put the left side tires on, he is down and away. Let's check in the Rusty Wallace pit.
A very quick pit stop underway for the Miller Lite team. Already got the rights on. Slight air pressure adjustment. Left are on. Fuel is in. Rusty at 18.3 came in fifth.
Those guys have been turning out good pit stops.
And I told him, I said he had a problem to make a major chassis adjustment on his first stop. Actually, he came in late. He had an 18-second stop, the very first stop that he made. As we see his teammate, Jeremy Mayfield, and the left side's going on. It's down, and away he goes. Oh, where's that spark from?
Let's go to Bill Weber in Kenny Wallace's pit.
Kenny Wallace is coming down pit road. You're seeing a lot of these speeding penalties on pit road because normally the pit road speed begins at the first pit box, but today it begins at the very beginning of pit road. NASCAR warned teams about that before this race began. They go to the right side on Kenny Irwin's car, changing right side tires, fuel going in. Wallace sitting here, his Ford Taurus getting 4 tires. Now they come around to the left side. The left rear tire changer falls down. That will cost plenty of time. Left front on, waiting on the left rear. And now Kenny Wallace returns to the race. 21.2 seconds for Kenny Wallace.
Jeremy Mayfield left the fence a moment ago. Something sparked. Did you see that?
I sure did see it.
The car goes down. He starts to leave. What is that?
I don't know. Right from the right rear wheel, it looked like. Sparks came out.
Wow.
I don't know what that was.
And Geoff Bodine had taken the lead, but he now is in the pits, and Bill Weber is there.
1 pound out of the right rear tire for Bodine. He already has the rights on his Phillips Ford, waiting on the left side. Plenty of fuel already in. Of course, fuel not a factor. These guys stopping now because of tires. 107 laps on the board. A long stop. He's obviously stalled the car. They're going to try and push it to get it restarted. He refires, slides out of pit road, and returns to the race.
That completes the cycle now as everybody has made a stop. And on the racetrack, it's Johnny Benson in the lead.
And he has company right on his back bumper as Kenny Irwin trying to take over the lead. Todd Bodine is back up there now. Remember, Todd made an earlier pit stop, and here's Irwin going for the lead.
Wow, impressive performance here by Kenny Irwin. He does take the lead from Johnny Benson. I hope those aren't raindrops we see there on the camera lens. And here comes Todd Bodine to second.
Sure looked like it, didn't it? Yes, it did. And here comes the third and fourth place cars. That's Terry Labonte goes into third spot by Benson. Here comes Dale Jarrett. He will go by. And Trickle also in the battle. He's going to go by.
Benson from first to seventh, Doc.
And the worst wear we've seen so far, I shouldn't say wear, I should say tear we've seen so far, came off of the right rear of last week's winner, Mark Martin's Valvoline Ford. Take a look, the cords completely exposed all along this tire. Now, Goodyear engineer Tony Freund was in their pit to look at these tires. He was right on top of it, and he says, you know, we are showing some tearing from the grip related to the racetrack. But they have told the teams, as rubber gets laid down because of the rain in a green racetrack, this should improve. They think this probably happened early in their 50-lap run, and they're hoping it will improve before the next pit stop. But certainly, this has to be frightening to some of the teams.
Boy, you would certainly think so. Well, the Johnny Benson car now drops back to 6th position, and now a challenge mounted by the 93 car, but the 93 car, or the 98 car of Craig Sachs is not on the lead lap. He's a lap down in 33rd position. 111 laps are completed. It's Kenny Irwin, Todd Bodine, Dale Jarrett, Terry Labonte. We'll be right back. The rain postponed Prime Star 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway on this Monday afternoon as Kenny Irwin in car number 28 leads his teammate Dale Jarrett in number 88. Now, this 28 car has performed well here in Atlanta. The last 6 races, it has 5 top 10s, including 1 win and 2 seconds when the car was driven by
Rain? Did you say rain?
Yes, it looks like that there are light raindrops.
A few raindrops on our camera lens.
Yep.
And we see Brett Bodine, the Paychecks car, right in front of the leader. And Irwin, he is back in where? 29th spot?
29th. Brett Bodine, last car on the lead lap. Wally Law back in the pits once again. As Bodine now goes a lap down. 28 cars now on the lead lap.
We've had 9 different leaders and 14 lead changes among those who have led in this race. Kenny Wallace led a lap. Geoff Bodine has led 2, Martin 2, and the driver who has led the most laps so far, John Andretti 33, Todd Bodine 32. Here's a Napa Field summary for you, showing you where your favorite driver is running and the numbers.
I see rain on one of them lenses. Do y'all?
The caution is out.
Yeah, right there.
This is for rain. I don't see anything around the racetrack.
I would guess so. Well, we'll cycle through the field summary as the cars slow down and await the pace car to come out onto the racetrack. Boy, we woke up this morning and thought we'd seen the last of the rain, but that has not been the case, as it rained a couple of times this morning, including once at about 9:30. But the track dried quickly, and I have a feeling that this is just an isolated shower, because we do see some bright skies around us.
Well, as you and I were walking in this morning, we ran across a rain squall about like this that lasted every bit of 8 minutes.
Yep.
Really no rain whatsoever, and in 8 minutes it was gone.
Yep. And it's not something that really dampens a racetrack to the point where you have to start all over again. So caution. Very cool temperatures. We've seen some vicious crashes also here at Atlanta.
Didn't have the racetrack with it that cool. I'm seeing rain here, and this good technical thing here. This quick estate track facts actually are pretty
Construction of all
good.
Winston Cup cars begins right there. 3 inches by 4 inches boxed steel tubing. That actually forms the frame rails in the center section of the car. You add to that 2-inch by 3-inch box steel tubing cut and welded to form the front clip. The front clip, basically the windshield is here. This forms the front of the car where the suspension is attached. The same is true at the back. Now, chassis guru Steve Levitt is actually working to build the rear clip. Once again, 2-inch by 3-inch box steel tubing, cut and welded together. And one might wonder, why weld all these different angles? Why not just put a solid piece? Wouldn't that be easier to build? Well, it would be, but NASCAR mandates these angles and these pieces cut. The reason being, upon impact, this will bend or break, this will bend or break, thus absorbing energy. Energy is absorbed by the chassis and not by what's inside the driver's compartment. Well, front clip, frame rails, rear clip, simply add the roll cage built outside, set it in the very middle of the car, put a seat, some sheet metal, some wires and some tires, and hopefully when you're all done, it'll look like this.
So construction is very important to NASCAR.
Interesting. That's what a frame jig looks like.
Necessitate it. It really means that when a crash occurs like Steve Park's, they may have injuries, but nothing life-threatening.
And Dale Earnhardt's in the pit. Looks like he's getting the windshield cleaned up well.
This is his 4th stop on this caution, Denny. He's been coming in every lap. And let's go to the pits and Ray Dunlap. He can probably tell us what's going on.
Well, Ned, they have these strips that they put across the windshields to try to be able to peel them away. They've taken 2 of them off Earnhardt's car, and the window's still dirty. Dale called in and said there's an awful lot of oil out there on the racetrack, and now with the rain, it's almost impossible to see what's going on. Now, you see the 46 car is out in front of the field. Wally Dallenbach started that car, but he got sick and said, I just can't take it any longer, guys. So Sterling Marlin got in, but they're about 27 laps down right now. Down to Jerry Punch.
In Dale Jarrett's pit with crew chief Todd Parrott. And Todd, you're one of the few teams that has not seen significant right rear tire wear, but you're starting to see a little bit there. How concerned are you?
Not real concerned. I think we got a pretty conservative setup on the car to something to take care of the tires. You know, we knew it's going to be a bad tire day, and set the car up to try to take care of the tires, and so far it's working pretty good.
You made one adjustment to the track bar to loosen DJ up, and he took off. Is the car basically staying pretty stable for him?
Yeah, he said the car's staying pretty good right now, and really no complaints. Just wait for this weather to get out of here so we can get this thing over with.
All right, Todd Parrott, the crew chief, and these are one of the few teams we've seen where they have not had any significant problem with that right rear tire. So obviously they are very, very good on the setup.
Looking back on Jeff Gordon, remember when we said not too long ago that he was 2 laps down? Well, he's back on the lead lap.
The caution flag fell just right for him. The last caution flag, he had made his pit stop. We saw him when he was penalized. And the other cars made their pit stop before the caution flag. And then he came out and he was still on the racetrack.
Our leader, however, is Kenny Wallace.
And he only took 2 tires on his pit stop, the right side tires. And so with that good pit stop, he's out front.
And this is the second time this afternoon that he has led this race. We've had 18 lead changes today. The record for lead changes, 32 set back in 1976. Back with more from Atlanta in a moment. ESPN Speed World today is live at Atlanta Motor Speedway for the NASCAR Winston Cup Prime Star 500. RPM tonight, all this week, originates from Homestead, Florida, where the FedEx Championship Series will begin its season next Sunday. There you see the guests that will be on tonight's program at 7 o'clock Eastern Time with your host, John Kernan. In one more lap, we'll be going back to green. Down to Bill Weber.
And I climb up on the top of the pit box to talk to Robert Yates, the car owner for Kenny Irwin. He's talking to his driver, and some of his crew members are talking over tire pressures. Great day for you, Robert, and your young driver, Kenny Irwin.
Yeah, got a ways to go, and I've seen this show so many times. You know, you get, we just don't want to get over our heads. You know, we don't have to win this race today. We just want to get a good, solid run.
And he wants to get back to talking to his driver. They said their biggest problem so far today has been keeping Robert Yates calm. Here's Ray.
Well, Bill, we were talking about what Dale Earnhardt saw out of his race car. You're looking through the piece of film that was actually on the car. Now, the problem is the back side of this actually is sticky. That's what holds it onto the race car. They tried to peel this one off. They got it off, but there's actually another layer underneath, and they're having trouble getting all of that removed from the windshield. Same problem for Bill Elliott.
And I expect as cold as it is today that it makes it that much tougher to peel that stuff off.
Look through Bill Elliott's windshield. Looks pretty good right now.
He made a number of pit stops like Earnhardt on this caution.
So did Ricky Rudd, and both of those cars will be at the tail end of the lead lap, their 28th and 29th, as we go back to racing. Kenny Wallace, Kenny Irwin, Dale Jarrett, Todd Bodine, and Dick Trickle are your top 5, and Greg Sachs drops low on the track.
Apparently missed a shift or something went wrong, and he just got out of the way. That's a smart thing to do.
November. 2 wins and a 4th in the last 3 races here for Bobby. Look at Kenny Irwin close in on Kenny Wallace.
Heating up some more hot water here. I'm still watching.
Jerry, what happened to Greg Sachs there on the start?
Bob, as you might expect, they lost 3rd gear on the restart, so he only has 4th gear full effective there, and every restart for the subsequent part of the day.
Okay, I plugged in my headphones. I was walking around with my headphones, listening to the TV.
Just wait for the moment.
Hot water is perking.
Here they come off the corner, and all 3 cars, that is Irwin, Jarrett, and Bodine, trying to get to the inside of Kenny, but Kenny holds him off.
I'll be back on in just a bit, but I'm in the chat.
85 miles per hour. That's not bad, is it, Bill Weber?
It certainly isn't, BP, and I walked into the garage area Friday morning, and Kenny Wallace and his crew were all over our crew because they've been having good runs. And they said, look, we're having good runs. When we get up front, show us. And I said, yeah, but look at your 2 finishes. You've had a 38th and a 42nd. He says, you watch. The finishes are coming. Being able to get to the front, we get that little problem. Looked like a little bit of smoke out of his car that time by as he went into turn 1. But he said, when we get past these little problems, we're going to be in the front for quite a while. He's at the front right now.
Kenny is one of 10 drivers who have led this race so far. Here's a Napa field summary for you. Wallace up from the 24th starting position.
The last lap he ran over 186 mile per hour average.
Terry Labonte had the fastest lap that last time at over 189.
187.
It was 189 before that lap.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
That's almost qualifying
Here's
speed.
Irwin trying. Well, I don't know if he's going to be able to do it this time. No, he isn't. Those 2 tires that Kenny Irwin put on, that Kenny Wallace put on there, seems to be working okay, but
here's the battle for 15th, 16th, 17th on back. Kyle Petty has moved up to the 15th position. It's Ernie Irvin in 16th.
The 42 car of Joe Nemechek, 3 laps down, has had a couple of unscheduled pit stops.
Back from Kyle Petty's Hot Wheels Pontiac to Ernie Irvin. Oh, there's Terry Cope.
Wow, that was almost some contact between the 30 and the 44 as Cope tried to get to the bottom of the racetrack, tried to fit back in that low groove. And obviously just not quite room there.
Riding along with Terry Cope now. Briggs and Stratton on board.
windshield is a little tough to see out of too. And here's Irwin now trying to get out on the inside. He might make it this time.
Got a good run coming off the corner. Looks like he's going to pass by Kenny Wallace. Now we have 5 cars lined up there to the inside of Wallace.
Yeah, and Wallace is probably going to wind up in 6th place. Well, I don't know. Maybe he gets back. No, he didn't get back in. I thought he was going to get back in for a moment. Yeah, he's going to wind up in 6th place.
Terry Labonte with a good run. 10 different leaders, 19 lead changes, and a Chevy has never been up front.
Nary a Chevrolet today, so it looks like that the wind tunnel, by the way, we're being told that tomorrow morning the cars, a Pontiac, a Ford, and a Chevrolet will go to the wind tunnel, and NASCAR will be in there for about 12 hours tomorrow, getting documentation to find out which car has the most downforce, the best drag. Is that not right, Jerry Punch?
Vinny, that's exactly right. NASCAR has a 12-hour window to use the wind tunnel in nearby Marietta, Georgia. They have a big black trailer in the back of the garage. They will load the top brand from each of the finishing manufacturers. As you said, Ford, Chevy, and Pontiac. However, this morning in the garage area, there was a lot of lobbying being done by crew chiefs from all 3 makes, asking NASCAR to take a second set of cars, maybe from the 10th through 20th place finishers, maybe even a 3rd set. NASCAR is contemplating those suggestions.
Well, NASCAR, of course, wants to keep everybody on a level playing field, and about the only way to do it is to take 3 representative cars to the tunnel and get the actual statistics.
Bonnie went back there on that last lap. He got out of the groove and several cars. Well, Mark Martin got on the inside and passed him, and then several others went by. Same situation we saw with Kenny Wallace. He went back to 6th.
Bobby Labonte went back to 10th position. Rusty Wallace, the points leader, is in 11th.
So Rusty Wallace has made quite a comeback today. He struggled at first when he threw the green flag. He went back to about 30th spot, but now he's worked his way back and is up once again in the 11th spot. Let's try the Tabasco Hot Zone. About 176, 178. We'll see how much it goes down the corners. Down to 156 I saw as he comes down the back stretch.
Boy, you don't see any brake lights, do you?
No brake lights. They just maybe back off just a little bit and right back on it.
Whoop, there he touched it.
Okay. That might have been just to set the car.
Yep. So he and Bobby Labonte having a pretty good battle here for the 10th spot.
You'll see a raindrop or two, but again, it's just very, very light rain. Can't see anything on the windshield of Rusty Wallace's Miller Lite Ford.
In fact, you can see some bright sky there up ahead of Rusty.
Comes off the corner right on the back bumper of Bobby Labonte as the 46 car, the first Union car, once again makes a pit stop, and Bobby Labonte says, I don't like Rusty being that close to me, so Rusty's just going by.
So Rusty moves to 10th. There is the lead held by Kenny Irwin. Jarrett right behind him. Todd Bodine, Dick Trickle, and Terry Labonte. All those 5 cars are separated by less than 29 cars on the lead lap. Kenny Irwin has led 39 laps so far. He started 5th, and his lowest was on lap 21 when he was in 16th spot. So the rookie from Indiana is setting the pace here in the NASCAR Winston Cup event. Here's Jimmy Finning as he watches Mark Martin and others compete with 145 laps in the book. We'll be right back. ESPN Speed World welcomes you back to the Prime Star 500 at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Rain postponed from yesterday. We're nearing the halfway point. These overhead shots, and there you see the first 4 cars, courtesy of the Pennzoil Copter Can. That's Irwin, Jarrett, Todd Bodine, and Dick Trickle.
They pulled away just a little bit from Terry Labonte, who is running in the 5th position.
Listen, my
he's watching what's going
percolator's perking the water. I already took my tea right when it starts fast boiling. It's a good time to start mix that matcha because the tannins and stuff are lighter in it.
Yes, they are. And Kenny Irwin has led the most laps so far. He's about to lead his 46th
This
lap
is old Atlanta, but they said new configuration, so I'm thinking it's 1998. So.
It's an interesting mixture of people that we have running here as Dale Jarrett, the veteran, is about to take the lead away from his teammate, rookie Kenny Irwin.
Driving like a rookie today, is he?
No, he is not.
Very good run. And Todd Bodine, who struggled so much all year against Tabasco Pontiac, has not qualified for the first 3. Qualified so well and has run so well here today.
And then you talk about veterans.
I just saw raindrops on the lens again. Oh my goodness.
Never has won a NASCAR Winston Cup.
Looking good, bud. Stay all around. You're right there. You're right there in the midst of it.
You're right there amongst them.
Dick Trickle's right, yes. He is right there amongst them.
Yep. Meanwhile, working there in 5th position.
Halfway's coming up about 8 laps, buddy.
Just watching Terry Labonte. And yes, the halfway point is coming up, and that's worth 10 grand.
That's worth considering. That might be why Dale Jarrett decided he needed to go. Plus, didn't you see a few raindrops
Looks
again
like
there?
the rain is getting
unfortunately,
a little more vivid.
Here's Mark Martin running 6th. Kenny Wallace right behind him in 7th position, the 81.
Mayfield right behind Kenny.
Looks like stuff has gonna happen.
Johnny Benson, never see the yellow car going
29
by.
on the lead lap.
Wallace is in 10th.
Labonte has dropped back to 11th place now.
I bet they'll throw the yellow again. That rain's not quite yellow yet,
Steve
but
10th and
it's
Terry Labonte in 11th.
it's close. I was wondering if they would get past halfway and then they could call it a, ooh, that's more rain.
Only 4.5 seconds behind the leader, Dale Jarrett.
He's been down as low as 28th in this race. Here comes the 99 car of Geoff Burton. We haven't talked much about Geoff today, but he is close to the top 10. He's running in 12th position right now.
Just went high into turn 1, very high and is slow going down the backstretch.
Jerry, what's going on?
A number of drivers are beginning to complain that they are getting significant raindrops in turns 1 and 2. Apparently the car is beginning to slip and slide a little bit, and there may have been some contact a moment ago down in turn 1. We're hearing now from one of the crews. Dale Jarrett, car number 90, we're told a number of others are complaining that there may be some rain, and it is picking up here in the pits as we are just 4.5 laps away from halfway.
Let's take a look at it. Ned, you saw it up there in the corner.
Yeah, he went down. Here's Trickle running in 4th place, and all of a sudden he runs up on Todd Bodine. Todd Bodine slowed down, it looked like, and Trickle had to take an evasive move, and Terry Labonte went by him, and then he dropped all the way back to 7th now.
We'll check Bill Elliott's windshield, see if we can see any raindrops. Yeah, we see some rain.
Some rain. Yeah, there are raindrops. No question.
Caution's out. We are 3 laps short of halfway. Here comes Jarrett and Irwin off corner number 4. They take the flag and slow down. That completes lap number 160. The halfway point is 163.
Well, now, do they make pit stops or do they stay out there and hope the skies will open up?
I think they stay out there, Ned.
I'd say so.
I mean, you see the sky there, and I don't think it's going to rain, but
no,
again.
Okay, there was a race back in the pack to the line, the caution flag.
That's Trickle, Jeremy Mayfield, Johnny Benson, and they all go by either side of Trickle, and it's Trickle to the line. And well, I don't know. I'd hate to call that other one.
Well, that was close. You're right.
I think place went to Mayfield and show to Benson, but that was very, very close.
Benson is driving like he was able to get that position. But, you know, that really is it's a real quandary for these teams right now. If the green flag goes back, if they rethrow the green flag, they need those tires, but
they're coming in.
They're coming in. I don't believe it. Here they come.
Yeah, they figure it's not going to rain long. But if the front runners don't come in, those guys back in pack are going to.
Ray Dunlap in Labonte's pit.
Bob, Terry Labonte will be the first car to hit pit road here, and the Kellogg Chevrolet is in. They are going to go to the right side and put on tires. They've got fuel wind. Yeah, it's a concern about the rain, but looking to the west, the sky looks pretty good. Let's go down to Jerry Punch with the leader.
Likewise, Dale Jarrett had already run 58 laps at his last pit stop on these tires. And like Ray said, it is getting light off of turn 2, although we are seeing raindrops as DJ is away. Let's check in with his teammate in Bill.
4 tires for Kenny Irwin. They wanted to make an air pressure adjustment. Kenny said, no, please don't change the way the car handles. 18 seconds flat. He beats Jarrett out of the pits. Here comes Martin Labonte, Kenny Wallace, and Dick Trickle.
Looks like Todd Bodine, though, beat everybody out as... Got a little sideways there as he accelerated out of the pit area. There's Todd Bodine, and he was the first to complete the pit stop.
It looked like the lead that he had looks like it was the old 2-tire stop. It's hard to imagine he's changing 4 tires because the 28 car Kenny Irwin has that great pit position, that #1 spot, and all he's got to do is just let the clutch out and go across the line. So there's Kenny Irwin that I'm talking about.
York Ranger Rangers. 7:30 tonight, ESPN2's Fire on Ice.
On the lead lap. And so he didn't give up much, and he gained 5 bonus points. And if the skies had opened up and rained, he could have won the race.
Yep.
So, and then apparently they figured, well, maybe it's not going to rain, so better come on in and make that pit stop. Good strategy.
In the lead right now is Todd Bodine. And second and third are the Yates cars. Kenny Irwin and Dale Jarrett in that order. There's Jerry Punch with a good crew chief story.
Well, you're looking at Richard Slugger Labby, who is the new crew chief for Kenny Irwin, but he's also the old front tire changer for DJ. Dale Jarrett and Slugger, you're up here changing tires for DJ, but watching your young man, Kenny Irwin, pretty impressive.
Yes, he is. I mean, last thing he told me this morning when he got in the car, he said, hey, we come to win this race. And man, if we can finish 1-2, that'd be a great day for Robert Yates. I mean, we've had some bad luck this year, and it'd be a great day for everybody, Texaco and Quality Care, if we could finish 1-2, which is like what we want to do, you know.
With you calling the shots down on the 28 now, at least prior to the race day setup, how close are the 28 and 88 when it comes to the setup and chassis?
I could show you the setup sheets, and the wheel weights are within 1 pound of each other. I mean, they're almost identical. I mean, Todd Parrott, he's been good to myself, and Robert and Raymond Fox. I mean, I'd be lost without Raymond Fox. I mean, he's like a right-hand man. 28 team's a very good team. We're just looking to improve. We've got a lot of young talent, and we want to win races.
Now, when do you get to be off the tire changing crew, get to be down there and actually be calling the shots for the 28?
Well, me and Robert are still talking. I mean, we got to do what's best for both teams. Not just the 28, but the 88, and we'll get it worked out in a couple weeks.
Anyway, congratulations on the promotion.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Look forward to it.
Richard Slugger Labby promoted to crew chief for Kenny Irwin, although he is still the tire changer because he's so doggone good at that. He is the tire changer for Dale Jarrett, and they want to keep him here if they can because he is one of the best.
It was really awesome to be in the pit area with all these guys because they were really fantastic, man. They would.
Dale Jarrett made. We see.
I really like the idea, too, that they can't get off the wall till the car is in the pit box. Like nobody, not tire carriers, nobody.
Ties the lug nuts. Now, back around the other side. Taking the nuts off. Jack goes up. Mike Ford gets the jack up in the air. On. Let's go. Attaboy. Good pit stop. Bill Weber.
Well, down here in the Kenny Irwin pits, Raymond Fox is one of the guys calling the shots today. Give you some equal time. Slugger's down there saying you guys are having a heck of a day, and you are.
Yeah, we are. We just got to keep it this way. We're having a heck of a good pit stops, and me and Robert's talking about changes, and Slugger calls down here every once in a while to see how we're doing. But right now, we just want to finish in the top 5. Possibly would like to win the race, but 1 and 2 would be real good.
You do have a hole in the grill, is that correct?
Yeah, he's complaining about a little bit tight off, and maybe that's a little bit of it, but we're going to try to work on it on the next few stops, and but we're running pretty good right now, so we don't want to do a whole lot.
Okay, that's Raymond Fox, and that's what Kenny Irwin said. Don't make any changes. We're running real well. Here's Ray Dunlap.
Wow.
Well, Bill, it's good to see Todd Bodine back up at the front in the Tabasco
There's
car.
a lot of hands behind the
six
scenes
November
there, like,
races here at Atlanta, there have been 2 Pontiac wins,
you know, you
two
got your motor
Chevrolet
guy,
wins,
and you
two
got your
Ford
crew
wins,
chief,
but in
and
the
you got
March
your
race, it's
chassis
been quite a
guy
while
who
since we saw a
assists the
Pontiac
crew
win.
chief
As a matter
and the
of fact,
motor
it was
guy.
back in 1961.
Then you've got all your crew members that
You may not remember that, but
all
Todd
do
Bodine
the
would like to
physical
change
work
that today.
with the
Bob
advice
Bodine.
of
I was in
these
that
other
race.
guys.
Danny, you hadn't started with us back then, I don't think.
And usually the guys that are doing the work are the younger, newer
Raymond Fox Sports said winners never quit. Quitters never
team
win.
members and such.
Keep at it.
And then the new team members, they take care of the regular stuff, like running for tires, running for gas,
you see where everybody is at the moment there, the top 15.
errands,
Look at Kyle Petty back in
communications, marketing.
Michael Waltrip in 15th there.
There's so many
now with 29 cars on the lead
things that people can do in association with motorsports. For example, maybe like even over the road driving from fair to race or whatever, or event with merchandise trucks and stuff. That's always a way to get
and we're past
involved.
the halfway part of the Prime Star 500. Here's the Bud Race recap.
A lot of those types of jobs are due to being able to have the freedom to travel, and many do not.
35 laps, averaging just over 100.
Or if they do, they don't do it for very many years because it does wear you out.
A lap. And we have a few more. Dale Earnhardt, the most recent leader, he has led 2 laps. And also today, Johnny Benson led 1.
That's 11 different leaders so far.
We have 3 cars out of the race. Jimmy Spencer, Mike Skinner
I would say, almost 2 full years. When 96 and 97, I did a little bit of the traveling in 95. But most of all, I did all that with a full-time job away from racing entirely. Other than I brought my plant manager to a race once, which was cool, but brought him to one of the last, I think the last Wilkesboro race in the spring.
You know how a lot of surgeons play music in the operating room? I think
Look at this guy. He's always doing something good in racing, and now his boys, they're just killing it, man, in the modifieds and cars tour, and I think they're in ARCA and truck a little bit.
I tell you, we got a real good long race setup in this Holic Miles Ford Taurus. I wish this rain would stop. But,
good racing family roots right there. I watched his dad, Tiger, race. Tiger
These
Tom.
guys can only go about 30, 40 laps. We can go a good 50 laps. We're real confident in today. I think we can get back in the top 5, and I'm real proud of everybody back at the shop. Junie Donlevy's getting operated on right now, and hope everything going well over there. And I also like to say hi to my buddy Steve Park, who's in the hospital right now. Hope you watch it, bud. I'm going to try to win this one for you guys.
So a lot of emotion in this pit. So Tommy Baldwin, by the way, one of Steve Park's best friends, a former crew chief when Steve was in the modified ranks. And Dunlevy, guys, 14 of the 50 greatest
That's the
drivers
same
in
Tommy
NASCAR
Baldwin
history.
Jr. you see on Dirty Mo Media a lot lately. He knows his stuff, man. He knows his stuff. He builds modified chassis and stuff, gives a lot of people a start. I believe Landon Huffman, which you know I follow quite most out of our racing. I like the Cars Tour because it reminds me of our old school mod tour. I like the Wheeling mods and the Smart Tour too. I would love to broadcast them, but they are so copyright to the hilt they would shut my channel down. And I'd rather like take care of business. I gotta get this book writ, and we'll get there. We gotta do this quick move here. It's giving a little hick in our giddy up, but I want to hopefully. We've got things planned, both schedule-wise and everything, that we can turn around within like mid-September to come back down to Florida, or at least I, to finish some of this book stuff and fly north, or drive north to Westboro with my father. But it might be most efficient for me to just fly from Greensboro,
back to Atlanta Motor Speedway, where the shower is over,
Daytona,
and we are within a couple of laps of getting the green flag once again. Todd Bodine is the leader of this race.
Sanford,
right behind him is the 28 car of Kenny Irwin. Now let's look through Kyle Petty's windshield. Doesn't look like there are any raindrops on there. You see this onboard camera as a sponsorship from Players Inc. Well, tell me more about that, Ray.
Well, Bob, basically it's designed so that the folks at home will get to know these guys, not just by their name, but by their face. And this is John Burroughs. He plays for the Atlanta Falcons. John, the rumor down here is you're hooked on this NASCAR thing.
I tell you what, I'm a race fan for life now. I got to go to my first race last year, Talladega. And, you know, with Players Inc. being involved with the Kyle Petty racing, or the Petty racing team, and Kyle Petty, the 44 and 43 car, fantastic, man. Being able to be down here in the pits and pull some tires and throw the sign around, I tell you what, I'm at the time of my life.
Well, this guy plays defensive end, but he looks pretty small, doesn't he? Well, really, the deal is he's a lot bigger than me, guys.
You know, one of the good things about having a football player down here is if the car falls off the jack, you can just go out there and pick it up for them. I'm telling you what, these guys over here that are doing the crew, the jackmen and stuff like that, they'll throw the car around easier than a football player can. These guys are amazing. But we're having a great time here today. It's just a pleasure for Players Inc. to be involved in this. Well, that's what it's all about, having fun. Now let's go to Dr. Jerry Punch.
How about that? Athletes hooked on sports, right? Let me show you. You had the jet dryers out a moment ago. It is not raining, folks. What the jet dryers were doing was blowing this debris off the racetrack. These big chunks of rubber that are all over the track. This one was actually matted in the grill of one of the lead cars that came in a moment ago. And Bill, this kind of debris.
That's amazing.
Problem, right?
The structure of the way it bonded.
Now, normally you'd come in under caution.
Very
you take
odd.
this lacquer thinner, pour it on this rag, clean off the grill, then you take the tape and stick it on there because it's cleaner. Because you use this, the tape will stick better. Unfortunately, they're doing 18-second pit stops. They don't have time to clean the grill. When Kenny comes in next time, they'll just take some tape, slap it up there over the hole, and hope that corrects the problem.
The green flag waves and competition resumes in the Prime Star 500.
And remember, 5 green flag laps and they'll get the halfway money. We've already gone past the halfway, but the leader will pick up whoever's in front after 5 green flag laps gets the 10 grand.
Kenny Irwin is like a rock came off that corner, like he was shot out of a canyon, or should I say cannon?
Out of a cannon into a
The canyon.
Right by
A little Evil Knievel flashback.
We understand that the 35 car of Todd Bodine is not eligible for the halfway money.
Okay. Kenny Irvin is. So he wants to get it.
Now it looks like that Dale Jarrett had a notion to try the inside of Todd Bodine. Let's see what happens as they come off the corner.
Nothing this time.
Jarrett stays back there in third.
Mark Martin has just quietly worked his way up to fourth.
That fourth car in line there is not the fourth place car in the order. That is Brett Bodine, and he is in 30th position, a lap down. There is Mark Martin, who's fourth. Right behind him is Terry Labonte.
Terry has hung in there good all day long.
And Jarrett got another good run.
Yeah, Todd slipped a little bit that time coming off the turn 4, but he blocks the inside of the racetrack and keeps Jarrett back there. Getting off turn 2 quite as good as Todd Bodine, and Todd run right back in on him.
This car's now running average speeds 187 miles an hour as they try to win that $10,000. Trying to get by Brett Bodine on the outside.
Well, they sort of tiptoe around on that outside, especially coming off with a little bit of a sprinkle.
That's a good way to explain it. They're tiptoeing. That's about what it looked like with those guys going on the outside. Let's watch Mark Martin as he goes down the backstretch. See, up to 190. Well, he's in the middle of the corner now. His speed should be going. Having some problems with their Tabasco hot zone today.
Kenny Irwin has won the $10,000 for not at the halfway mark, but at the lap eligible for the halfway money.
First in his career that he's picked that up.
Here's Jeremy Mayfield and Dick Trickle as they battle.
I'm back and
trying to take over
gotta
the
figure
position.
Oh, okay. It's been like perfect weather the last 2 days in Florida.
now, a little bit from Mark Martin and
It's
the others.
like
There's
towards
the
here, right?
separation. Isn't very much,
But yesterday afternoon, I had to travel to St. Augustine for some business, and it was so muggy. Oh my God, it was muggy. But it's like all of a sudden, like we're kind of in between a cold, dry air from the north and a kind of moist air, very moist air from the south. So it's been really weird weather, but it's pretty outside, like really green.
Changed 2 tires. That was a mile back in the caution, but he got out first, just changed the 2 tires, and they're working well for him right now.
So that might be something they'll put in the back of their mind, come down to a pit stop with just a few laps to go. I would imagine he'd stick on 2 tires because we can see there is speed there.
The plan is moving
on. Trying to pass Dick Trickle. That'll move him into the 10th spot.
After I get off the stream, I need to make a list. I need to start packing and like organizing, like everything I actually do, even when I'm like off the camera. Like if I pick up something and I'm not gonna take it with me, it's immediately it goes in the trash. Like if it's like something dumb that I keep around, like an extra water bottle to fill like dog dish or something. You know, dumb stuff like that.
Shown 39th place, 62 laps down.
But I have to go fill my propane. That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking there's something else I got to do. Got to go fill my propane tanks.
So I think he's going back in the garage, changing springs, changing the entire setup on the car, coming back out.
And then
see how that works versus what he had.
I think that's probably what he's doing.
There is Geoff Gordon, the defending
take it
series
from there
champion.
on the time frame. Work on the time frame. Know how whether we immediately bring my lawn furniture to my family, or we have a few days. It'll depend on the moving company, to be honest. We're all set with other arrangements, where we're going, the financials to get there.
Guys, we wondered if Mark Martin, once he had that clear racetrack between you and the leaders, what he might be able
So
to do
as
with
you
it.
see, I'm a lot more calmer. I'm not so spastic. I've been able to just come on and stream and breathe.
Mark Martin just now 3/4 of a second behind. Ever see some of the guys reporting from the pits that
everything's working out smoothly, and sometimes when it works out this smoothly, it reaffirms that it's probably the right move, right decision.
Really couldn't tell from that shot.
Most of all, I'm super looking forward to being near short track racing
Watch again as Jarrett goes in the corner
and being able to afford to go. Because I'm near Daytona. I mean, we got New Smyrna, we got Volusia, but the cost is so high that there's no extras to do fun things. There will be when I move.
Well, Kenny Irwin, the leader of this race, although he's a rookie, he has competed here at Atlanta. In fact, finished 25th here last
It's
year.
a very familiar area. I've lived
Now Jarrett has
in that area since 2013, like within a 3-mile radius, walking distance. I could walk between all 3 places I stayed. You know, some just over the Hiddenite line, some over the Iredale line. It's all part of Fox Mountain. And it's all connected by the horse trails. So you can walk anywhere. It's wonderful.
That's like a loose condition, like he's chasing the back end up the hill.
And probably that 2-tire change is coming into play now, Benny, because they've run about 12 to 15 laps.
Geoff Burton also moves
You know, any little teeny town of 100 people is a little sketch, you know. Has its pros and cons, you know, the evils and the negatives. Everybody knows your business.
2 miles per hour faster than the leader, Kenny Irwin. So Mark Martin, you're right. Getting closer and closer.
But there's a freedom that comes to knowing, like, it has resources, it has clean creeks. Lots of
Irwin about to
springs.
lead his 56th lap of the race. He has led
Just resources.
more laps than anyone else. Todd Bodine second in that order. John Andretti, who led 33, has not been in contention for quite a while, and he's listed back in 20th spot. The top five are Irwin, Bodine, Jarrett, Martin, and Labonte. Back in a moment.
I lived on the south side and north side, both of
We got a
Fox
good
Mountain,
competitive Winston Cup race going on here at
for
Atlanta Motor
7
Speedway.
years.
Almost
So
to
that's
the
like really.
200 lap
And then I lived
run
across
25 today. Kenny Irwin
at
in
the end
Haviland.
of like the
28 is
Sarton
the
chain
leader.
out in
Jarrett
the
second, and Mark Martin has moved to
Yadkin,
third as Todd
Yadkin
Bodine
Valley
drops to
area.
fourth.
And from my mountain or my foothill, I could look across all the way and see Fox Mountain from my front porch. And I always looked at those mountains and said I would love to live there someday. So,
New in Daytona this year.
like, bada bing.
Last week at Las
I
Vegas,
just
they ran
feel like that's home. I've always just
Last week in Las Vegas, the win was so convincing they had 13 of the
felt
top 14 positions.
torn
NASCAR took
or
a
drawn
quarter-inch off the
to
rear spoiler, and looks like that did
that
not
mountain
bother them
area.
too much.
With
About
just
this
all
during
its
our weekend
creeks and
coverage, but for those of you just joining us today, a
rivers
quarter of
and
an inch may not sound like very much, but that's spread across
it's just, it's really pretty, and it's really secluded. There's lots of wildlife.
57 inches wide, as we see.
My dog doesn't have to have a leash. My cat used to come on a whistle just like the dogs. And these are the positives I'm looking for.
Bumper and now falling back.
losing positions as here comes Geoff Burton to the inside. So does Bobby Labonte, and wow, that's
Cooking outside on my little hibachi because there's so much wood. Like this falls natural in the natural forest.
the bottom of the racetrack.
Lots of resources to just live a real chill life.
Oh, he's got a flat tire.
But I've been in Florida 5 years, and that temperature change is gonna stink. But I'll stream some of this adventure.
Down to the cords. That time by, he said, I think I got a tire going down.
Try to
And
show
you see
you.
the Valvoline crew on the wall, waiting for last week's winner to come down pit road.
Backwoods life, I used to love gardening, growing food.
And they are going to remind him that NASCAR.
Maybe I'll close this. That's what I'll do. My outro, I will close with just a screenshot video of different photographs when I lived in that area. And it's not going to be the place I'm going. It's the place I've been. I leased the place for a few years, like 4 years, and then moved closer to the little town center where you could walk and go anywhere on foot. Both had their pros and cons. One was a third of a mile into the woods down a dirt road, which was nice to be that secluded and be near a beautiful creek. Oops.
The come out car, and he's coming back down across the track, down on the low side of the track now. The leaders are coming around, but he gets out of the way.
Wow, heavy damage to the
That
come
hurt.
out car.
Boy, what a tough break for Mark Martin.
Yeah, I'll
Having to
outro with
stop,
that photo,
under the green,
little
and now
photo
everybody else will be able to stop
thingy
under
while I
caution.
ride out,
Bill
like,
Weber?
like after the race.
Just a quick update on Todd Bodine. He has
Because
reported to his
it will be
crew
like
that he has a skip in the engine.
you just see kind of the lay of the land of like the trees and what it looks like in those mountains. This is a picture thing I made of a place that's about 2 miles out of town, but it's the same flora and fauna.
We're able to get that fixed in time to go out and qualify.
A little cabin I leased.
And what a great qualifying run he had, but hopefully that is not
Back in
something
the,
reoccurring as we see the safety crew over to check out Derek Cope.
2013.
left side of the car.
I'd skip ahead on
left
these.
back there. The left
I'd
side
clean
is
up.
obviously what made the impact with the wall. I'm guessing he goes in the corner.
So they brought him back in now to change left side tires, and they're hoping they find a problem with the left side. If not, the problem is somewhere else. The vibration that's caused Martin to think he may have had a tire going down. We'll check and let you know in just a moment.
As gobbed up as they are.
That's good news. See him checking the pressure real fast and making sure that he doesn't have the tire equalized. There's 2 tires there, and we saw him check pressure in both those tires. There's the outside tire. And there's an inside tire as well. If those tire pressures are equal, the inside tire flops around and causes a terrific vibration. Now let's go over and check.
Mark Martin had a vibration last week at Las Vegas. However, he did manage to win the race. And that was a transmission problem, I think.
As a matter of fact, he told me that it broke the tail housing on the transmission. Jerry Punch?
Well, they're still looking in. Thus far, everything we've been able to see is that all tires were up, and are now looking to make sure all the wheel weights were in place. And now Jimmy Finning is talking to his driver, trying to comment that everything is okay. Let's see if I can get over and get a quick comment from Jimmy Finning as to exactly what may have happened with the tires. He's going up to talk to Jack Roush. We'll step up here and get a comment from Jimmy.
The way that tire buildup was, my guess is it was like a big hunk somehow.
He went real bad loose, and he thought he had the right rear go down, but he must got some rubber on it or something, but we couldn't take a chance.
All right, they checked all 4 tires.
Yeah, exactly.
And apparently they were all 4 up, no blistering.
I mean, Mark's experienced enough to know something's not right.
Settled in the valvoline piston. Like Jimmy said, you cannot afford to take a chance.
That is for sure. We are under caution because of a crash involving Derek.
Do too much and see how it ends up.
Okay, and they also had enough time to put 1 piece of tape on that hole.
I want to hear what he did for him.
Irwin second, followed by Johnny Benson, Kenny Wallace, and Dale Jarrett. Your top
Kenny
5.
Wallace is
Here's
running
Bill
good
Weber.
here with Newt Moore as his crew chief. They had one car that was fantastic, their Bristol car. But that wouldn't be this one. This is something else, maybe. My dad might have a hand in it. I know he worked with Newt and flew with Phil Matacci a lot. And he said he went to Vegas, which was just the race prior to this, so they might still be with Wallace. And then I know he starts with base and the 33 at some point this year.
Greg Sykes, remember, does not have 3rd gear.
The Tim Fiedler Kleenex car is he was crew chief on for most of '98, and he went with him in '99 to the other team. I think it was a 36. Clyde McLeod was there. Yep, I remember. I asked Dad about that this week.
As he stays ahead of Terry Labonte down the backstretch.
NASCAR rules, if you're unfamiliar, the caution flag comes out now, the pace car picks
That was one of those teams that was, I guess, what you would quote mutiny on the bounty. It was.
Looked like Kenny Irwin was taking a look on the inside.
It didn't gel.
He took a look in the tri-oval, but
And that can mean many things in racing, but it just did not gel well.
Right on the back bumper of Martin.
Just hoping for a caution. Had that misfortune to make the green flag pit stop. Ooh, there's about to be some trouble back in the back of the pack that could have brought that caution, but they got it away. Working hard to put him a lap down.
almost gets those left side tires in the grass, but is successful in putting Martin a lap down. Here comes Kenny Irwin and the third place car of Johnny Benson. Nope, Benson didn't make it.
Benson is a teammate to Martin. Both house cars. Everybody's just been working around there in the top 5 all day long.
The technology then is really hard on those faraway shots for it to keep up with the digital when it was came from a VCR or an analog type signal. It's the clarity or whatever, the pixelation. It's pretty rough back then.
That's where that trouble was about to happen.
Got it auto 360. So.
And right in there where Jeff Gordon and Rusty Wallace are, but then they singled out and everything's okay.
Look at Ernie Irvin come up on the outside Oh, Jeff Gordon down in 1 on the outside, trying to take the spot away.
Haven't seen much of Irvin today. He's hung in there on the lead lap. Jockeying around back there.
Pretty good battle. Jerry Nadeau in that 13 car is also up there in the battle. He's in 29th spot. This is the onboard with Bill Elliott.
And we see Ernie Irvin had to back off as he closed in behind the Jerry Nadeau car. He had to back off and get in the line between the 24 and 94.
Now we'll switch over to Nadeau and we'll see Bill Elliott on the left.
That's his owner, Bill Elliott, and his teammate. So Jerry, just follow me. Oh, I can't follow you because John Andretti's down there. I see. All these cars going by Jeff Bodine, so Bodine back to 15th, now 16th spot as Irvin goes by.
John Andretti there in Richard Petty's car, led 33 laps of this race early, but has been back in the teens and the 20s since then. And he's currently in 18th. Now Jeff Burton comes up and challenges and passes Benson, and Jarrett now has gone to third. So we have Labonte, Irwin, Jarrett, Burton, and Benson.
And Kenny Wallace still continues to have a good run today. He's in 6th spot. There's the first 3. I'm sorry, the first 2 with Mark Martin. And there you see the rest of the field is Kenny Wallace right on the back bumper of Johnny Benson.
And right on Wallace's back bumper is Bobby Labonte, followed closely by Jeremy Mayfield in 8th.
Martin is hanging in there tight on those first 2 cars as Irwin goes for the lead.
And here he is moving to the inside up Labonte and taking the top spot. That looked pretty easy. Mark Martin still a lap down, however, positions himself between first and second.
Next time by, there will be 100 laps to go.
Now we promised you the update on Derek Cope. Let's get it from Ray.
Bob, I'm down at the infield care center, and Doug Hewitt, the crew chief on the gun-mount car, just came out. Doug, we saw Derek was holding his left arm whenever he went in. Can you give us an update on how he's doing?
All we know is he's in there. He's talking to Renee, and they're going to take him to the hospital. They just did some x-rays, but they're going to keep him overnight. But he was talking to her, and hopefully he's going to be okay.
Well, that's all real good news, guys. It looks like a possible broken shoulder for Derek Cope.
Wow, this race may have taken a heavy toll on some drivers here this weekend. Steve Park is going to be out of action for several months. Let's hope that Derek Cope's injuries are not so serious that they will keep him out of action for any length of time.
And Mike Skinner is going to be held overnight for observation. All the CAT scan.
Those clouds are still looming quite heavily there over in turn 1 and 2.
Before they get out on the street.
Hard to tell because I don't know which direction the wind's blowing, but it looks like it's awfully close.
He is working on Irvin too.
And if there's more coming, aren't there? Have to watch that camera again.
So everybody hugging that inside.
Still only 96 to go. They look like Kenny Wallace has a good package under that. Like I'm guessing. I'm guessing my dad's still with Kenny Wallace's team. Only for the fact that he's positive he flew to Vegas with Phil Martacci. So that would be into 98. It was most of 97 after Gil Martin left, Newt Moore took over. I think David If was in on all of that stuff too, and they called Dad for some front end advice for Bristol. They won the pole at Bristol.
Right now
I don't know.
Gordon is the fastest.
So I'm thinking my dad's kind of still with Kenny Wallace's team or helping Newt. Newt would call him to come to the track.
Bill Weber, what you got, Dad?
Well, school's still in session for Kenny
And that
Irwin.
team is like, you see the 87 that's to this side of me.
Do not race the
This side.
Protect your tires. Save your tires.
No, right, that side. I'm watching my replay. It's like seconds behind. So it's that way. The 87, and then the next photo over is Dad in a pit area there with Square D. You know, and all those photos around are cars my father either built or was it part of the team or crew chief.
One of the laps we timed, Todd Bodine was the fastest.
IMSA
Another
included.
lap we timed, Dick Trickle was the fastest, and here they are running together in 9th and 10th. Todd Bodine has led 46 laps today.
Lap 94. Now, does this continue and continue on? We'll see.
Keep on digging, buddy. Keep on digging. We catch them. We run them down.
Spotter for Dick Trickle telling them that they're running faster than the leader, getting closer and closer.
These guys are just a little
Slugger watching them. It doesn't look like they're talking to him. Still green. They're rolling. Oh, green flag pit stop.
Battle up ahead of those guys. Wallace, Labonte, and Jeremy Mayfield.
6th, 7th,
They were really worried about the way the Hansen was going away on the 5 car. He was leading just a little bit ago and it dropped back to about 12. Terry says it's all tires, guys. We're just losing it. Hopefully this will be their last pit stop.
And it's going to be a good stop. Less than 18 seconds for Terry Labonte, and he's rolling again.
Great pit stop. And he'll go back out there, and he'll be able to run faster on those new tires, so these others can't afford to stay out there too long. Geoff Gordon coming into the pits now. They can't afford to stay out there too long on those old tires, so Terry Labonte will make up a lot of ground on them.
Geoff relinquishes his 15th position for the stop, Ray.
Yeah, Bob, and it's the exact same situation. Geoff said to Ray, boy, we got to get some fresh tires on here. This will be their last stop. They said they can make it. The question is, will there be another caution? If there's no caution, the 5 and the 24 are going to have pretty good track position.
And a less than 18
Guy almost turned his ankle on that wrench.
Dale Earnhardt just went a lap down. He is running in the 18th position.
Here come the leaders, cross the line. Lap, but when these cars pit, they will get back on the same lap. Now, here's that evasive maneuver by
Yeah, I
Kenny
think the
Irwin,
first
and
thing I
he's, of course,
gotta
used
do
to
is
running
run and
those
get
short
propane.
tracks and sprint cars, and I think his experience in that helped him there.
He did. Ward Burton was probably
why
running
I hear
100 miles
noise
per hour
outside.
slower than he was.
My son must be taking out the
Looks
tank,
like DJ's coming in.
putting it in my car,
Yes,
and
he
then
is.
he'll secure it down when
He's
I
coming
return.
down pit road, and Dr. Jerry Punch, he'll be there before long.
And that's one thing off the
Expected
checklist.
to be their final stop. They have gone 60 laps exactly. They will have to go 59 more to the
The
finish.
goal is to get the RV all set up there, and Chris settle it all in with my animals while I fly back, stay with my mom and dad for a little, and attend that event with Dad on October 5th. So everything there, I don't know the timeline, but it's all got to happen before the 5th. From now to the 5th.
He is down and away at 20.2 seconds. Final stop for the 88 cars.
That was a couple of seconds, about 2.5 seconds slower than Terry Labonte.
It's like a light at the end of the tunnel, like just because the expense of where we're at has doubled. It's super beautiful resort area, but it was really inexpensive when I moved in. But it is no longer inexpensive. Plus adding, like my electric food, adding meters, and they've just outpriced me, and I need to live within my means. And this move will allow me to live within my means, and that's a huge freedom to be able to do
In
that.
Atlanta, Kenny Irwin's fate may be decided right here. This is expected to be 4 tires, and they are going to try and loosen the car up a little bit. It could be wedge or it could be track bar. They hadn't decided. Now they go to the rear of the car. Right lights are on. They come around to the left. They put more tape on the grill trying to cover that hole. Up top.
Jeff Burton has got a tough break. He's locked in behind Kenny Wallace.
Wallace. Whoa! Jeez, I was like, Wallace is too close.
Kenny Irwin out of the pits. Rusty Wallace.
Damn it.
Johnny Benson and Wallace beats Irwin out of the pits. Wow. Benson trying to get by Rusty Wallace off the corner because they know it's for position. Here they go, trying to drag race out of the pits.
Who's going to win the drag race to turn 3? Oh, Rusty just won't give it up.
He has position. Can he stay there?
That low side of the racetrack is...
The best thing about that is Johnny Benson is a driver you can trust on your outside. There's some drivers you just know they know what they're doing, and Johnny's one of them.
Finally, Rusty Wallace will prevail. Great stop by Rusty Wallace and the Miller Genuine draft crew.
All right, let's look at Jeff Burton now as he tried to get out ahead of Kenny Wallace.
He accelerates. Kenny Wallace tries to turn away so he doesn't run into the back of his brother Rusty, and instead runs into the 99 car.
Well, that is a big traffic jam.
Oh, it hit the tire too, man.
Down on the inside, he really
That's
got
gonna
hurt
tow
on
it
that
in.
Pit stop. Kenny Irwin lost a lot of time on that particular pit stop. Dick Trickle has stayed out there. He's leading the race.
Now,
okay,
might be loose going in.
He's headed behind the wall. We talked about him a moment ago, running so good, having a good run. He's headed into the garage area.
and there's his onboard cameras. He pulls back into the garage area. The cycle is complete of pit stops, and Dale Jarrett is the leader of the race, with Bobby Labonte second, then Jeremy Mayfield, Jeff Burton, Rusty Wallace, and more on Jarrett from Jerry.
Well, Bob, they are holding their breath in the 88 pits. Why? Because for the first time today, we have seen the right rear tire chunk on that pit stop. Not only was the outside shoulder, but the inside shoulder as well had chunks missing. There is the right rear tire that came off the 88 car.
When we started the stream, it was rain, and I did that coverage because I like to hear the wow. And after the rain passed, there's such a huge drop in temperature that I don't think Goodyear was prepared for this much grip.
Dale Jarrett won this race in the spring last year, and boy, it has been a long time since a driver won back-to-back spring races here at Atlanta.
Though that also looked like they were running it really soft. If it wears on the outside like that much, you're running it too low of pressure, because the inside's not wearing even, you know. If it's too full, the inside wears too much, and the outsides aren't being used. And if there's two inside at your Ackerman, your toe out, your camber, all that stuff matters, like a lot, because only 4 tires touch the ground. I mean, that's it. That's you, and and all you talk of downforce, this and that. That's a bonus. Downforce is always a bonus. But those 4 tires will tell you everything you need to know, old school. So you make sure that that's the data your computer is telling you. Because input matters, because the computer is built to make it balanced. And they may take something that's the wrong information. And there's always there's so many ways to fix a handling problem, and it just depends. And the computer might, on one piece of data, send you in the wrong direction. So you got to know how to read your tires and your pressures, your temperatures, and your wear. That's your bottom line of where you can base your decisions confidently on your chassis.
There in the interstate battery's Pontiac and passes Jarrett and takes the lead.
Just like he was shot out of a canyon.
That's right. And this is the first time that Bobby Labonte has led today. He becomes our 14th different leader. And remember, we told you all day when we came on the air, we told you how well Bobby Labonte does. And again, we see some raindrops on the camera lens.
Yeah, I thought them clouds looked like they might be coming toward turn 1 and 2. Hi, Stella. You go wake up. You were in your bed. You were really sleeping. I have the best hound dog. I gotta show you videos of her at the mill going out of here with that other photo thing if you want to stay and watch. If there's any of you left, I'll raid out. If not, I'll close after the videos are over. Let me pull them up in my queue.
For the champion to get that first pit. Here's Kenny Irwin, he's in the first pit. And here's the line.
My dad might be down here. Where's the square?
You see,
one of these.
Kenny Irwin moves on a caution flag. He would be in front of every one of these cars back here. But since it's a green flag and they have the acceleration factor going for him, each one of those cars will pass him before he gets back up to speed.
Yeah,
which they
pit
can legally
position.
And because of that, Kenny Irwin, instead of...
And Bobby Labonte's in that same heavy traffic, and he's about to get caught up to come up on Ricky Rudd.
And the car going a lap down is the guy who started second and led part of this race, Todd Bodine. He's 17th and a lap down. Kyle Petty is out of the race. Ray Dunlap.
Well, he sure is, Bob. The Hot Wheels Pontiac had a pretty good run out there. Seems like it might be a Pontiac day, almost in position for a top 10 for you today.
Yeah, but being in the top 10 is not a Pontiac day. You know, I hate it for Hot Wheels and for Players Inc. This was their special race, and for Spree Prepaid Phone Cards, all our sponsor. That's back at Neil right there, Goldberg. That's a salute to Geoff right there. But you know, for me, you know, it's still a Ford show. You know, it's pretty obvious that I blow a motor, and it's pretty obvious that this is a Ford-dominated race. And you know, I hate to stand here and whine about it, but quarter inch didn't really do much to him, I guess.
Well, guys, over the years, Petty Engineering has 6 victories here. It won't be today, but those Pontiacs are running pretty good.
Well, it's one out front right now, that's for sure. Bobby Labonte.
Indeed, with the Ford of Dale Jarrett second, the Ford of Jeff Burton third, the Ford of Jeremy Mayfield fourth, and the Ford of Rusty Wallace fifth. So Bobby Labonte carrying the Pontiac colors here, maybe to victory. Back in a moment. ESPN Speed World coverage of the Prime Star 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway, being brought to you by the more than 1,900 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Team Monte Carlo, Chevy, the more cars champions trust. By Texaco, a world of energy. And by Exide NASCAR Select, the official battery of NASCAR. Well, the laps are winding down here, and Bobby Labonte has decided to put his Interstate Batteries Pontiac up front. He has a 2.5 lead over Dale Jarrett and Jeff Burton.
He has unleashed those ponies. He's taken off.
Bill Elliott watches those two cars go by.
Looks like it's getting darker.
He's 1 lap down. Never see Michael Waltrip. He is in 15th spot. 1 lap down.
Look at this. The interval between Bobby Labonte and Jeff Burton first to third has gone from a 1.5 to 2 seconds in those 5 laps that we counted.
Every one of those laps for Bobby Labonte except one were in the 29-second range. High of 29, but they were there. Now he's running across some problems trying to get by the 43 car. That, if he can catch the traffic in the right place, he'll be okay. But traffic in the wrong place because Labonte's car is working terrific on the very bottom of the racetrack. It's not working very good up on top.
He just put a lap on John Andretti, who's currently running 14th. Andretti was the pole sitter of this race, and so the 76 Racing Challenge money will go up again. $76,000.
Stays green for a bit. Let me jump to this. 3 minutes ahead. Irwin's running 7th, Nate is 30th in the page. Those are the rookies. As they said, Steve Park wrecked in a practice accident and broke his leg and collarbone and shoulder. His femur, which was a big bone in your leg, which is pretty serious.
You know, Bobby Labonte's victory last November here was kind of
I think ribs
put on
is
the back
one.
burner because Jeff Gordon won the championship that same day.
It was he hit so many times.
Then, and it's equally a good performance now.
And you're talking about Jeff Gordon. We talked a little bit ago where he was running. I said it was a
22 to go.
It's down to a sand wedge now.
We've got
coming up on Jeff Gordon.
Now we see the
ran a lot of green flag laps, so I don't think we have too many on the lead lap anymore.
Her points leader is in 5th
they're about to start rotating around the other way here.
Leader of the points and the only driver with 3 top 5s in the first 3
Currently,
races.
oh, it looks so dark. Turn 1 and 2.
Points were awarded right now. He would have a 49-point advantage on Jeremy Mayfield, who would move into second position.
This is so early in the season, this race. This was like the March race. So the points are ridiculous to even talk about. Let's go to this. Labonte Jarrett. 20 laps left.
Bobby Labonte leads the Prime Star 500 at Atlanta Motor Speedway. 311 of 300.
It looks like some people have to still pitch.
We're following Bobby around the racetrack from the Pennzoil Copter Cam high above the facility here. His advantage is about 2.5 seconds over Dale Jarrett. Now more like 2.8 and 3.5 over Jeff Burton.
That was Robert Preston, the next car. And there we see Jarrett come off the corner. We see that Jarrett has put some distance between himself and Jeff Burton. I think catching traffic the last few laps while we're going to break, Ned and I watched the cars going, it's been so critical where you're able to catch these cars. As we see Bobby close in on the back bumper of his brother Terry, and Terry's going to let him have the line down to the inside, and that did not slow him down a bit.
Boy, we're seeing history repeat itself. Bobby Labonte has won 2 of the last 3 races in Atlanta. Both times Jarrett's finished second. That's exactly the way they're running here at Atlanta, with now less than 12 laps remaining.
And Terry Labonte just went that lap down, Bob. He is the top running Chevrolet in this field in 10th place.
So 9 cars now in the lead lap, and Jeff Gordon's woes continue. He drops down off the banking and comes in for a very late pit stop with just about 10 laps to go.
I saw him slow over there about a lap.
I wonder if something broke.
Something go wrong with the tire, and said I don't want to chance it, so let's go to the pits and race.
Well, Ned, that's exactly right. You got to remember, this is a long season, and we're just in the 4th race of the year. They don't want to put the car in the fence. A good finish, even though he's a lap down, is a lot better. So they put on right side tires, and Gordon is down and away.
But he'll have to maintain
I wonder if they're globbing up, you know?
Down pit road before he can
And it's just making them feel like they're vibrating, and after what they've seen of these
they can accelerate again.
ones that have blistered or chunked.
Earlier in the broadcast,
more like
his
chunk.
worst finish in 1997 was
That's what I meant. They were, the rubber was binding weird, almost with fibers. It was like layers rather than balls. Like usually it's like you take a putty ball, you know. And these were more like packed. Very strange.
Joe Gibbs a little nervous. That's about like the last 30 seconds of the Super Bowl and being on the 1-yard line trying to make the decision, do I kick a field goal?
I really appreciate y'all like hanging out here. I
8 laps to go,
publish this after I get offline, so it's in VOD if you want to go back and look at anything. But I also upload it to my YouTube channel, and it's not a big channel. It's not even monetized, but I like to put all my stuff there because this is all part of my research for the book I'm writing for Dad's racing history. Dad was like more like the 1990s Suitcase Jake. Well, he was kind of his whole life through the modifieds, through the 60s and 70s, and he's just been a consultant through the later 90s and 2000s. Even now, he builds shocks. I've got some shock dyno videos. He has his own shock dyno that he built from scratch. He's just an innovator and engineering designer kind of thing from early race cars, and he's a machinist and all. So I like going to his shop and fooling around with this stuff, and I recorded all the shock dyno stuff for you.
And Martin has to make a unscheduled pit stop, probably for a tire change.
Mark's had a tough day here today. One of the biggest days of his career last week at Las Vegas.
See, the right rear tire is flat, actually flat on that car.
Oh
Just
boy.
thankful to get it back to the pits.
in one piece.
Tires are saying we're done. No. Fell off the jack, and that's Mark's signal.
Those green rims that they're putting on there, those are from Chad Little's. And off the, oh, look at this. Dick Trickle has passed Rusty Wallace. And that moves him to 5th position. Trickle's best finish this year was last week at Las Vegas 16th, and now Wallace takes the spot back.
Now Trickle is slowing down, isn't he? No, I guess not. Thought he was.
I tell you, there's a lot of cars out there with tires that are getting very worn right now.
So Rusty has 5th now as Trickle drops back a little bit. There's Jeff Burton, or rather Jeff Bodine in the 7 car running 24th, 2 laps down. And Johnny Benson goes a lap down in 9th spot.
Remember, he was up there among the leaders a while back. And
That's where I put my videos of all kinds of things, nature, travel. I don't care. Like I said, I'm not monetized. It helps me store my stuff in one place, and I sometimes use them for other like artsy projects and stuff, or book stuff, or book study for like the research for Dad's book.
The racing service in the track apron, and it gives the fans here in Atlanta a green flag finish.
Bobby Labonte will get the white flag the next time around.
Bobby's gonna win.
Another lap on Ted Musgrave, car number 16.
He's flying at you.
Tire situation there, you see.
99.
Come out and the race will end.
He blew the tire.
Here's Bobby Labonte taking the white and the caution. He's going to win his 6th NASCAR Winston Cup event and his 3rd at Atlanta. And the Prime Star 500 will end under caution.
I don't think the pace car is even going out to pick up the field. It's sitting on the end of pit road.
This is one thing I like to end with. Oh, that stinks.
Jeff Burton's
trailing arm. He bet he hit the wall.
That was the 2nd incident. Here's the first leg speed coming off corner number 4.
You see the right rear tire, and he goes up
Gone.
and smacks the wall. Now, as the tire starts coming apart, it will just disintegrate.
Around he goes.
Well, he didn't do a 360. He did a half spin, but he gathered it in and drove on. And here comes the checkered flag, and it's official as Bobby Labonte has
that's going to end shortly.
Atlanta his 2nd straight win. He's won 3 of the
They're going to
last
talk
4
to Maycar, and that'll be all. They'll just do a thumbs up in pit road. I mean, in a victory lane.
Yeah, I tell you, it's true. I mean, that little boy can drive a race car when it comes to a lot of racetracks. He's a great race car driver. This is one of the places he has fun driving, and we have fun with this racetrack. It's probably our most favorite racetrack. It's been mine for a long time. Things just came together for us when they needed to. We struggled a little early. The car wasn't quite right. It was a little pushy, and then it was a little loose, and so we just kept dialing around with it, and good Lord blessed us that there at the end we got the combination right, and then we were able to do what we had to do.
I teased you yesterday about waiting to the last race of the season to end. This year, last race of the season to win, and this year you did it early.
Yeah, boy, that's a good feeling. That really is. I mean, it takes, like I told you, it took a lot of pressure off right now. I mean, we're putting that pressure on ourselves to win. We got that over with. I'm hoping this is just the first of a few for this year for us.
It's the first one for sure. Bobby Labonte wins again in Atlanta.
Here are the results now. The yellow arrows indicate drivers who led a lap, and the double arrows beside Kenny Irwin's name indicated that he led the most. And look at Kevin LePage. He was in the top 10, had to make a late stop for tires, dropped down to 14th, 2 laps down. Dale Earnhardt finished in 13th. And Jeff Burton has got out of his car and is on the
mad about
racing
the tires,
surface.
man.
Yeah,
that hurt like hell, I bet.
Times with all those sparks flying, and he brought it across the start-finish line.
Those hits been hurting like hell lately at this track. Those 2 hurt in ARCA. Steve Park hurt in practice. He hit the wall hard. Got a few others that are in the infield care center from hitting hard.
Then it's Earnhardt, Elliott, Terry, and Bobby 5th and 6th. Jeff Gordon down to 7th, and Mark Martin, Bobby Hamilton, and Jimmy Spencer.
Race.
The top 10 in Winston Cup points after the 4th event of the year. Bobby Labonte Pontiac rolls into a NASCAR Winston Cup victory lane for the first time in 1998. Here's Jerry Punch.
Bobby Labonte in victory lane. Pontiac wins at Atlanta, and Bobby's trying to get unhooked. Hey, Bobby's smiling. Congratulations.
Man, that was awesome, man. This thing, oh, man, I couldn't believe it. We weren't very good there for a while, but I tell you, this thing, these guys did a great job. I mean, they just worked so hard. I like to thank everybody, Interstate Batteries, Shell Oil, Coca-Cola, Easy Care. I'm going to miss somebody. Husqvarna, Pontiac, Goodyear had a great tire today. I knew last year, I was hoping we were going to win one before the last race last year, and I don't think we ought to have any practice anymore. Hey, I got to say hi to my wife, Donna, and Tyler and Madison. They didn't make it this trip.
All right, Bobby Labonte victorious for the 6th time in his career. Bob?
Congratulations to Bobby Labonte, who has won our...
All right, that's a good one. I'll quickly show you something that I always like to show you. Where they beach race. In the old days, this is live shot of Ponce Inlet. To your left is where they ran, where those cars are all basically parked. We have, those kind of look like life Coast Guard, so that may be not drivable today, but it is high tide, as you see. Yep, this is where they beach raced. So I always thought that's cool. And I'm closing out, if there's any of y'all left, this is the area. It's not exactly, but some of it is where I'm going back to. And I'll just do this. I'll just play it for a little bit. And then we lay it out.
And his saddle, and his food. And
this was one of my little cabins that will be nearby.
That's my house. And hopefully it will change and I go inside. That's my woods, my new walls in the future. This is my house. Can you see? Got
I built this cabin with a bow saw and a cordless drill
my towels,
and a hammer and spikes. Everything was
little trinkets from everywhere.
Joined by drilling a 3/8" hole and hammering in spikes of galvanized nails on angles. If you look in the corners, I just thought of all this and I've designed it. I've built, like I said, my Zen Garden tea house with that style. But it's all framed inside.
Dishes.
Oh, that's just to hold my stuff up.
Fridge. And my
built on an 8x8 foot, so it's a 64 square foot house on the bottom TV, and 3/4 of that up top, because up top is the loft where I slept. There's a long story that got me to there. This is my house in Harmony, where I looked across to the mountains I wanted to live at. But this mockingbird family was in my yard for several years, and they trusted me enough to put a nest there. But I used to feed them grapes, and when they were out of grapes, they'd bang on my window. No joke. Hop along like this sliding glass pane, and they would hop along and want grapes. Because I fed the bees and stuff, they thought that they needed stuff. And this was okay. I'll close out with this. I won't make it quite so loud. There you go. And this is closing out. This is not where I'm going, but this is one of the places I leased on the other side of the mountain. But you get the drift of the type of lifestyle that I like to live in the mountains and do. Like I did all that. It's kind of cool stuff. But it's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining me. And I'll take you on our adventure in the next week or so through how all this goes, moving our RV to that area and returning to Florida to get stuff done with Dad. And yeah. Thank you for being here. Peace. My cabin life. And that's my son, if you wonder. Trimming branches off the roof. I like rock hunting. High-tech rednecks. I got into flowers. I just liked how the pawpaw trees looked. They're kind of a neat tree. And that was our creek back there by the picnic table. And those were my tomatoes and cucumbers. My rose garden. I laid that little path of rocks. Just different herb gardens and stuff. This was just how I, like I said, I leased that cabin at one time. But these are just scenes from the area that we're going. And let's see. My gardens, I was really, the soil is so fertile. No joke. Like, those are all cooking herbs there, oreganos and stuff, and mints. I mean, it just grew like crazy. And I was also, like, I trained sled dogs to mush, and they ended up being sold to some people out on the coast of North Carolina. And then they ended up, we ended up leaving this place. I was a beekeeper. Now, I don't want to play the whole thing. It's just more vegetables and more of the flora and fauna. And you're welcome to sit through that. And after that, my dog swimming in the creek, I'll close out. I was experimenting with the macro on a camera. Food. Cucumber plants. It's focused on the leaf but not the bee. That one I'm pretty happy with. Those are something called the butterfly plant. A thistle. They're everywhere in the woods, wild. And that's actually not that's a bee fly. See, it's only got 2 wings. But it's still a pollinator. My rose garden. And that day's picked. My herbs, there's basil and rosemary, oregano, thyme, the whole 9 yards there. I raised my own garlic and jalapenos. I'm telling you, the land's so fertile there, in that area, in the mountains. It's another bee fly. You see, it's only got 2 wings, not 4. Honeybees have 4. Vespids or wasps have 2, and bee flies have 2. That's a really cool bumblebee. They're wild. That's beautiful, though. Those Gulf fritillarias, or they call it fritillarias. Another bumblebee on a goldenrod. just some wild berries. I think they're dogwood berries. Those are dogwood leaves. And thistles. And those are moths. The way that you can see the wing design. But they're all pollinators. You learn all that stuff when you're a beekeeper. It's weird. Like which is harmful, which are helpful. Most are helpful. That's a wild honeysuckle. And that was a creek called Snow Creek, where our little creek joined it. And that was at the end of our road at that leased house. But it's about a mile walk, 2 mile walk probably, through the trails. Mackerel worked real good there. Lightning bugs. And that's more Snow Creek. That was my backyard. We had that little creek, but it ran all the time, either full or not. And I just love spiders. The folklore behind them and the protection. That's my Mother's Day photo. Look at that. It's got the babies crawling all over as they're hatching. It's kind of a unique moment to catch. And woodpeckers, of course. And that's basically the lay of the land. It's a lot different than Florida. And like I said, this is on the west side of Fox Mountain. I'll be actually living on the east side of Fox Mountain. And this is up at the mill. This was when Stella was growing up. She was about a year old. She was so smart. She was so afraid to swim, and we taught her to swim. And she's just so brave. These were some neighbors and were near there at the mill. They would play with Stella. Stella would play with his little dachshund. Their little dachshund.
Good job!
I'm filming, obviously, with the mouse.
Come on, baby girl. Good job.
I just love her.
Swim.
I just love her. And this is Jack that I took care of. I fed and watered him. And that's the other side of the mountain, and in the valley just in the distance is the rodeo ring. So this is my baby. I'm looking forward to seeing him. He's still in the valley, and he will remember me. They just always do. All right, guys, I'm gonna raid out. I love y'all. Thank you so much for watching, and this is a big adventure. We will see you soon. My pup will be able to walk without a leash. That's a little baby puppy friend she had. See ya. Love y'all. Bye.
Left, straight.